strange characters like Peter the Great, Peter the Hermit. So the Jews sought refuge in the bishop's compound, and in fact, the Crusaders broke into the bishop's palace themselves and massacred the Jews in his home. Quite a large number, about 800 Jews died this way. And Worms had a terrible, terrible situation where the Jews over and over again, many of them, we do have numbers of Jews who chose baptism, we'll return to them in a second, but you have this terrible, awful incidents of Jews, trapped in a room and fearful of having the synagogue set alight and dying in the flames, or fearful of having them break in and the Jews not being able to withstand the temptation and deciding to convert on pain of death, where many of these Jewish families and communities simply decided to kill each other in acts of mass suicide. Very powerful, poignant descriptions of mothers killing their own children and fathers killing their daughters-in-law, and just horrible, horrible things to read that literally formed part of the liturgy for Jews for centuries afterwards in memory of this event, which was called, incidentally, Gzerat Tatmud, the decree of 1096. In Mainz, the bishop attempted to help, but he did not have the wherewithal to do so, and you had an incredible number there of massacres. Perhaps the most powerful examples of massacres and suicides were in Mainz. The rough estimate of the number of deaths is about 5,000. And when you include the surrounding communities, it might go up a little bit more. Another one of these figures who was kind of like Peter the Hermit is Count Amico. He eventually moved on. It was his troops who were later destroyed by the Hungarians. And one last detail that's quite significant. After this horrible summer of 1096, the emperor actually officially allowed any baptized Jews to simply ignore their forced baptism and return to the Jewish community. There was a papal conflict at this time, and the so-called anti-pope Clement III was very upset with the emperor, but at this point the church did not have the authority to challenge him, especially not a disputed pope, and so therefore the Jews were allowed to return to their faith by secular law. Also interesting to note is that the Jewish community had to deal with this question of, are these baptized Jews allowed to come back to Judaism? Rashi and others, of course, answered in the affirmative, that they were welcomed back, but it was a subject of debate, and there's just a new monograph that came out recently, I believe, by Professor Karnafogel. I'm looking forward to reading that and knowing a little bit more about the story. But at any rate, it was like this massive wave of violence that swept over the Rhineland in association with the Crusades, and it had a very distinct impact on the Jews. Before we spend a little more time looking at the impact on Ashkenaz, let's just follow the Crusaders down to Jerusalem, where they finally put siege to the Holy City in the summer, in June of 1099. The Jewish community actually defended Jerusalem side by side with the dominant Muslim population, but after a brutal siege, the walls were breached, and the Jews in Jerusalem were massacred. Many were actually sold into slavery and only redeemed when the slave ships brought them off at Italy, and the Jewish community there was able to take them out of slavery. An absolutely horrific massacre. Now, obviously, there's huge geopolitical implications to the Crusades, because this was a major point in the cleaving of Europe between the Christian North and the Muslim South. The separation politically and culturally and intellectually of Christians and Muslims continues right up until the present day. In fact, one of the, I'm told, one of the slang derogatory terms for Americans in Iraq is crusader. That the Muslims definitely have the Crusades is a very important part of their historical memory, and it's not a complementary one to the West. Okay, so what happened in Ashkenaz after this brief but powerful punctuation of violence that erupted in 1096? There are a couple of really important cultural, socioeconomic, and religious responses that you see over the next century or so, and I think they kind of charted a vector for Ashkenazic Jewry to follow that we still see the impact of them today. The first is a movement called the Hasidei Ashkenaz. The term Hasid, of course, is used with regards the Hasidim of the 18th century and onward, like the Chabad Hasidim and Vishnitz and Satmar and so on. These are not the same Hasidim. They use the same term, but it's a completely separate movement. The Hasidei Ashkenaz the word Hasid means pious one. The Hasidei Ashkenaz were a movement that gained strength in the 50 years following the Crusades, primarily in Mainz. One of the most important literary figures is Yehuda Hasid. It's a multi-generational family commitment to this particular movement, and he wrote the book shown on the left here called Sefer Hasidim. What is fascinating about this brief-lived movement in Jewish intellectual history is that, unlike anything since we saw in the Dead Sea Scrolls community, and maybe some elements we'll see later when we get to Tzfat and the Kabbalists there, but they emphasized themes of self-denial, lots of fasting, literal rolling in snow to repent for things, an elevation of the concept of martyrdom. Not surprising when you're talking about a community that's only a few decades away from this explosion of violence in the end of the 11th century. But the movement simply did not catch on after a couple hundred years, and it sort of died out naturally, with the big exception of this particular book, Sefer Hasidim, which is an amazing book. It's kind of complicated. It's probably put together from different pieces, maybe not all by Yehuda Chassid, but I will mention one passage that you may be familiar with. It is widely reprinted. I have a modern printing in my own home today. Yehuda Chassid left a fairly extensive will, an ethical will, for his descendants that lists all kinds of very special practices that they are to engage in. One of my favorite ones, which you've probably heard of, is Rabbi Yehuda Chassid says famously to his sons that none of them should marry a woman who has the same name as their mother, right? And this is something that, for whatever reason, is so widespread in the Jewish world that, if a man meets a young woman and his mother's name is Chana and her name is Chana, so she will add a name like Chana Sarah. She'll change her name, so it's not exactly the same as his mother's. Same thing with women marrying men who have the same name as their fathers. And one of the ironic things is that there's no source for this idea anywhere in the Torah. Nowhere in the Talmud, nowhere in Midrash. It's like the only source for this is in his particular will from the 12th century. And the famous Kotzker Rebbe, a Hasidic rabbi in the 19th century with an incredibly acerbic wit, he once said that if Yehuda Chassid had known how strictly people would adhere to the instructions in his will, he would have included the 10 Commandments in there too. Yeah, I think that's really funny. So Hasidei Ashkenaz picks up this strong element of self-mortification with all kinds of strange practices, like, for example, after a person dies, putting in their will that they want their coffin dragged along the ground, not carried to the cemetery to atone for their sins, and strange measures of fasting to atone for sins, calculating the value of a sin in terms of literally caloric value and then paying for it with calories. It's kind of like an unpopular diet, but this is all told, it was really influential for about 150 years, but it kind of like flourishes right after the Crusades. Another thing we should recall is that, the major violence was 1096, but the incidence of violence would continue for various reasons over the next few hundred years. We're going to explore shortly medieval anti-Semitism, which is not something that we've talked about extensively before, and it was getting pretty nasty. It was shortly after the Crusades that you have the first charge of ritual murder, this bizarre idea that Jews need to reenact the crucifixion of Jesus by, God forbid, killing a small child. That occurs in England in 1144, and then added to that, you have this strange concept that the Jews somehow need to consume human blood, a total absurdity and a lie. But nevertheless, these kinds of things simply keep developing and developing. And I believe that the Crusades mark a turning point in Ashkenazic culture in which Jews begin to become much more insular. They begin to regard the outside world as far more toxic, as they regard the possibility of reasonable cultural exchange with non-Jews as less and less of a possibility. And they start to fold their culture inwards, looking inside at each other, much less than looking to the outside world. Hopefully, over the next few weeks, we'll have the opportunity to explore this thesis and see if it makes sense, especially when contrast with the Sephardic experience, in which they did not have this same kind of like sharp break until you get to the expulsion of 1492, half a millennium later. I think one of the ways in which we see this, and you'll forgive me because this is kind of a new idea for me and I have not fleshed it out totally, but you see it somewhat in the generational shift between the era of Rashi. Rashi was a very old man when the Crusades occurred. It's very near the end of his life. And his grandchildren and the larger school that developed around them known as Tosafot. Rashi is typically printed on the inside binding of every Talmudic page, and his grandchildren and their school's commentary on the outside of the Talmudic page. And one of the big differences is that Rashi, as a stylist, tends to be much more straightforward, holding your hand, explaining things one word at a time, one concept at a time, and he seems to be much more open to the simple translation of the text. Tosfot, on the other hand, you see there is a much more inward-looking perspective as the entire world of reality revolves around the text in various places in the Talmud. Whereas Rashi says, what does it say on this page? I'm going to explain it to you. Here, this means this. Here, this means this, and so on. Tosfot says, hey, how can what it says here be true when 500 pages later in the Talmud, we see something that implies the opposite? And tying together these big analytical links throughout the entire document sort of creates like an internal web of meaning that is entirely self-dependent on the text. It does not necessarily reach for scientific evidence or geographic evidence or anything like that, but the arguments are all kind of like internal and self-reinforcing. And I would like to argue that the European Tosafot represent a literary example, an intellectual example of that turn inwards that we see in Ashkenazi culture that would ultimately have kind of like an explosion when they finally do release themselves to the outside world in the 18th and 19th century in particular. But that brings me to the end of my presentation. I want to thank you very much for your attention. And for those of you who need to leave, of course, Zoom class dismissed. And for those of you who want to hang around for questions, I'm really happy to talk a little further. We're going to start with a discussion of Jews in the medieval economy, and it's going to be a little bit more broadly focused than some of the other talks, especially the more biographic talks that we've done before. And then we're going to really focus in on a couple of aspects of the Jews in the medieval economy, specifically commerce and then finance. So these three short talks will give you a sense, however, about the nature of the Jewish economy in the medieval period, particularly around the High Middle Ages in particular. So let's start by talking a little bit about agriculture, which is not one of the areas in which Jews were especially active during the medieval period. Historically speaking, Jews have, of course, been farmers, not only in the biblical period when this was the main economic mainstay of the Jewish people, as we discussed way back in this Jewish History Lab series, but also in the modern period when you come to modern Israel. And as a matter of pride, the Jews specifically moving to Israel attempted to return to the land. Now, to a certain degree, this was motivated, of course, by the necessity of producing agriculture for this increasing population in the Middle East, but also because it was a reaction to kind of 19th century ideas. Much of the thought in Europe in the 19th century, both on the right wing of the spectrum and the left wing of the spectrum, as both of these areas were developing, kind of like looked down on any people or population that was not specifically connected to agriculture. There was this idea, for example, if you look towards socialism, there was this idea that, deriving economic profit from the fecundity of the land was somehow healthier, more normal, more, honest, as it were, than commerce. Because commerce, after all, deals with buying things cheaply and then artificially selling them for a higher price. That's how commerce works. And for much of the medieval period as well, there's been this kind of disdain for commerce. It was always considered some kind of sharp behavior or shrewd behavior. And Jews and Christians, and to my mind, I believe Muslims, all had a certain amount of hesitancy over the nature of commercial profit and sought to regulate it. It was the idea, for example, of the so-called just price, the correct amount that an object may be, inflated in value in order to cover the costs of the seller, the person who was the middleman. And we have discussions of this in the Talmud as well. By the way, it's something like a 35% markup was considered more or less normal, but there are so many reasons to avoid that or get around that. So at any rate, so on the left, you have this idea that Jews, being a traditionally urban people for much of their diaspora history, were somehow, economically unhealthy or even immoral. And on the right wing of the spectrum, then you have the development of this idea of the folk, which would later become a very powerful ally of the idea of race. That somehow the character of a people was formed by their connection with the land. That somehow by digging their fingers into the soil of their native land for generation upon generation, somehow this created a unique character. The Italians with their things and the, Northern European Aryans with their things. And that was like part of like what it meant to be a person was you developed a culture that you had somehow imbibed by having generations of genetic attachment to the land. The Jews, of course, did not have this attachment to the land, and so therefore they were somehow unhuman. They were like not human in the same way as others were human. So there was a very big push in the 19th century to try to get Jews back to the land. And we see this not only in Israel, we also see it in all kinds of colonial projects in the Americas, in in the Russian Empire and so on, where there's like encouragement for Jews to engage in farming, and they largely succeeded. I mean, Israel's agricultural output is really impressive and so on, but it contradicts a large trend in Jewish history, which is primarily towards other types of commerce, as we shall see. Agriculture posed a lot of risks without necessarily all the benefits that Jews would associate with a profitable endeavor. First is that Jews are frequently expelled from a given region. France expelled the Jews, I think it was 4 times in the 14th century or 3 times in the 14th century. It was every other generation you could be expelled from your land. If you had invested all of your income, all of your wealth in land, then of course it was completely gone, because it's hard to run with 40 acres on your back. There were areas where Jews were forbidden to own land, but those were actually more of the exception than the rule. It was simply not a very wise investment for Jews, not only agriculture, but even like rental properties, because who's to say that you'll be able to keep that land if the political environment changes and you're dispossessed of it. Furthermore, it's a really hard job. I once spent a summer weeding, and it was horrible. You're bent over in the sun, and you're thirsty, and you're picking, carrots apart from each other so they all grow at the best rate. I mean, my gosh, who would want to spend 8 hours a day doing that by hand? Really, really hard work. And, if the crops go bad, forget about it. So lots of reasons why Jews would not want to go into agriculture, and a lot of reasons why other forms of profit were good. Now, the last and perhaps the most important thing in many ways that could have started with this idea really is the fact that the Jews were not, especially in medieval Europe, slotted in the right spot in the corporate structure of medieval society. I'm going to explain what that basically means, but essentially Jews were not expected to become farmers, and Jews as farmers would have been way out of step with their role in society. And when I say role, I can do so for the medieval period, because the way much of medieval Europe thought, people occupied roles in society not so much by their individual identities, as we would, let's say, for example, in Western Europe or in America, but by their class, and in the case of Jews, by their religion. They occupied a different box, very caste-like, almost like the Hindu system of Varna, not nearly as extreme, but in that same family, where they weren't supposed to be doing any farming. That wasn't for them. So let me explain a little bit about what this corporate structure of medieval society was, and it'll be much easier to understand the Jews' role in that economy. Okay, so here's a basic schematic of what corporate society looks like. You have the king, okay, he's the chief officer of the country, and then you have below him the nobility, that are typically charged with running particular sections of the country geographically. And then below them, this map is not to scale, a huge, massive amount of peasants. Right? Those are 3 basic corporations in medieval society. There are more, but these are the basic ones. And the idea is that the king and the nobles provide protection to peasants. Right? This is kind of one of the working theories as to how feudalism developed. It's a very old working theory, but the idea is that those elements of the population that were much better, warriors or organizers or leaders, sort of rose to the top, and they took on the responsibility of providing protection for those classes underneath them. And in return for that, because after all, they could not be farming and defending the border at the same time, so the peasants, and to a certain degree the nobles, provided taxes to the king. Right, the money flows upward and the protection flows downward. If it sounds a little bit like a protection racket, you might not be that far off from the idea of how this works, but nevertheless, that's the sort of working idea of how feudalism was supposed to work. The vassals, the lower classes, and class is not precisely the right word, but close, owed fealty to higher classes who in return had to protect them. That was kind of like the compact that held it all together. This was parallel to a certain degree in the church. You had the Pope, and we're specifically now thinking about Catholic Western Europe, although much of this is broadly, generally true for the Eastern world as well. And below the Pope in a hierarchical structure are the clergy. You've got a whole bunch of different groups in the clergy, not just the priesthood, but you also have monks and nuns and so on, and they occupy slightly different roles. And below them, the big mass of Christians. And similar to the arrangement with the kings, nobles, and peasants, you have salvation coming down. That is, the Pope and the clergy provide those essential religious services and education as appropriate, and salvific acts that allow the lower classes to achieve their place in heaven. And in return, the lower classes, the Christians in general, and then upwards the clergy and the Pope, provide tithes, provide a type of taxation that keeps the entire system working. Now, you might ask, when you look at these two structures, you might ask about who is ultimately in charge. And in fact, that's something they worried about as well, because in some periods, it was clear that the king was in charge of a given region. But on a philosophical level, one could make an argument that the Pope really should be in charge of European society, and the church sometimes was ascendant. And this meant that there were times when the interests of the king took precedence, which was typically good for the Jews, and there were times when the interests of the Pope took precedence, which was typically, but not uniformly, bad for the Jews, as we shall see. This is essentially how the corporate medieval structure of society looked. But now the biggest question you may have is, where do the Jews fit in? What box do they occupy? They're certainly not nobles. Peasants are overwhelmingly involved in agriculture, so they're neither of those boxes. They're not the clergy, and they're not Christians. So where do they fit? So here's where Jews fit in. It's really important. They occupy a position which was later called servi camerae regis, which means servants of the royal chamber. The Jews ultimately ended up becoming specifically subservient only to the king. And that was largely because of their economic role in society. Here's a really beautiful piece that probably does not depict two Jews, although they're engaged in a classically Jewish occupation here. The reason why they're probably not Jews is because the woman here is clearly reading a Christian book that shows a Madonna with child there. There's also, by the way, since we're down here, a little interesting sort of peek in the mirror of the artist probably looking on as he paints this picture. But the idea of this image, which is a 16th century Dutch work, this is a money changer and his wife. If you looked at those boxes I showed you earlier in the corporate structure, who exactly is making the money here? Who exactly is working literally in coin? The peasants, certainly not. They're working with goods. They're producing agricultural output. The nobility is not out there mining the rocks for silver and gold and so on. Who is actually producing and circulating coin in this environment? In order to collect taxes, for much of medieval European history, the nobility and the king had to collect it in different ways. Either taxes in kind, which meant, barrels of wheat and hides of foxes and things like that, or corvée, which is essentially taxes in time, where the peasants would be required to spend a certain number of days per week or per month farming the king's large land holdings or the nobles' land holdings, or the most valuable type, but the hardest to come by, cash. The peasants typically did not hold much cash. All of their transactions were effected with barter, and when they paid their taxes, they paid it typically either in kind, their agricultural output, or in the sweat of their brow by actually working for the king. So the Jews here occupy this fascinating position as servi camerai regis, as servants of the royal chamber. You could also translate that as serfs or slaves, maybe, of the royal chamber, in which, because their economic activity does involve actual cash money, they collect a lot of this very valuable coin, and their taxes to the king are paid directly to the king with no intervention of the nobles at all. So even though they don't actually occupy a box in that corporate structure that I showed you, their box, as it were, is kind of stuck off to the side, and there's an arrow going straight to the king because they produce that money. I should also point out, as I think I did earlier, but let's emphasize it once again, that just like we saw when we talked about the Jewish communal structure in the Middle Ages, the king didn't deal with Jews as individuals at all, nor did he deal with Christians as individuals either. He dealt with them as an entire community, meaning if you were a Jew that lived in, let's say, Regensburg, you were part of the collective that was required to pay a certain amount of money to taxes to the king every year. And that amount of money was collected by your community leaders in the Kehillah, and they would forward the correct amount to the king directly. You yourself were basically unknown to the king. There were exceptional individuals. We'll talk about them, God willing, much later, the so-called court Jews. But otherwise, it was done entirely on a communal fashion. And the Jews had this ambiguous position where, on the one hand, because they produced so much of this cash, they were very valuable to the king. But on the other hand, in order to keep doing their job, which the king liked very much, they were protected directly by the king. And so the nobles and the peasants would undertake great risk if they were to harm Jews in any way, because that meant that they were interfering with the king's own revenue stream. So that's the risk and benefit associated with this kind of activity of being servi camerai regis actually turned out to be a preservative for the safety of Jews in Europe. Now, it also meant, however, that as we saw in the earlier diagram of the two arrows with the king and the pope facing to each other, the church-state power was often fought over who controlled the Jews. Sometimes, if the church was especially doctrinaire and wished to impose certain, pious wish to impose some pious persecution of the Jews on some doctrinal point, and if the king was not powerful enough to protect them, then he would lose that revenue stream. On the other hand, there were times when the king could become heavily indebted to the Jews and would find it much more expedient to simply cancel his debts by expelling them, and the church might be powerless to protect the Jews who were, after all, given a particular slot in eschatological history by people like St. Augustine, saying that the Jews have to serve as a witness. So the Jews were kind of like buffeted by powerful forces, much more powerful than they, largely because of their business acumen. So at this point, I've given you kind of a sense of like where they fit in the economic structure. I'd like to talk next about how they exactly made that money. First in terms of commerce, and then in terms of finance. Okay, so we've already discussed how the Jews are not especially so attracted to farming, right? Not such a great profession for Jews. But one of the areas where Jews chose to excel and have a very, very long history is in commerce. We've also looked in previous classes at the Radhanites, who are probably the most famous of the Jewish travelers and international commercial agents of the 9th century. It's described by Muslim historiography. This particular map, which kind of like gives you, I think, a little bit of an exaggerated picture, but it errs a little bit on the side of expansion. But the blue roots are the ones that are associated with the Radonites, and the pink ones are the ones that connect to it. But it gives you a sense of how these Radonites, who were probably based in southern France on the Rhone River, nevertheless had an amazing trade network that extended over all of the known world at that time. The risks and benefits of commerce. Well, the risks are pretty obvious, right? You're traveling, you're going to dangerous places. People don't necessarily know you there. You've got to get your goods over land or over sea. All kinds of things can go wrong, but the benefits are huge. The profit margin can be massive, especially if you pick up some lightweight goods like, silks or spices, very popular in the West, and you bring them over there, the markup can be massive and you can really bring in a lot of cash. There is a huge amount of profit to be had for a relatively smaller amount of effort. Some risk, as we saw earlier, for example, the Maimonides family was impoverished when the elder brother of Moses Maimonides was at sea with his worldly goods, and the ship sank, causing Maimonides to have to take up a position as a physician, which he turned out to do very well at, and also as an unpaid rabbi. But these commercial sellers had a tremendous amount of possibility for profit if they did it well. And also it's a collective effort where, it's not so much that you personally have to schlep across the Mediterranean to get the goods and bring them back. You just have to know the right people who make much smaller journeys on your behalf, especially as you become a much more established salesman. The dangers of travel and transport are huge, but as the economy begins to develop, and these trade networks, we can actually see how they expand over time. They're seen to be profitable by everyone involved, and so they are generally very protected, especially in the Islamic areas where you have, everything is under Muslim rule rather than a patchwork of different rules of warring regions. And the Jews have a leg up in this. The Jews, of course, were not the only international travelers, and the Jews were not at all the only international commercial agents, but they did have a decided advantage which made them disproportionately important to international trade. This diaspora advantage includes a few things. First of all, the Jews have a common language. So when they are traveling to far-flung regions, you can have a Jew from England communicating with a Jew from Central Asia because they've got a common language in Hebrew. That's an incredibly important thing. Now, they might not be deeply fluent in Hebrew, but they certainly know enough to engage in the basic communication and negotiation for price and goods and so on. Secondly, also extremely important, they have a unified legal system, and maybe even more important than the system, the norms, expectations, how commerce is done. If you can imagine even today walking, if you ever gone, for example, to the Arab Shuk long before it was as dangerous as it is now, but if you went into the Arab Shuk and you didn't know the kind of culture of negotiation of how you're not supposed to pay the first price they mention, and you're only supposed to negotiate in good faith if you really will buy it, all kinds of things like that. You might not necessarily know those rules. Well, because the Jews are all steeped in the same Talmudic tradition with the same laws and the same avenues of appeal if they feel that they're not being treated appropriately in a financial endeavor, then you have a whole system, a whole structure that allows it to take place. If you can imagine a Christian traveling deep in Muslim territory, let's say in what would be contemporary Iraq, he would feel extremely out of place, especially after the Crusades. Oh my gosh, be extremely unwelcome. He would not have the built-in support system there that would be able to take him in and would be able to provide food and lodgings for him at a reasonable price and protection from being robbed and so on to allow him to do business. The Jews had these things because of the diaspora itself. Ironically, the diaspora, which was a punishment inflicted upon the Jews, if you want from a theological perspective, or if you want just from a political, historical perspective, the Jews were forced into this scattered exile across all of the known lands of the earth. It actually was able to work to their benefit when they established these far-flung international connections. I can tell you just from my personal experience, there was, I grew up in, I'm going to show you a picture later, I grew up in a far-flung, very remote part of northern Canada, and every year there was a charity collector for the Beis Yaakov of Montreal, right, a girls' school in Montreal, who would hitchhike all the way up from Toronto. We're talking about hundreds and hundreds of miles. We're literally, the only thing beyond the streets that I lived on was the Arctic Circle in the North Pole. And he would hitchhike all the way up there for the handful of Jews that lived within a 50-mile radius. And when he got up there, he would, my parents would kick me out of my bedroom, and he would get my bedroom. I would sleep on the sofa in the living room. And that's just the way it was, because that was Jewish connections. So the same thing is pertaining in medieval Europe, where Jews are able to travel with much more reliance on hachnasat orchim, on the hospitality extended to guests and so on. And this was a massive advantage for them. This is, I'm guessing, why the Jews developed this unusual habit of playing Jewish geography with one another. I don't know if non-Jews do this, but when Jews meet each other, especially in a setting where they don't expect to meet other Jews, something like that, almost always the first things they start doing is they start playing a game where they ask, okay, where are you from? Oh, you're from Manitoba. I know some Jews in Manitoba. Do you know the, right? And they start to immediately try to develop a web of connection that makes them feel plugged into the worldwide tribe of Jews. So this Jewish geography game, I wouldn't be surprised if it had its cultural roots deep in the medieval commercial enterprise, where Jews traveling would try to develop a richer network of connections. Now, what did they sell? This is a little bit more controversial, as you can see from this particular image, which depicts a negotiation between a Jewish slave trader and a king over the price of the slaves that are held in manacles there. From the 5th through the 7th century, the most popular items that Jews were selling were luxury items from the East, like perfumes, glassware, still very expensive, silks, and the spices. We already talked about the silk route, the spice route from the East. And these things will be brought towards the West, and Jews were especially associated with that trade. Now, the wise way to conduct trade, of course, is to have your ships full both ways. So if you're traveling out to the East, you have goods from the West to sell to the East, and then you can bring things back from the West. You never have your ships empty as they leave port. So 5th to 7th century, 7th century is significant because that's the beginning of the Muslim expansion, right? The 4th decade of the 7th century is when Islam really starts taking off, and by the middle of the 8th century, it's got all of North Africa, Spain, and so on, and quite a bit of the Eastern Mediterranean as well. So after the Islamic expansion, the Jews take a much larger role in the expanded trade across that major cultural political barrier between Christian Europe and Islamic North Africa and the Mediterranean, Eastern Mediterranean. So they're bringing from the West to the East a lot of things that are produced in Europe, like swords, actually. There's a lot of superior steel or iron coming out of Eastern Europe. Furs, right? Very big thing that's not easily available further to the east. So they're bringing the luxury goods that we described earlier to the West, and they're bringing a lot of these raw goods as well to the East. And here's where the more controversial element comes in. In the year 854, a church council banned the trade in Christian slaves. And this is something that we've seen all the way back from the Synod of Elvira in the 4th century and so on, that Christianity may have a problem with slavery in general, but it really has a problem with Jews owning slaves. So there's a lot of bans frequently in medieval history that emphasize the fact that Jews are not allowed to own slaves, and Jews are certainly not allowed to trade in slaves. So when there is a ban on trade in Christian slaves, not only by Jews, but by non-Jews as well. So now the Jews become much more important in the slave trade because the slaves are largely traded in Iberian markets under Muslim rule. That is like the south part of the Spanish Portuguese peninsula in places like Granada and so on. So the actual proportion of the Jews involved in the slave trade is very small, right? Only a small number of Jews were engaged in international commerce, and only a small section of the overall commerce was in slaves. But Jews were disproportionate to Christians involved in this trade, and they were definitely dwarfed by the huge amount of slave trade in general by Christians and by Muslims. But on a per capita basis, it's reasonable to assume that just like Jews are overrepresented in commerce in other goods, they're overrepresented in goods like slaves as well. Now, this noxious pattern does not hold true in the same way for the transatlantic slave trade, which was a much larger and in many ways far more exploitative trade when African slaves were sold to the Americas in particular. Certainly there were Jewish slave traders, but they were, again, a minority among slavers as a whole. And we should bear in mind that this was in the context of the morality and the accepted commercial practices of that day. As offensive as it may seem to us in the 21st century, it was not considered especially offensive in the 8th, 9th, 10th century, with the one exception that Christians would not allow the trade of other Christians. When Eastern Europe, which was the main source of slaves at this time. In fact, there are some theoreticians that say that the word Slav is related to the word esclav or slave. It's also possible in modern Slavic languages it refers to a very different kind of word like glory, like you say Slava Bogu, glory be to God. But be that as it may, as Eastern Europe is increasingly Christianized towards the later part of the Middle Ages, then of course that becomes an area that is off limits to slave traders as well, and much of it will shift even further towards Africa, where there are still larger proportions of non-Christians available for sale in Europe. Adding to this, besides the slave trade, there was a significant expansion of trade routes in Northern Europe. The population in general in northern France and Germany has been expanding since around the year 1000. There are a lot of theories as to why this happened. It is a noted phenomenon. It appears that the agricultural output increased significantly over this time, so it might actually have a climactic reason for it. It could be that there was, just a general warming of the northern part of Europe at this point, or something to make it much more arable. But at any rate, as the north opens up, more trade routes through northern Europe open up, and Jewish populations there increase, and it's kind of like a cycle of the general expansion of trade means the expansion of Jewish migration to Europe, and the increase in the population as there is more income and so on. But that's essentially what is happening throughout this period in terms of trade. But once the slave trade becomes much more difficult to maintain, particularly in Northern Europe, and as there are increasing levels of anti-Semitic restriction on Jewish trade, which we're going to talk about a little bit more next week in particular, so Jewish trade begins to largely decrease from the huge international scale and become much smaller and become much more focused on retail and on local sales. And I reflect on this personally as well. I already told you one personal story about the charity collector that went all the way up from Montreal to my hometown. But in many ways, this is really my own family story. Here's my father, Alav Shalom, and may rest in peace, standing in front of the family store in 1957, way up in northern remote Ontario. His father is the Alex in the Alex Avon and Son. My father is the son there. He ended up migrating from northern Russia, and he came to Canada thinking he was going to become a farmer. He was terrible at farming, like we see the pattern talked about last video. And he ended up going into dry goods sales and connecting with lots of middlemen, what they call jobbers, down in Toronto. So he was able to connect with a largely Jewish environment of commerce, bringing mainly work clothes and things like that up to this dry goods store that was the economic mainstay of the Abramson family for almost a century. So it's really in my own person, I feel the connection with this particular period in Jewish history as well. Okay, so that's a discussion of the goods involved in Jewish commerce. Now we get to perhaps the most difficult aspect of it, which is specifically the involvement of Jews in money lending. Okay, let's go on to the last part, which is the most difficult part of this section, talking about money lending. Money lending and the medieval churches. Shylock, of course, is the image. Shylock is the merchant of Venice, and Shakespeare's famous play here appropriately indicated with a red hat, which was the badge that Jews were required to wear in Venice at the time of the setting of this particular play. So the idea of money lending is heavily discouraged by the church, specifically one Christian to another, and charging interest. If you look at Deuteronomy chapter 23, verses 20-21, it says very clearly, you shall not lend on interest to your brother, interest of food or money or anything on which interest can be charged. You may charge interest to a foreigner, but not to your brother. Now, there's a lot more to say about this in terms of Jewish thought, but basically the way the rabbis understood this for centuries is that fellow Jews are brothers and non-Jews are not brothers. They are in the category of foreigners. Again, there are some interesting exceptions where there were some Jewish thinkers who argued that Christians were brothers as well because they believed in the same God as the Jews. Others disagreed, but for the most part, this is the way it was understood, that a Jew was allowed to charge interest to a non-Jew. Now, given that Jews basically lived in a kind of binary society where there was only Christians and Jews, there are very, very few minorities of any other religious denomination. So the only people who would be able to technically lend money on interest to Christians, if Christians aren't doing to each other, is the Jews. So they had kind of like a monopoly on the entire possibility of money lending. The church tried to deal with this in some ways. A 4th century thinker, Ambrose, argued that it's a very beautiful thing for Christians to lend money and not charge interest to each other, kind of like a gemach, kind of free loan society. But it was hard to encourage this because, after all, there's no profit. I mean, you have to be independently wealthy and willing to risk your money to lend money without charging interest. So it was not happening. And so money lending, especially as the economy became more and more sophisticated, it became much more necessary to have the institution of credit flowing in society. This is especially true if you have an agricultural society where you have farmers who are cash poor. They're not actually bringing in coin, but they've got to buy seed, and they have to wait a long time until they can harvest. So sometimes credit is the only way to bridge that period where they will not have anything to pay for their goods and services for. Ultimately, however, the church decreed in the 12th century, the so-called Decretum Gratiani, also known as the Law of Gratian. Here's another, on the left, by the way, you see an illuminated manuscript that illustrates one of the many laws discussed in the Decretum Gratiani. Actually has to do with whom may marry whom in terms of blood relations. But the Law of Gratian said, full stop, Christians, you can't charge each other interest. Which means, effectively, Jews are the only source of credit in medieval Europe. And so Jews started engaging in money lending. Again, when we think about all the things we talked about in the last two segments, about the risks of agriculture, the risks of commerce, money lending has a lot to speak about it. Guild membership was a hotly contested element, and frequently when Jews would establish themselves in particular municipalities, they had to negotiate the rights that they would have when they moved there. And some cities would simply negotiate in advance a law de non tolerandis Judaeus, that Jews were not allowed to settle there, more likely because the nobility tended to have a vested interest in having Jewish people live there. They would negotiate that, okay, fine, Jews can move here, but no shoemakers, okay? Jews cannot sell shoes. Or Jews can sell shoes, but only when they're ready-made. They can't actually make them. So guilds and various kind of trade unions, primitive trade unions, often restricted the tasks that Jews could be involved in. Now, we definitely did have Christians who were nevertheless interested in the kind of profit that Jews were involved in. So the Jews had a monopoly, but it was only de jure, meaning according to the law, the written law. De facto, they did have to compete with Christians, and ultimately the church would find a way around it, specifically the Franciscans, and that would be the end of the Jewish monopoly, although not necessarily the end of Jewish money lending for reasons we'll see in just a few minutes. So what's going on with usury, which is kind of like the nasty word for money lending? The benefits are fantastic. It involves a high rate of profit. The rate of interest charged was anywhere from 30% to 200%. We're talking about loan shark rates. It was very, very expensive to borrow money. And so that meant that people who could afford to lend the money could make a massive amount of profit. It was an urban profession, and Jews, as we have seen over and over again in the diaspora, they have gravitated to urban settings. So this is, something that makes a lot of sense if you're living, it's like you can have banker's hours. You can simply say when you're going to open, 10 to 3, and then you just let the customers come to you. I mean, it's a fantastic possibility. And it is portable. It's the kind of thing where if you're dealing in cash, especially when you have lots of contacts through commercial ventures, you can deposit money for safekeeping, you can exchange letters of credit and so on, and it requires fairly minimal effort. Moreover, the Jews were actually quite well prepared for this because they were literate, they were numerate, they had this great relationship with the king, right? The Servi Camerai Regis, where if they're making money through money lending, that means a really great, flow of currency to the king directly. Later on, when we get to 18th century Poland, the king would realize if it's so easy for the Jews to make money, then we want a bigger part of it, and ultimately they would take apart the very structure that held it together. But that's hundreds of years later in the period we're talking about. Now, the risks, however, are also commensurate. The biggest risk, of course, is resentment because, we all have credit cards and nobody likes getting a credit card bill. And when you look at the statement and you see, okay, I bought this, and what? Interest charge? Wow, you feel really bad about it, especially if you can't pay off the balance down to zero every month. You see that interest charge, and every month you're saying, wow, I'm paying so many dollars for nothing, for stuff I bought a long time ago and all already, gone. So there's a great deal of resentment. This can come from the peasants, when they may borrow small sums, but they carry an oppressive debt load. And when peasants get too upset, then what happens is pogroms. You have popular uprisings, often against the will of the king, who is happy to see the Jews engage in usury and then bringing more funds back to them. But if it's too much, then the king, he can't control the peasants under these terms. The clergy are often resentful of this because it represents kind of like a legal fictional go-around or a loophole to the law of Gratian, because the law of Gratian clearly allows Jews to charge interest, but who wants this kind of thing happening in society, even though it is economically necessary? And the nobility and even the king, however, can show resentment, because it was not at all that uncommon for nobles and even kings to end up borrowing large sums of money from Jewish populations. And then when things don't go their way, like, for example, if they're trying to finance a border war or an expansion of some sort, then it becomes much more expedient to simply expel the Jews and cancel their debts. We see this happening frequently in medieval Europe. England, for example, expelled their Jews in 1290 over basically this issue, where it was simply easier to simply say, okay, do over. And as we saw in France, as we will see in France, the Jews will then be invited back a generation later, because when they expel the Jews, then they have no more source of credit. They need credit to keep their economy growing. So then they invite the Jews back. They end up borrowing a lot of money, becomes too much. They expel the Jews, and they enter into the cycle once again. So this is the kind of danger that is associated with money lending in this period. So the relative wealth and power that are accumulated through money lending, it can be quite ephemeral because of the large-scale resentment that can be built up in the population. Later on, when we get to Eastern Europe, in the next semester of these classes, some of the elements of this become even greater when alcohol is involved, because in Eastern Europe, Jews frequently had the monopoly on the production of alcohol, something called propinatia, and so people could drink on a tab and then end up having a huge bill plus an interest charge on top of that. Many of the revolts you'll see in the 17th and 18th century in Eastern Europe have this at the root. The exploitative practices of some of the Jewish communities that are heavily resented by their customers when they have to actually pay the bill for what they've purchased. It's a very difficult period, definitely. Now, how does this all come to end? Largely, the Italians wake up and say they've got to get involved in this. And so in Italy, in the middle of the 15th century, you have this institution developed by the Franciscan order of monks called the Monti di Pietà, which means the mountains of piety. And essentially what they do is they create their own loan societies, which operate a lot like modern credit unions or banks. In fact, this is where credit unions and banks begin to get their ideas and get started. They charge interest, but it's small interest, between 4 and 15%, which is much more manageable. And the purpose of this interest is largely to cover the overhead of hiring staff to manage the funds and so on. And they lend to Christians at a very low rate of interest, but it is approved by the church. First, temporarily, and then towards the end of the 15th century, formally approved by the church, because the overhead costs are not interest for a profit-bearing idea. They're really there to just keep the system flowing. Now, the demand for credit far outstrips the supply that the Monte di Pietà are able to service, but it still means that the Jewish monopoly has been pierced, that there is now that the church has officially sanctioned this type of banking, there is no reason why one would still have to go to a Jew. But the fact that demand is still so high, far more than the amount of cash that the Montepieta are able to maintain, it meant that Jewish money lending still continued right up until really the modern era. But it tended to be on a much smaller scale. Like instead of lending to nobles, Jews were more likely to lend to local peasants so that they could buy, spoons and things like that. There were a few exceptional individuals, these so-called court Jews, who would really rise to power shortly after the 15th century. But for the most part, Jewish money lending was a much smaller affair at this point and much more local. If you were a typical Christian, say in the Italian peninsula, chances are you would be more likely to do business with a Jew who was much more local and had much less strenuous demands for collateral. But you did have the option, especially if you were borrowing larger sums, that the Monte di Pieta would make more sense for you. So this is essentially how the monopoly was eliminated by the Italian banking houses. Still, when we kind of reflect on the overall economic picture of the Jews in the medieval period, we can understand how, in particular, money lending was highly resented and would feed a growing anti-Semitic surge that is going to be the topic of next week's lectures. That anti-Semitic surge would ultimately overwhelm much of Western Europe, forcing the Jews to move further to the east. It is to that subject that we will turn next week. For now, I want to thank you very much for participating, and I hope you have an excellent week. The great philosopher Jean-Paul Sartre once wrote that if the Jew did not exist, the anti-Semite would invent him. And that speaks to this idea that somehow anti-Semitism can proceed even without Jews. Let's have a look, though, at the historical evolution of this bizarre idea. And we're going to specifically look at the medieval period. And then in the next two lectures, we'll look at the two major charges that developed in the medieval period, specifically the blood libel and the desecration of the host. So first of all, let's just take one moment to talk about terminology. I'm going to use the term anti-Semitism, and strictly speaking, that is an anachronism. The term anti-Semitism was invented in the late 19th century by an anti-Semite named Wilhelm Marr, and he was seeking a replacement for a common term at the time known as Judenhass or Judenfeinde, meaning the hatred of Jews. It was kind of like a rude term. It was like using the N-word in contemporary American English. And so he developed an ideology which he said that basically he's not against Jews per se. He is against something called Semitism. Semitism meaning some kind of bizarre philosophy, organization, movement of the Jews that he is anti. We'll see a little bit today, but we'll see much more when we get to the modern period what exactly that Semitism was. It was based on the development of linguistic theory that grouped the Jews' Middle Eastern languages in, like Hebrew, into a Semitic family, but otherwise it's completely nonsensical. It used to be spelled in English, at any rate, with a hyphen, so that, and often with a capital S, meaning that there is such a thing as Semitism, that one can be anti. This, of course, is ridiculous. There is no Semitism, and it just fuels more anti-Semitism to use that particular spelling. So many scholarly presses over the last 20, 30 years have been shifting to a single term without a hyphen and without a capital S, indicating that anti-Semitism is a phenomenon unto itself, completely unrelated to the fictitious Semitism. You'll still see in some, spell checkers on your word processors, or some older printers will use the older spelling, but there is a reason why we're using the term anti-Semitism without the hyphen and without the capital S. That said, the kind of antipathy to Jews that Wilhelm Marr's late 19th century hatred involved is very different from the antipathy that we see in earlier centuries. And so it is somewhat incorrect, inaccurate to use his term and to try and push it backwards in time. I will do it anyways. We're going to speak about anti-Semitism, even though more strictly speaking, there are 4 distinct stages of this bias against Jews that historians have identified. And the use of the term anti-Semitism is really not correct when you're trying to put it into that context. But let's quickly look at those 4 levels, because I want to put them in the context of the medieval period, which is our focus for today. The first of the 4 broad stages is what I'd like to call ancient xenophobia. Xenophobia, of course, simply means fear of the stranger, fear of that which is different. And much of the Greco-Roman period can be placed within that kind of rubric, because the Romans and the Greeks, although many of the writers had some really nasty things to say about Jews, they seem to be kind of like cultural misunderstandings or a lack of charity towards a different set of practices or beliefs and things like that. They certainly didn't acquire the kind of bizarre, manic quality that we'll be looking at in the next 2 lectures in particular. It's more like a, if you will, a normal kind of hatred, just like, the South Koreans might dislike the Chinese, or the Inuit might dislike the Apache. It's kind of the human condition that we frequently develop fear or even dislike of those who look different from us or behave differently and so on. So it's kind of like, it's not nice, but it's more normal. When you get to the early Christian period, so we're talking now about the 1st century and onward, you have a specifically theological antipathy to Jews that we discussed a little bit in the lecture on Adversus Judaeos, which arises specifically out of the relationship between the early church and the mother religion, Judaism. As the early church emerges and defines itself against the background of Judaism, there are some writers who will disparage the mother religion in order to create more distance, more contrast between Judaism and Christianity. So also not very nice, but also within the realm of understanding, because as religious movements split apart and, morph into something new, they will often look back with a little bit of anger at their predecessor. Those of you who participate in synagogue quorums will know that when you have a so-called breakaway minyan, right, you have a large synagogue and then a small group of people are disgruntled with the rabbi or with the Kiddush policy or whatever, they break off to form another synagogue. Certainly a very normal kind of satellite thing to do. And sometimes they'll look back at the old synagogue and say, oh, that was so terrible, they wouldn't let us have Kiddush club, things like that. So that's a different type of antipathy to Jews that's really rooted within the theological conflict between these 2 groups. The 3rd period is what we're going to talk about today, medieval Jew hatred. And I use this term hatred on purpose because, wow, it is so awful and nasty and so totally different from what we see in the earlier 2 stages. Modern anti-Semitism, which is where we get that term today. Again, I'm going to kick down the road, the can of discussing anti-Semitism till we talk about the modern period, but in reality it involves 2 basic ideas. The introduction of race thinking, the idea that the Jews constitute as separate race rather than a different religious group, and that's really a modern phenomenon. And secondly, the idea of the conspiracy theory, the idea that the Jewish race are somehow all involved in this, diabolical plot to overturn the world. There are elements of this in the medieval period, but they are really quite minor. And note that modern anti-Semitism, unlike early Christian anti-Judaism and unlike medieval Jew hatred, does not need any religious mooring to hold it in place. It doesn't need to have any kind of belief system that is connected with Christianity or any other religion. It can be totally secular. And this is a great example of how anti-Semitism can survive massive cultural challenges, such as, for example, the decline in religion that occurs from the 18th century onward. Religion doesn't do so well, but anti-Semitism survives. So those are the four main periods, and we're going to focus on the medieval period. So what are the basic characteristics of medieval Jew hatred? So the first and most obvious element of medieval Jew hatred is demonic ascriptions of Jewish misanthropy. I mean, this phrase just popped in my head because it is so clear. Misanthropy, of course, means hatred of peoples, like hatred of other human beings, right? Anthropos is man, just like misogyny is hatred of women. Specifically, misanthropy means like hating people in general. And unlike what we saw in the period of xenophobia, and unlike what we saw in the period of early Christian anti-Judaism, there's this idea in medieval Jew hatred that Jews somehow hate other non-Jews so badly that they will do terrible things to them, like, God forbid, kidnap and kill their children and drink their blood. I mean, wow, that's like an asteroid of hate that suddenly lands in this puddle of, discomfort. It is such a huge and bizarre kind of argument. And the ritual murder, the idea that the Jews need to somehow, reenact the passion of Jesus by choosing a child in particular to suffer that, like, where did that come from? That's really demonic, and it's really misanthropic. It's also really connected to the devil. So the term demonic is significant here, because in the medieval period, the belief in the role of Satan in the functioning of the world becomes much more significant. Think Dante and others like that, and think this particular image, which shows Jews burning in a cauldron there of hell. The idea that if the Christians are somehow God's people, then the Jews must be, to balance it out, the devil's people. They must be somehow the mirror image. And if the Christians are associated with Jesus, the Savior of the world, the Jews must be somehow associated with the Antichrist, the destroyer of the world. And there's a large body of thought about these so-called red Jews who are somehow waiting somewhere east of the Caucasus Mountains, living inside a mountain or in some hidden area, just waiting for the Antichrist to be born and then to lead them out and to overrun all of Europe. I mean, really bizarre things that you see nowhere in an earlier forms of anti-Semitic thought. Another major characteristic is that the connection to religious antipathy is often secondary. And what I mean by this is that most of the charges, as we'll see shortly, definitely have a connection to religion, but it is often tenuous and epiphenomenal to the need to ascribe that misanthropy to the Jews. The idea that, we need an excuse to hate the Jews, so let's find some kind of bizarre story to attach to them, and we'll justify it using religion as kind of like a veneer to hold to it. And where you see that in some really interesting sort of ironic places is that the higher levels of the church were often quite opposed to popular movements of medieval Jew hatred, like the ritual murder charges. And they're saying, we're really glad you're all fired up about Jesus and everything. We want you to think about the passion, but the Jews are not killing Christian children to reenact it. The church finds itself in an uncomfortable position quite often, defending the Jews from mob violence because the mob has been kind of whipped up by this surging belief that the Jews somehow engage in these terrible activities. And it seems very clear that when you contrast it with the previous form of dominant anti-Jewish thought, logical arguments are irrelevant. In the time of theological anti-Judaism, Jews and Christians could have exchanges, could have debates, could even talk about their religious differences with a modicum of of, exchange. You see that, for example, in the Latin translation of the Bible, that, Jewish scholars of the Bible were consulted widely in order to try and, figure out what the words mean to translate into Latin. That's like so far away from what's happening in the medieval period. The theology is used to support the hatred. And the third element, which I would like to get into, but I'm going to push it off a little bit till we talk about Spain in a couple of weeks, you see anti-Talmudism appear. Basically, the Talmud is, up until the 13th century, really a closed text for Christianity. And when it is kind of like discussed as the root of Jewish misanthropy, then it receives a lot more negative attention. You see forced disputations, burnings of the Talmud, and things like that, and they tend to coalesce around this really important 13th century in particular. So these are some of the main elements that you see with medieval Jew hatred that are distinct really from previous forms. But that anti-Talmudism in particular does kind of like bleed over into the modern period, into anti-Semitism, specifically the notion that somehow the Talmud is what teaches Jews about this, supposed conspiracy and so on. Now, there are many, many other factors that feed into the growth of these noxious ideologies. One of the elements is the change in religious sensibility that begins to be evident, especially in the 13th century. The church gains significant amount of power at this time, and you'll recall when we talked about the communal center, when we talked about the communal structure of the Jewish people and the medieval economy last week, the kings often protected the Jews because of their value as generators of cash income, and the church had ideological reasons to try to hold them down. With the ascendance of the church in the 13th century in particular, and the waning of temporal power under the kings, that represents a weaker point for Jews in that regard. Secondly, we also see the negative consequences of Jewish economic activity that we spoke about a lot last week. Jewish money lending, hugely important for the medieval economy, but also something that can be deeply resented, both by the small-time customers of Jews who might be borrowing money just to get through a harvest season, and also for the more powerful nobility who might be borrowing money to, wage a war or something like that. So it's not unreasonable to imagine that a lot of the antipathy to Jews is born out of this resentment over the exploitative practices of Jewish moneylenders. That's not to say in any way that, legal behavior it somehow, allows for violence. It does speak to the inegalities of the medieval economy, and it's something that people should certainly be aware of, even for our own times. But nevertheless, it's hard to imagine that this isn't part of the emotional makeup of those who would hate Jews. Finally, one other element, which I find very fascinating, and maybe we'll have time to discuss in a little more detail at the end of tonight's talk, but the technological advances of information technology in particular, the development of woodcut technology, and eventually the printing press, and the circulation of secular propaganda, which begins to increase after the year 1000. What I mean by secular is that it's not specifically church-sponsored. Recall that for medieval people, art was, something incredibly precious. We live in an image-saturated time where we're constantly bombarded with images, and not only that, with video. But in the medieval period, people would look at something that we would consider very primitive in terms of art, and they would wonder on it. I mean, even wealthy people who could own art would not just display it; they would keep it inside cabinets, and only for important occasions would they open it up and allow people to gaze on, a little miniature piece of art. So, the cheap distribution of woodcut prints really has a significant impact, I would argue, on the kind of social media spread of these ideas. I feel constrained to say this to everybody, even though it should be patently obvious. The charges of ritual murder and the related blood libel are entirely false. Right? There is no basis to the idea that the organized Jewish communities, for whatever bizarre reason, God forbid, kidnap children and abused and murdered them and then consumed their blood. This is an entire fabrication of the twisted medieval mind, and sadly it has been an enduring myth that has continued up until the present day all around the world. And despite being disproved so many times, it nevertheless has that kind of staying power that that gives it an unusual lease on life. It represents a dramatic escalation in the violent tenor of anti-Semitic rhetoric, and it remains so to this very day. Here's a map that shows you how the blood libel spread throughout Europe. Let me clarify for a second. The term ritual murder emerges out of the very first one of these charges, which occurred in 1144 in Norwich, England. And in that particular story, in which a young child was found murdered and the Jews were blamed for it, there was no suggestion of the consumption of blood. There was rather the idea that the reason he was murdered was because the Jews wanted to reenact the Passion of Jesus. They wanted to go through the crucifixion once again. Later, other elements were added to these stories, and most specifically and most powerfully, the idea that part of that ritual murder was that the Jews needed to drain the blood from this child, which then they would use for nefarious purposes. So they're often lumped together, ritual murder and the blood libel or the blood accusation. Here you can see in this very useful map, which comes from Encyclopedia Judaica, the number of the century. So Norwich there has the first in 1144. Lines underneath the digit indicate that multiple charges were laid in that century. So there in London, there was one in the 12th and two in the 13th century. And then from England, it's exported to the continent. And in particular, in Germany and North Italy, you see a lot of it happening over the 13th, 14th, 15th century. And then it moves even further east out through Poland in particular, the Czech lands, Hungary, and all the way out into Russia and Ukraine. And as you can see, the round numbers indicate 19th and 20th century blood libels that continue to even our own times. Here is an illustration actually in a church. It's I believe some kind of wall painting in Norfolk, England, that shows the young William who is being tortured by Jews. You notice that he has a halo around his head indicating that he's acquired holiness. And in fact, many of the children who were associated with these blood libels and ritual murders were venerated. Their relics were preserved and were the site of quite a bit of religious pilgrimage and so on. And as we shall see, sometimes even beatified. And you can see the Jew wearing the red hat on the right is piercing the side of the child, which is an obvious echo of Jesus's wounds as well. What is definitely not correct in this representation is that when William of Norfolk's body, he was 12 years old, was found murdered and strangled, there's a specific reference that he was found wearing a jacket and shoes. And some scholars who have studied this very first ritual murder accusation suggest that the specific reference to the jacket and shoes suggests that he was not wearing pants, that he was in fact sexually assaulted and then strangled thereafter. To the degree to which we are able to reconstruct what happened, it appears that this unfortunate young child was accosted by a pedophile who abused him and then murdered him. And then after the body was found, a hue and cry rose up of legitimate righteous anger for this horrible crime against this child, and people were looking for a scapegoat. And the Jews, who had only been in Norwich for about 9 years when this occurred, they were the most likely people to be blamed. And so what followed was actually a defense of the Jews by the secular authorities, but the story would not die down, and later there was public violence, as we shall see happens frequently in the context of these. Now, this is really the beginning of the ritual murder blood libel charge in 1144, but there are ironically some ancient parallels. The historian Josephus rebuts an argument by an early anti-Semite named Appian, who suggested that Jews kidnap and murder a Greek child, right, as in a Hellenistic period, a Greek child as part of their religion, and kill him and so on. But there seems to be no connection between what Appian had to say back then and what happens 1,000 years later. We also see, ironically, that early Christians were accused of killing children for religious purposes. Tertullian, one of the church fathers in the 2nd century, complains about the way in which the Christians are being abused with this slander. And this is, of course, before Christianity becomes a state religion or has any power to speak of. So it is it's a bizarre kind of thing. There are even examples of this in other cultures, but nothing with the kind of enduring imaginary power that the ritual murder and blood libel charges have been for Jews. William of Norwich is where we start our story. Now, what are the basic elements? As I've already mentioned, there's typically a child involved who is unfortunately murdered, and then a story regarding the cause of his death involving the Jews circulates in society. This is a famous woodcut depicting the martyrdom of a young boy named Simon in the city of Trent. And as you can see, I've actually omitted the bottom part, which has kind of like the text that explains what's going on in the images, but all of the Jews here are clearly marked with the ruel, with the round symbol that was used to identify them as Jews. Very useful thing in art history. One of them on the left has the Judenhut, the Jewish horned hat that was also used in art to depict Jews. And of course, at the center of the image is the young Simon being tortured by the Jews, and his blood is being retrieved in that pan at the bottom that represents the blood libel. Common elements. They usually happen around Easter or Passover time for several reasons. The most obvious being that Easter is, of course, the time of the Christian religious calendar that commemorates the crucifixion, death, and resurrection of Jesus. And so the idea that this is so important for Christians, it must also be really important for Jews. And therefore, the ascription that the Jews must be paying attention to this, and they might want to also reenact this particular event. Remember also that Easter typically falls around the same time as Passover. Actually, up until the 4th century, it was exactly the same time. But the Jews are engaged in all kinds of unusual behavior during Passover, right? Because it has this massive house cleaning time where you have to get rid of all leavened products, and you have to bake fresh, ritual foods, the matzah in particular. And so the Jews are running around doing these strange things, and Christians may wonder, why are they so wrapped up about this? And in particular, the requirement that every Jew have 4 cups of wine on Passover. And so the idea that they have to have this red wine in particular, was something that piqued the Christian imagination in the medieval world. So much so that the commentator on the Code of Jewish Law, Rabbi Moshe Isserles, the Ramah, writes that if you live in a place where blood libels are frequent, you do not have to drink red wine on Passover. Drink white wine so that there will be less suspicion that there's something in the wine that is somehow, related to Christian blood, which is, of course, as I mentioned at the beginning, completely absurd. Jews are actually forbidden to consume any blood. And one of the big processes in making meat kosher is that it has to be properly salted and drained so that there is no blood consumed. So it's just another one of the fantastic elements of this particular story. Fantastic in the sense of fantasy rather than the sense of great. The imitation of the Passion, as I mentioned, as you can see here, Simon is, of course, held in a cruciform position as well. The use of blood. Now, what was the blood for? So when you look over the centuries as this libel developed, there are all kinds of fanciful things associated with it. There was a widespread belief that Jews had an unusual stench, the Feuter Judaeus, and that the only way to remove it was to consume or even bathe in Christian blood. Another argument was that Jewish women and men menstruated, and they needed to replace their iron loss by drinking Christian blood. It was regarded as an aphrodisiac, and in fact, there's some remarkable, references to Christians seeking out some of this aphrodisiac or fertility drug from Jews, saying, we won't tell anyone. Can we please have some of this Christian blood? Which, I can only imagine what it would be like to be approached with that kind of request. And various and sundry other purposes associated with the blood, whatever the imagination could tolerate. Circumcision of the young child is also very common, as you see also in this example with Simon of Trent, because, of course, Christians would not be circumcised. But since this is supposed to be an imitation of the Passion, and Jesus was, of course, circumcised, and actually his circumcision date was celebrated on the Christian calendar for much of the medieval period, which was 8 days after Christmas. So the young child would be circumcised as well, and that was part of the gory litany of the description that occurs in so many of these cases. There's often an apostate informer involved, meaning that somehow there is a Jew who converts to Christianity, who often will reveal the secrets of what's going on in the Jewish community, even though they are complete fabrications. And this is contributes to the tremendous hostility that the Jewish liturgy bears to such informers, because you can have a Jewish community just trucking along, just minding their own business, and some Christian, new Christian, some Jew who had converted to Christianity could go up to the church or to one of the nobles and say, hey, my former community are plotting to murder a child, to kidnap a child. They don't even need to have the actual body of the child itself to say that a crime is committed in order to rise up these horrible passions and to wreak havoc on the community. So these are kind of some of the major elements that you often see. As I said earlier, the church reaction was mixed. In general, the higher levels of the church, including the popes, frequently intervened at Jewish request to quell the popular sentiment associated with ritual murders and blood libels. That they issued bulls, they issued declarations saying, no, it's not true. Jews do not drink blood. They don't kill Christian children. They don't do these things. But on the other hand, the community, the laity as a whole, and much of the lower clergy that were frequently illiterate themselves and couldn't even read the bulls if it was handed to them, these things had a kind of a momentum of their own. And so frequently the popular surge of anger and the subsequent desire to venerate these child victims who were probably murdered by local sex offenders whose identity went unknown for centuries. The church has to try and placate the need of the community to mark the passing of these children who died in such horrible ways. So it's an unusual kind of moment for the church, as we shall see. In the case of Simon of Trent, this is another representation of him that we see in this the woodcut. He was beatified but not canonized, which I don't know exactly what the difference is in Catholic theology, but he reached a certain level of Christian veneration, but he did not reach the top level. He did not reach sainthood and so on, even though there are hundreds of miracles that are somehow associated with Simon of Trent after the murder in the 15th century. He was only removed from the official martyrology of the Roman Catholic Church in 1965 in association with Vatican II and the reforms that happened after the Holocaust. So it's very hard for the church to kind of as a massive cruise ship, it's very hard to kind of change directions once it has been moving in one direction for a long time. Now, regarding the persistence of this very noxious myth, we've already seen how it has spread, all across Europe and moving from west to east. We see some really dramatic 20th century cases, including an abortive case even here in New York State, where a child disappeared for about 24 hours. She got lost in the forest, and then she found her way out. But the local police in the 1920s actually went and questioned the rabbi of Messina, New York, saying, did you guys kidnap this child for ritual murder purposes, right? That's 20th century New York, United States of America. So it has incredible, staying power with the modern imagination. Fortunately, the child found her way out of the forest, and the whole thing blew over, and the rabbi registered his deep dissatisfaction with the police department that they would even think that they should go to the rabbi and say, where's the child you kidnapped? At any rate, one of the more famous blood libel cases in 1911, the Russian government prosecuted one Mendel Bayless. This is a drawing from the trial for the murder of a young child. And after 2 years of an internationally watched trial, because this is the 20th century, and all other governments in the Western world had clearly distanced themselves from these medieval beliefs, they watched with incredulity that this modern Russian Empire would actually prosecute this guy for such a ridiculous charge. In the end, after 2 years of deliberation and an argument, they were not able to convince a jury of Ukrainian peasants that Bayless was guilty of the crime, and he was released. More significantly, however, the Nazis, of course, made great use of the ritual murder charge. This is their pornographic magazine, Der Stürmer, the Stormtrooper. And you can see in big red letters here in this 1934 edition, the Jewish murder plan against non-Jews and so on. And you can see the picture here with all these children hung upside down, and there's demonic-looking Jews catching the blood in a pan, very much like we saw with Simon of Trent. So the Nazis definitely were very reliant on the idea of the blood libel. And finally, most disturbingly, this is a painting by a very talented Italian realist painter named Giovanni Gasparo, who literally in 2020, that's the 21st century, painted this modern impression of the murder of Simon of Trent, who we've seen a couple of times so far, with obvious anti-Semitic iconography, and this is in our very own time. Absolutely astounding that we are still here with this incredible and audacious lie, but there it is. The host desecration is a little bit of a twist on the ritual murder blood libel charge. It develops roughly the same period of time, but especially towards the 13th century for reasons that we will discuss right now. The false charge of host desecration, I have to say false, because I know once I put this recording on the internet, people will say, oh, there you go, it happened. It is, again, totally false. Jews were charged with this, but Jews did not do these things that they are charged with. It is one of these bizarre creations of the medieval mind that unfortunately had extremely untoward circumstances. So what exactly is going on here? In Catholic ritual, and I certainly can't claim to be an expert on this, in the ritual known as communion, believing Catholics under certain circumstances are invited to partake in eating a small wafer. In the Eastern Church, it's like a cube of bread that represents, on a level which is considered higher than symbolic, the actual body of Jesus. The wafer, which is called the host, represents Jesus in a very important way, particularly after the Fourth Lateran Council of 1215, which confirmed this idea known as transubstantiation, that somehow the wafer inheres the body of Jesus in a mysterious way, which is beyond the scope of our discussion. But what's important for us is, in the Christian mind, in the Catholic mind of the 13th century and onward in particular, the idea is that eating this a wafer represents a holy act because the wafer itself is the body of Jesus. So the logic of the host desecration charge is that if Jews are misanthropic and want to, reenact the Passion, then certainly they would want to kidnap the actual body of Christ, which is inherent in this host wafer. And so this expansive charge of host wafer desecration spreads across Europe. I'm going to show you one kind of like cartoon broadsheet that shows the whole story of a typical host desecration that is fairly accurate. This is actually from Passau in the 15th century. And the elements behind it are very similar one to the other. There's typically, in this case, a Christian accomplice. You'll recall when we talked about blood libel, there's often a Jewish informer involved. So now we have a Christian who is a traitor. And you can see him here on the left. He's gone into the church. And as he surreptitiously scoops the wafers, which are like those round things on the table there, into his bag as he looks over his shoulder to see if anyone's watching him. So he steals the host from the church. And in the right panel, he goes to the Jews who are so marked by the ruel. You can see that they're clearly identified by the artist as Jews, who offer him money in exchange for these wafers. Then the Jews take the wafers back to their synagogue in a box, and they torture them in the synagogue. You see there, they've got kind of like the shulchan, the ritual table, upon which the Torah is read in a typical synagogue, and the artist is clearly Christian, or at least Hebrew illiterate, because the Ten Commandments in the background there, it's clearly not Hebrew, that's just gibberish, but meant to sort of evoke a vaguely Hebraic look. While they stab the host with knives, the host miraculously bleeds, supporting the notion that it is somehow, actually the body of Jesus. Then there is a knock at the door when the authorities say, hey, what's going on in there? And so the Jews scoop up the wafers and they try to get rid of the evidence on the right panel by throwing the wafers into the furnace. Inside the flames, a miraculous image of a child appears, and doves fly out of the smoke where they are caught by waiting angels. Like all of these stories of miraculous events associated with the wafer really buttress belief in transubstantiation, and that represents another variable with regards to the church's ambiguity towards these stories. The Jews are discovered. The authorities come in. They cut heads off. They torture the Jews. They set them on fire, and they take away the Christian accomplice to be tortured as well, and then the synagogue is rededicated as a church. So these last couple of panels, unfortunately, have a lot more historical basis and historicity than the previous panels, but that's essentially the typical story of a host desecration as it is charged in the population. Of course, the Jews have negative motivation to do any of these things. They want to stay far away from the host for the fear that this kind of violence would erupt. Now, in terms of the relationship of the church to the host desecrations, you can see here this map also taken from the Encyclopedia Judaica, which depicts the spread of the host desecration charge. It's interesting because on the one hand, in many Catholic areas, the host desecration story really kind of lends a kind of backward, strange support to the whole doctrine of transubstantiation, which was met with some skepticism in Europe. France and especially Italy, however, seem to have largely escaped host desecration stories, and many scholars point to the specific intervention of the popes who tried to put a lid on these kind of violent eruptions that could easily spin out of control, these kind of popular upsurges of religious fervor that turned into violence that had really no connection to Catholic doctrine. The idea of transubstantiation, yes. The idea that the Jews need to then torture the host, definitely not. So the absence from Italy is especially notable, but as you can see, it spreads quite a bit through East Central Europe. One of the things that might actually contribute to its spread is this noted phenomenon, which has actually been reproduced in labs today, that there's actually a kind of a mold called Micrococcus prodigiosus that can grow on the specific types of wafers that were commonly used in parts of Europe. And it looks a little bit like blood, right? Like dried blood on the wafers. And so you can imagine that, they're holding these wafers in often sealed boxes, very humid. And then this mold, if it gets in there, it makes all of the wafers develop this reddish kind of like growth on it. And then when the priest opens it up and sees that they're red like blood, then this can actually contribute to the idea that maybe they were somehow attacked by the Jews. And in some cases, these moldy wafers were actually venerated as demonstrations of the holiness of the wafers. You can see in this particular image, for example. The host desecration myth has a tremendous hold on the medieval mind, but unlike the blood libel, it does not survive into the 18th and 19th century anything like the same degree of popularity. I would argue that this probably has a lot to do with the general decline in religious fervor in general in the modern period, that it takes a lot more inner credulity to believe the whole story than to believe the ritual murder and the blood libel charge, and that could have something to do with the failure of this to continue. Nevertheless, it still has a strong impact, and in many cases, the blood libel, the host desecration charges that we see actually result in massacres of Jews and of expulsions. And what's especially fascinating is that, the ritual murder and blood libel charges were also absurd, but in those cases, there was a body, there was a child who was, God forbid, the victim of a crime. In the case of the host desecration, what crime was committed? I mean, it's entirely imaginary, and nevertheless, it still, speaks to the nature of humanity, that people will believe these most bizarre things and commit tremendous atrocities against their neighbors for the slightest of causes. Now, moving to the 20th century, I just want to give you a kind of a chilling example when the host desecration myth does make it to the 20th century. This is a banknote that was issued in the 1920s. I believe it was 1922 in Germany. At that time, Germany was suffering from incredible hyperinflation as a result of the crises following World War I, the economic crises. And so they issued local municipal currency, which was called at the time Notgeld, or necessity currency. And if you can imagine, like, let's say God forbid, the American dollar failed and lost its value. So, New York City might issue its own currency so that it would, hopefully keep inflation at a reasonable level. And Los Angeles would have a different currency, and so on. So that's what Notgeld was intended for. And we actually have lots and lots of examples of this in the early 1920s. Frequently, they have anti-Semitic artwork on their currency. Can you imagine sending your child out to get a gallon of milk, and you say, "Here, kid," and there's an anti-Semitic caricature right there on the image. So this particular note, which was issued in actually a series of notes, shows a 15th century host desecration 500 years later in the 20th century. Here you see on the left, there's the Christian accomplice. In this case, he appears to be some kind of monk who is selling the host, which is glowing, to the Jews there with very ugly physiognomy. And then in another example, here are the Jews gathered around their Passover table. And on one side, they're eating the Seder. On the other side, they are torturing the host, right? Causing it to bleed. And then, of course, the element that is inevitable when you have these host desecrations, the Jews are then burned alive in this grotesque and horrible manner. Just shows you the horrific nature of this anti-Semitism and how painful it is to see that it even appears in the 20th century. Okay, so that wraps up this very difficult series of short lectures. And next week we're going to go back to a more social history, specifically with the history of Jewish women. Jewish women in the medieval period. We're going to be painting in fairly broad strokes. I'm going to kind of limit our discussion primarily to the High Middle Ages, let's say about the year 1000 to about the year 1300. But I am going to think about both the Islamic sphere of influence as well as the Christian sphere of influence, because as we shall see, some rather distinct differences exist between those two areas when it comes to the history of women in particular. One of the most challenging aspects of this important area of Jewish history, which is vastly understudied, is the lack of explicit women's voices from the medieval period. And in fact, they're not so numerous in the ancient or the modern period either, until you get to the contemporary period, where we're trying to figure out history by looking at things sideways, by trying to use our peripheral vision based on what little bits of data we have. So let's just take a second to have an overview of what are the major sources of information that we can use to understand medieval Jewish history for women in this period. So first of all, the responsa literature. As you will recall, when we were discussing the Babylonian centers and earlier, one of the major areas of Jewish legal activity is the so-called she'elot u'tshuvot literature, literally questions and answers, where there will be some legal question, often a real brain teaser, a difficult one, and it will be set to writing typically and sent to a great rabbi to answer. In some cases, it will be delivered orally, but the rabbi will later compose an answer. So it's really teshuvot literature, because the answer is the part that is mainly preserved in the historical record. Sometimes the question is reduced to just a little couple of lines at the very beginning of the teshuvah. So there are a couple of, what is this Teshuvah literature all about, this responsive literature all about? Anything dealing with the scope of human experience that has implications in Jewish law. A person wants to know, is this kind of chicken kosher? Can I do this on the Sabbath? And much more complicated monetary and personal status issues come to the rabbis. The rabbis record an answer, and that later becomes a precedent that is cited by later rabbis as they try to determine the halakha, the decision of Jewish law in a case. So there's a couple of difficulties with using responsive literature to understand women's history. The first is, of course, it's not written by women at all. This is an entirely male area of activity. There are precious few, just sort of like echoes of what women might have actually thought about the process that is being discussed by rabbis that affects them in a very, significant way. So it's entirely from a male perspective, what to do about this or that particular situation. We're going to discuss a few common types of situations. They deal with things like personal status, legitimacy in Jewish law, the legitimacy of a marriage, the dissolution of a marriage, and the appropriate distribution of resources from the marriage, assets from the marriage, all discussed by rabbis. So one problem is it's entirely male in its focus, in its genesis. The second is that it's entirely rabbinic in its focus, right? It's not just that we're having like a perspective of what all men think about these particular problems. We're talking about a particular class of men whose interests are sometimes deeply wrapped up in the questions that will be asked. For example, in the 12th century in particular, rabbis got much more involved in matchmaking than ever before. Matchmaking is fairly lucrative because when you set up a match, the custom is that if the match is successful, the parents of the bride and groom give the matchmaker a reward, which can be, in contemporary terms, thousands of dollars. So when the rabbis got involved, suddenly their personal interests were financially linked to the answers that they might have to give. Maybe we'll get to that again a little bit later. So first problem is it's male. Second problem is it's rabbinic. And both of those are like little kind of like, telescope views into the society. And the third problem is that the responsive literature basically only deals with problems. It only deals with there's an unusual situation that provokes a crisis that cannot be easily resolved by a local population or even a local rabbi. And so we learn about exceptional cases from the responsive literature, about something special or especially untoward occurring. How do you react to this? It's kind of like, trying to determine life and wellness guide by only looking at people with illnesses, right? Avoid this, avoid that, avoid that. What do you do to try to promote your health? That kind of thing. So the responsive literature is intrinsically distorted for those reasons, but nevertheless, even with those limitations, we do get a sense quite often of what must have been the prevailing norm against which this particular situation took place. For example, in the case of a husband who takes a second wife without his wife's permission, you may see in the responsive literature, you may see a passage like the woman immediately wrote to the husband saying that she demands the penalty that has been customary in her land for the last 100 years. So all of a sudden we know, there is some kind of customary demand that may be placed on a husband who illegally takes a second wife, this kind of thing. But that's one of the major sources for our understanding of women in the medieval period is essentially the backdrop of the responsive literature. We also have another major source of information, which is still overwhelmingly male in authorship, but we do hear women's voices kind of peeking through the veil more and more. And this is the massive trove of Geniza documents. You'll recall the Geniza is this huge collection of medieval scraps of paper, really, refuse, not just paper, also papyrus, also parchment, things like that, but things that Jews didn't want to throw away in the neighborhood of Cairo. And for some 500 years, they were piling these up in the attic of this particular synagogue. And when they were discovered in the 19th century, they suddenly gave us a massive and really rich view of how Jews live, primarily in Egypt and in the Mediterranean basin, the eastern part of the Mediterranean. It tends to be, lopsided towards the Islamic environment. Doesn't tell us a lot about the much smaller populations in Northern Europe, the Ashkenazim, but nevertheless, it does give us a much more rich variety of sources other than responsa literature, which is also reproduced in the Geniza documents. We have a lot of documents that may have been dictated by women to scribes. I happen to see in Judith Baskin's very important collection of essays on Jewish women historical perspective that was published, I think, about 20 odd years ago, a little bit later than that, a little earlier than that even, where she says, to date, no woman's voice has clearly identified in any Geniza document. I'm not sure that's still true today, but nevertheless, it's certainly true that the vast majority of those documents are absolutely male in authorship. Still, the Geniza documents tell us more about failed business arrangements, tell us more about contracts that were normal, tossed in the Geniza when they're no longer necessary, and personal correspondence, and all kinds of functional and dysfunctional family information. So that's a really important source as well. Then we have an unusual source, martyrologies. This is much more important for the Ashkenazic lands, where it became, especially after the Crusades, a kind of a literary genre for authors to commemorate the martyrs of various massacres. And quite often, the martyrologies give us information not only on specific individuals, very tragic stories of how they died, sometimes very heroically, women also playing a very large role in their refusal to give in to the will of crusaders, for example. But also sometimes you can get some demographic data, like you can make some pretty good guesses at typical family size. You can get some sense of how naming patterns, and whether people name their children after Hebraic sources or after non-Jewish sources. All kinds of interesting things that you can derive from the martyrologies as well. And finally, the ethical literature, which, there's a lot of religious literature that falls into this category, but primus inter pares, one of the most important of which is clearly the very important 12th century source, which we discussed also in the context of the Crusades, the Sefer Hasidim, which is a remarkable document that includes a lot of fascinating discussion of exhortations for ethical behavior primarily, but also includes fables and stories that were circulating and things like that. And there's a lot of discussion of women in the Sefer Hasidim. Women are part and parcel of many of the commentaries in the Bible and other passages that are widely studied in this era, and seeing how they were written, or sometimes how they were not written, also give us some insight into how women were viewed and their role in society in the medieval period. We will talk a little bit later about Rashi, who was especially fascinating, not only for what he said about women, which we'll get to, God willing, but by what he did not say about women. It is fascinating to note that in his commentary on the Bible, very widely read, one of the major functions of Rashi is he connects the text of the written Torah, the actual 5 books of Moses, to the much larger oral Torah, the Midrash in particular, the Talmud, and so on. And he will frequently cite Midrashim that refer to women, but he tends to not cite and not include in his commentary midrashim that may have read as derogatory to women in any way. So his editing tells us a little bit about his personality, which is confirmed in many ways by some of the things that he actively wrote rather than his editing alone. He was, of course, famously the daughter of 3, perhaps 4 daughters who married very well. His sons-in-law were all scholars and so on, and more about that later. So we don't have like autobiographies of women from the medieval period until we get till the 17th century, really, with the remarkable Gutkel of Hammond. We really don't have, a definitive and substantive account of a woman's life by a woman. But we have all of these other kind of ancillary peripheral things that give us some sense of how we can construct the woman's experience of the world in the medieval period. So let's think for just a second about her legal status. And much of this is informed by the earlier Talmudic tradition, where you do have texts that form the basis of Jewish law, of halakha, from the ancient period. But we do see from time to time sort of like adaptations of these texts, the Mishnah and the Talmud in particular, for specific reasons or particular places and times. And those areas of tension between contemporary practice or desire and the halakha, seeing how those are resolved is often quite fascinating. I think one of the most important areas which is relevant to our study of Jewish women is the writings of Rabbeinu Gershom, who was a very important Ashkenazic rabbi known as Meor HaGola, the light of the exile, and his years are roughly 960 to 1040. There is quite a bit of scholarly dispute over how widely accepted his bans were, the takanot, so to speak, decrees of Rabbeinu Gershom, and how quickly they were adopted. But that area of discussion of what was his level of authority, it becomes moot, because by the time you get to the 13th and 14th century, it's widely understood in Ashkenazic lands as being the law of the land. Everybody behaves according to the laws of Rabbeinu Gershom, less so in Islamic culture. But what exactly did he have to say, and why was it so important for women? Among the many takanot that he enacted was a ban on polygamy. Polygamy, of course, is the very common biblical practice of men marrying more than one woman, singular. Men marrying more than one woman. You look at the patriarchs, Abraham with Sarah and Hagar, and of course Yaakov marrying 2 wives and 2 handmaidens and so on. And this was widespread practice, particularly in Muslim lands right up until the 11th century and beyond, in fact. In Christian lands, however, there is a decided tendency to restrict Jews' behavior to monogamy. And Jews seem to have sort of self-censored their behavior in that regard as well. So one of the scholarly debates is, was Rabbeinu Gershom initiating a big change, or rather kind of confirming a change that had already taken place? One of the areas where we see this play out in real time is in Spain in the 11th and especially the 12th century, where even the areas that are now Christian, as per the Reconquista, there are some hesitancies to accept the ban on polygamy that Rabbeinu Gershom Ner Hagola had put in place. Nevertheless, there's no question that the Ashkenazic lands in Europe under Christian culture are steadily moving in the direction of exclusive monogamy, whereas in the Muslim lands in the southern Mediterranean, the Guinness documents indicate very commonly that there is no such strong movement towards monogamy, and polygamy is still very, very common. There are lots of economic attachments to polygamy, such as the need to set up two separate households. It can only really be effected with a man of means, and the occasion for polygamy becomes rather restricted to a specific class of individuals, and we're going to discuss them in the next few moments. Rabbeinu Gershom also put in place, incidentally, a lot of other bans which are not as widely appreciated, but I think quite fascinating. One that I really should say, really important before I talk about the minor ones. Besides the ban on polygamy, he strengthened a lot of the protections for women in divorce law, such as, for example, he instituted a ban on divorcing a woman against her will. She had to ultimately consent to the marriage, to the divorce, just as she had consented to the marriage. And part of the reason for the scholars' dispute, but it may have to do with some of the contingencies of long-distance travel, and I'm going to push that off to the next slide as well. But in terms of his minor bans, or I think they're very important, but nevertheless not as well known, he placed a ban on reading other people's correspondence. So if you get a letter that is not addressed to you, and you open it up and read it, you're actually, ignoring the ban of Rabbeinu Gershom. And it's a very, very serious thing, the so-called cherem. And we use the term ban, but really it means kind of like an excommunication, where a person who would be in violation of the ban would suffer huge social ostracism and other consequences as a result. It's a really interesting phenomenon. The ban of Rabbeinu Gershom is widely cited nowadays with regard to electronic communications, like to what degree are texts and tweets and emails private, and is the metadata, the information on the outside of the envelope, private? Can it be used in an employment dispute? All kinds of things. Fascinating stuff. Okay, so we see there's a big shift here happening in the legal status of women, specifically with regards to marriage, that in the Ashkenazic lands, more of a trend towards the Christian norm of monogamy, and in the Muslim lands, less of a phenomenon, and also some greater stringency put in place to protect women in marriage. Let's return to that. I would like to also point out, though, that in this context, women are, overall legal status of women in traditional Jewish society is not identical to that of men. There are some areas, limited, where women have priority and preferential privilege, like, for example, when it comes to impoverishment. If a woman and her brother are both impoverished, it is incumbent upon the brother, the male, to go knocking on doors to find charity rather than his sister. This is because the Talmud recognizes the greater level of embarrassment that a woman would feel to beg than a man would. That's the traditional justification for it. But in most other areas of life, it is reasonable to say that men have a preferential advantage for a whole host of justifications. That's beyond our discussion right now. One of those areas that is related to all the others is, of course, education. It seems it's remarkable that Jewish men in the medieval period had a very high level of literacy. Men were expected to at least be able to manage basic ritual competency in synagogue, which meant they had to be able to at least sound out the letters in the prayer book, and they should have a rudimentary understanding of what it is they are reading. The levels of literacy that we have today in the 21st century are, of course, far higher than anything imagined in the medieval period, but it's fair to say that men had pretty much universal literacy in at least one language. It may not be Hebrew, it may have been Yiddish or Judeo-Arabic, but they would be able to actually write and read in at least one language, and chances are they had at least some fluency in Hebrew. Hebrew was generally no longer used as the basic language of communication. Jews overwhelmingly used the vernacular, just like I'm speaking to you in almost American English today. But they would have at least literacy in that language. Hebrew was reserved really for the language of prayer and the language of scholarship. So much more educated people could communicate in Hebrew much more easily. And of course, Arabic is much more closely related to Hebrew than any of the Germanic languages, including Yiddish. So Jews in the Islamic areas had a little bit of an advantage in that regard. Now, what about women? Once again, we have very limited data to give us a sense of how literate women would have been. But if I can speak in generalities, it seems clear that the advantage that men had, Jewish men, over non-Jews in literacy was roughly replicated by the advantage that Jewish women had over non-Jewish women in literacy, perhaps to the same or even a greater degree. That's not to say that women were as literate as men were, that Jewish women were as literate as Jewish men were, but that on the whole, Jewish women would have had a much higher level of literacy than the surrounding non-Jewish population. Much less so in Hebrew. Much more likely to have literacy in the vernacular. But let us recall that many of these vernaculars didn't even have widely known alphabets at the time. That, people, Yiddish is essentially basically a German dialect with lots of borrowed terms from Hebrew, Aramaic, Slavic languages, French, and so on. But it is written in Hebrew characters because Hebrew characters are the ones that Jews know. And so even Jewish women would have had a much better chance of knowing Judeo-Arabic because they would have been speaking Arabic and writing it in Hebrew characters with lots of borrowed Hebrew terms and things like that. So women had at least a stronger literacy than the surrounding population. They probably had a level of numeracy as well. Again, piecing together the little bits of data that we have and speaking in broad generalizations, it appears that women typically had a very early rudimentary level of education that was truncated even before men's was truncated, primarily because of economic pressures, that men were expected, once they reached the age at which they could do any kind of work, the vast majority of them, their formal education stopped. So that might be, they might have been 11, 12 years old, and then they're essentially doing work or apprenticing or something like that. And for women, that age might have been 9 or 8. So they have something, but not nearly as much. Part of the reason for this, besides the sociological and anthropological differences in the experience of women's lives in general, is a Talmudic perspective, a very fascinating discussion that seems to me is in Tractate Sota. Yeah, absolutely, it's in Tractate Sota, where there is a discussion about how much education should a woman receive. And there's a dispute basically between two rabbis. The one rabbi argues, and maybe I'll take a minute just to explain this to you. It's a little bit complicated, but basically, if you're familiar with the book of Numbers, in, I think it's chapter 5, there's a discussion of the punishment that befalls a woman suspected of adultery. She's brought to the temple, formally accused. Again, her adulterous past is not confirmed. She's suspected by her husband, who jealously brings her to the temple. And she has kind of like a challenge at the temple. If she maintains her innocence, then she drinks this special potion, which consists of some special water drawn from a particular source, and it has a bit of the name of God from a parchment ground up into it. And she drinks this potion, the Mei Sota, and if she is innocent, then she gets all kinds of additional protections and blessings and so on, and her husband is censured for putting her through this. And on the other hand, if she is guilty, then she dies a horrible death. Now, the Talmud says that that horrible death part doesn't happen right then and there. It happens after all of her merits are used up. They're expunged, as it were. So let's say, for example, she volunteered at the Sisterhood bake sale, so she would get an extra 6 months before the horrible death caught up with her. And the more good deeds that she did, the longer she would stretch out her lifespan. So one of the rabbis in the Talmud, getting back to the Tractate Sota, says, oh, so there you go. So we should therefore teach our daughters Torah, because that will extend their lives if they're ever accused by their husbands falsely of adulterous behavior. Another rabbi says, are you crazy? You are teaching young women, kind of like an end around the whole system. You're teaching them Torah in order to allow them to be suspected of adulterous behavior. Why are they getting in that situation at all? And the bulk of the rabbinic opinion for much of the Middle Ages leaned towards the second opinion, which looked with disfavor on formal education of women in Torah. That obviously had to meet certain boundaries, and the rabbis said, no, they definitely have to learn, women definitely have to learn, what they need to comport themselves as appropriate Jewish women. They need to know the laws of keeping kosher, for example, to maintain the family kitchen and, many other areas like this. But pure theoretical Torah, particularly Talmud, the bulk of rabbinic opinion shied away from it based on the second opinion in the Talmud. In the modern era, when we get to the late 19th, especially the middle of the 20th century, there's some interesting rabbinic opinions that go back and revisit that question, but obviously that's not for us today. Within this context, however, it's not like the Talmud says absolutely full stop, a woman may not learn Torah. It is one opinion among many that suggests that it's not advisable. But what that means is you have throughout medieval history and into the modern era, numerous exceptional women who, primarily because of their birth, they tend to be associated with scholarly families. I mentioned the daughters of Rashi, for example, who are privileged primarily because of the intellectual, spiritual nature of the family in which they are raised, to nevertheless achieve much greater levels of literacy and of familiarity with the tradition. We will even see, as we get a little bit later into the medieval period, actually the early modern period, where there are women who are Roshei Yeshiva, who actually set up Talmud schools for men and teach Talmud sometimes behind the mechitza, behind the ritual barrier that separates men and women. Really amazing women that defy the norm that is more common for medieval society. But as I mentioned, these are exceptional women. The vast majority of them we don't know a lot about, and it appears that their general educational level is much lower than men's are. That's not a surprising kind of thing given the overall environment, but it would be fair to say that women are probably more educated than their non-Jewish peers of this time. So that kind of gives you a quick overview of some of the important elements of the Jewish women's experience. I'd like to look a little more closely at their role in the Jewish family and explore some of those issues, like how bigamy affects Rabbi Gershom's ban and so on, and East-West differences, and especially look at divorce law. One of the most unusual aspects of the medieval Jewish experience which in many ways was replicated right up until like the 18th century, was in Ashkenazic lands a really young age of marriage. According to the Talmud, a woman may not be married against her will, and that means she has to reach the age of majority, which is basically 12 years old. And that is in itself a ridiculously young age by 21st century standards, but not at all in the medieval period. It is associated, of course, with puberty and the possibility of starting a family and so on. But there's a pronounced tendency that we seem to see in Ashkenazic lands in particular to marry girls off even younger than them. Sometimes married to men who are not much older than they. In Islamic lands, sometimes quite a bit older than they. There's a lot of interesting scholarship on why this may have been the case. Part of the reason seems to be competition. Let us not forget that Ashkenazic lands in the High Middle Ages still had really small populations. We're talking about communities that might have had 40 families, 50 families, sometimes even less in some of the larger communities. And so seeking an appropriate marriage partner, and by appropriate, I'm talking about class and wealth and family background in general, it can be a very challenging thing. And so the competition for spouses was so intense that the age of marriage tended to drop. And by the way, it tended to drop from the limited evidence we have. It tended to drop in the higher classes more than in the lower classes. This could be because the higher classes, were more focused on the idea of finding a match of their same social class, with a desire to try and contain resources within the family. So rather than marrying a wealthy boy to a poor girl and then essentially dissipating the family wealth, marrying a wealthy boy to a wealthy girl meant that they, can consolidate their wealth, keep it within the family. Whereas less wealthy families might have actually needed the work product of the young man and the young woman a little bit longer than they could to marry them off at a younger age. It's also important to note, however, that the actual marriage ceremony in Judaism technically consists of two distinct phases. The first is what we might call betrothal or engagement, which, as the Talmud puts it, is fully binding on both parties and is completely marriage, with the exception that they do not live together. And then sometime later, you would have the actual marriage ceremony, which is celebrated under the canopy and so on. In Talmudic times, there was a gap between those two ceremonies, which was usually attributed to things like the necessity of pulling together the dowry, which is a very expensive endeavor to provide a young woman with a dowry to be able to essentially set up her home was a potentially crippling economic event for a family. On the husband's side was not at all the same thing. It was a much more moderate affair to give the so-called bride price, so it was not equivalent in terms. So the Talmud says that these two events were traditionally separated by time to allow families to accumulate the assets to be able to support the young couple. But there are other reasons as well that are adduced by historians. Fear of mortality, for example. Infant mortality is very high, child mortality very high in the Middle Ages, and a concern that, if we don't get them married off now, who knows what's going to be later. So a desire to, use the Yiddish term chaparein, to carpe diem, take advantage of the moment. But I also want to mention that ultimately, over the course of the Middle Ages and into the early modern period, those two events, the betrothal and the actual marriage, were collapsed, and they are now customarily celebrated one immediately after the other on the same day, because given that the betrothal constitutes actual marriage itself, even though they're not able to live together. Society was aware of so many tragic situations where you have these young individuals and they're separated from their intended and they meet someone else, and all kinds of things can happen that really are disastrous for the marriage. So it became much more the practice to put these two acts together. The women, once they were married, and especially once they started menstruating, they would begin a very important area of Jewish law, known as the laws of family purity. This is essentially a euphemism for a ritual that follows menstruation, in which a woman would immerse in a ritual bath called a mikvah. We've talked about this in the past, how this is one of the most important elements of a Jewish community, is the establishment of a formal ritual bath. It doesn't necessarily have to be like a building, but the water cannot be drawn normally from a well or something like that. A river could be used under certain circumstances, or the ocean, or rainwater can be collected in a cistern, things like that, spring water, but it can't simply be like a bathtub sort of thing. So the presence of mikvaot is very much associated with these early communities. Not to go into this in great detail, but this is a very ancient practice in which the husband and wife would separate from each other during the period of menstruation and a certain amount of time afterwards as well. And then once that is concluded, then the woman would go to the mikvah, ritually immerse, and then regular relations would resume as well. Very important element in Jewish family life as a whole, and but more than we can say in this context. Now, it's to return to a topic we looked at a little while ago on polygamy. As I mentioned earlier, the incidence of women, the incidence of men marrying more than one wife began to fade in Christian lands for a whole host of reasons. Perhaps one of the most important, however, is the prevailing custom of the non-Jewish society. It is a well-known historical truism that the way in which the surrounding society behaves is ultimately the way in which the Jewish population living there will also behave. The Yiddish expression is something like "as es christelt sich, es jiddelt sich," which is hard to translate exactly. It means something like, as one Christianizes, one Judaizes, and they essentially do the same thing. In Muslim countries, this was not the norm. Men could marry up to 4 wives, and so it was not at all uncommon for men to engage in polygamy, despite the ban of Rabbeinu Gershom, which seems to have been primarily directed at Ashkenazic Europe and into newly Christian Spain. Also related to this is a phenomenon that is known in the biblical period and in the medieval period, but again begins to fade, the institution of concubinage, or the Hebrew term is a pilegesh. And basically this is a kind of common law marriage in which a man and a woman agree to live together as husband and wife, but the woman lacks all of the protections of marriage, including a really important document called Ba, which is essentially a marriage contract that the husband delivers to the wife, promising a level of support during marriage, including, upkeep and standard of living and things like that. And more importantly, promising a financial compensation in the event that the marriage is dissolved. In other words, if he chooses to divorce her, then he will have to pay a very significant penalty as well. The concubines were not protected by this ketubah document, which leads one to wonder why a woman would enter into such a relationship. But that, again, beyond the scope of what we're talking about here. What we did have, however, which is kind of fascinating, is incidences, particularly for the first couple of hundred years of the High Middle Ages, where you had lots of men traveling from Ashkenazic lands into Muslim lands, and sometimes taking second wives. And this would be bigamy vis-a-vis the ban of Rabbeinu Gershon. But, sometimes they would say, well, I'm living in Sephardic lands while I do my business. And so I'm not bound by the ban of Rabbeinu Gershon. Maimonides in particular took a very dim view of this practice and indicated that, travelers who want to get married have to definitively prove that they are not already married somewhere else to avoid anyone trying to get around this sort of loophole. And a significant amount of the responsa literature that deals with these questions gives us a sense of how men who are engaged in essentially being traveling salesmen would behave, and their wives who would take them to court saying, hey, you agreed literally in writing not to take a second wife, and here you go doing it in Tunisia or something like that, and I want my traditional compensation for your breach of contract. So that's a good example, I think, of how responsa literature will give us kind of like a sad, unfortunate incidents. What we don't really get, though, is like, how common was this? How typical was this? Are we only looking at, a very limited amount of bad behavior, or is this just, typical of a much more common type of activity? At any rate, these are the kind of things that animate much of the literature and give us some sense of the relative privileges of men and women in the society. Where it's especially relevant is in Spain, because the southern half of Spain, very heavy Islamic influence, and even as it's increasingly Christianized, you have a Jewish population there who are not necessarily content to go along with Christian requirements for monogamy and prefer to maintain, multi-marriages. By the way, while we're at it, I was doing some research and I saw this amazing Jewish wedding ring. Apparently they would actually own these for communities or for families, and they would be used for the ceremony, for the ceremony itself. I think this is 14th century. What a phenomenal piece of art this is. It's at the Met. Here you can see the underside of it, and it has these two hands clasped. Really gorgeous work from that period. Now, connected to that, of course, after marriage is, God willing, motherhood. And I don't want to go too in-depth into the history of motherhood and childhood in particular, because I don't know enough about it. It's a really fascinating area of research that I've just kind of scratched the surface of, and I don't know enough to talk about it. But perhaps we could talk for a second about the institution of second marriages, because one of the things that we see quite a bit of in the responsa literature is the disputes between half-siblings over inheritance that frequently refer to this kind of bigamous second marriages that occur as a result of husbands traveling afar. I have to come back to that, by the way, when we talk about divorce law. Related to this is, what if a woman does not have a child and then her husband passes away? So this is a major distinction between the Ashkenazic world and the Sephardic world, primarily in the Muslim influence. According to the biblical precedent, if a man dies before his wife is able to conceive a child, then his brother is required to marry her. When you read the context of this ritual, which is called Yibum in Hebrew or levirate marriage in English, it is very clear from the context that the surviving brother is just basically doing the right thing. Given the environment where in the biblical period women rarely existed on their own unless they were in some kind of unfortunate situation, they typically lived within the shadow of their father or their husband or their adult sons. They were never kind of abandoned to their own devices. So unless they were a widow, that kind of thing. So Yibum was considered just the right thing to do. It's clear from the context there that if the surviving brother refuses to marry his sister-in-law, the wife of his divorced brother, then he has failed to live up to his responsibility and is deserving of communal disapproval. Nevertheless, the Talmud recognizes, as the Bible does, that there are times that a brother may not want to marry his sister-in-law, and so there's kind of like a default secondary ritual called chalitza, which refers to the removal of the shoe, kind of an interesting ritual in which if he says, I really don't want to marry my sister-in-law, then she removes a shoe from his foot, and there's, like, again, the communal opprobrium and things like that. So here's the thing. Yibum is clearly favored as the ideal choice, but the Talmud already in the Babylonian period is going back and forth over how appropriate this is for every situation. When you get to the Ashkenazic world, it seems very clear that the rabbis want to essentially give preference to chalitza over yibum. That is, the default case is to refuse these second marriages. They should not take place. In the Sephardic world, this is not the case, and Jews living in Muslim environments frequently have husbands, brothers marrying their sister-in-law after their brothers pass away. But in Ashkenazic lands, the default setting becomes chalitza. It's interesting to note that Rashi, among others, and Rashi, by the way, as we discussed recently, seems to be really pro-woman for his time. A lot of fascinating things there that indicate how he's separate from a lot of the other thinkers of his generation. He even valorizes the woman's opinion with regards to whether she wants to marry her brother-in-law, something which is debated in the Talmud and for the most part dismissed in those social circumstances. But Rashi, thinking in the heavily Christianized environment of Northern Europe, is saying, wait a second, the wife may have a lot of problem marrying her husband, and he finds Talmudic precedent to give her the privilege of refusing chalitza, or refusing yibum and demanding chalitza instead. A lot of fascinating things to say here, but I really want to save some time for perhaps the most important element of the period, which is divorce. Divorce is an issue that continues to reverberate in Jewish society today, primarily because the biblical precedent for divorce gives the husband far more power than the wife does. As I mentioned earlier, Rabbeinu Gershom put in place a ban on divorcing a woman against her will, which definitely improved the relative power differential of men and women, but there's still a very significant gap between their levels of authority in how to dissolve a marriage. Basically, it goes like this. The husband has the right to initiate a divorce, which then goes through procedures like Rabbeinu Gershom's demand that a woman consent as well. A woman, technically speaking, cannot force her husband to divorce, however. She can appeal to the court, and the court has a variety of judicial tools at its disposal to try to coax and convince and even coerce the husband into giving the divorce document, which is known as a get. Hence the sign here you see, get refusal is abuse. But it's not an unlimited authority. It's not like the rabbis can simply say, well, this is clearly not working and we don't care what the husband thinks, we grant you a divorce. They don't have a clear-cut authority to do so. And this represents a very difficult problem because the woman who cannot get remarried is called literally a chained woman, or an aguna in Hebrew. This problem, of course, persists to the present day, and in fact, it's much worse in the 21st century. In the medieval period, the primary cause for an aguna is not a husband refusing to give the get, which, there's definitely a disincentive to doing so because he would have to pay her the monetary fee outlined in the ketubah to do so. Typically, what would happen in the medieval period is a traveling husband would go missing, and perhaps he was killed on the road by bandits, or maybe he decided to just simply leave France behind and adopt a new identity in Egypt or something like that. These cases are described in the responsive literature, and this left the woman in a very difficult situation because she cannot prove that she is a widow, allowing her to remarry, and she cannot prove that she is a divorcee because her husband has disappeared. In the modern era, we have this problem where men will use the granting of a get as leverage to, coerce something out of their wife, like child custody or the payment of debts or, distribution of assets differently. It's a terrible situation, really. And there's modern approaches to it and solutions to it that have varying levels of effectiveness, but not for our discussion at this point. At any rate, this is a noted problem, though, even in the medieval period. Even though it's much smaller than we see it today, it is something which exercises the minds of the rabbis engaged in responsive literature to quite a large degree, and we still are not done with this particular situation. I would love to speak more about this, but it takes us further afield from history and more into, rabbinic legal thought than I'm comfortable discussing. So let us just conclude, though, by thinking a little bit about women and their contribution to the family economy. There's no question that women in the medieval world worked. They worked incredibly hard, both at domestic tasks and at revenue-bearing activities. We should recall that some of the most basic tasks that we take for granted today took an incredible amount of time in the medieval period. In fact, right up until the industrial age, women's work, basically domestic tasks, was huge and overwhelming. Here's a photograph of some medieval women who are spinning thread. You can see they have the distaff is sort of like a third arm to hold the raw material, like flax or wool, and it's kind of stuck on a stick and then put into the cummerbund that they wear so it stays steady. And then with the other two hands, which are now free, they can slowly peel apart the threads, and they use the spindle, which is at the hanging down towards the ground. And young women and older women would all be involved in this for hours and hours every day just to make thread. And then they've got to take that thread and they've got to make cloth. And out of the cloth, they've got to make clothing. And that's why so many people only had one pair of pants, because it took forever to make these things. There's a huge amount of women's energy. You didn't have mass-produced goods like you have today. So even if they're working as what is typically called women's work, the domestic activities of making clothing, preparing food, washing clothing, things like that, that's a huge amount of time and value added to the household to provide these basic necessities. That said, let us not forget what we discussed a little while ago, that the Jewish women are much more literate than the surrounding society. They're certainly much more urban, and most likely numerate as well. And so we frequently find women engaged in business activities. We especially see this in the Guinness, where women are involved in all kinds of business. And sometimes, with tremendous success, like, for example, the remarkable Rusha the broker, who's described in the Guinness archives. And as after her marriage is dissolved, she keeps her business running and defies communal standards to insist on having, her way. She is repudiated by the synagogue for some unrelated activities, but she nevertheless, supports the synagogue with massive donations on Yom Kippur and things like that. Some fascinating women who are really significant businesswomen described in the Guinness. We also have significant evidence that they're involved in the same economic activities that men are, like we discussed when we looked at finance and trade and so on, sometimes they suffer from similar kinds of depredations as well. Like in this terrifying image from the 14th century that is described in the caption as people ransacking a Jewish woman's house. And it's a very unusually graphic depiction. Stealing the very valuable clothes off the line and breaking into their cabinets and things like this. Jewish women were assisting their husbands in many aspects of trade and commerce, selling and buying, and also engaged in the money lending and other financial activities as well. So women are definitely a very important component to the medieval family economics. And with that, I want to conclude this brief discussion of women in the medieval period. I hope you found it interesting. Thank you very much for watching. We have spent a fair amount of time in the southern half of the peninsula looking at the Arab Jewish or the Muslim Jewish period of coexistence, the famous La Convivencia, right? And now we're going to look at the northern half and at the later part of the Middle Ages, specifically the 12th to the 15th century, which will unfortunately culminate in the Inquisition and the expulsion of the Jews from Spain. This is going to be kind of like the seam of medieval Jewish history for this course. It's not an uncommon place to sort of draw a line and indicate that before this event of 1492, things were one way, and then after 1492, they were rather different. I think you can say the same thing in the 20th century about the Holocaust and the state of Israel. Things were certainly different before those two events, so closely related in time, and then after those two events. So that's why we're going to construct much of the next semester on the post-expulsion era. So here's a map that will give you a sense of what we're talking about. This is the Reconquista, the reconquest. You'll recall that the Muslims come up from North Africa and they take over the peninsula primarily in the southern region, and they make it pretty much to the very top of the peninsula. But then it doesn't take long before the northern area starts to recede back into Christian lands, and slowly the Christians are able to penetrate downward, and eventually they will ultimately expel the Jews and the Muslims from the entire peninsula. But we're going to focus on the regions of Leon, Castilla, Aragon, Navarre over the course of the next hour. Now, there's a few really interesting phenomena that are going on at this time. First, this is the era of the greatest of the Spanish court Jews. This is an institution which we'll see examples of it throughout Europe, but Spain in many ways has some of the greatest examples. Court Jews, it's hard to really translate that appropriately. It's related to the idea of being in the king's court, like a courtier, sometimes you see that word. It's something like a lobbyist or sometimes a government official, typically associated with some kind of fiscal activity. They often don't have any specific role in the court, but they're very much part of the ruling circle, advising kings, very frequently underwriting the king's activities, and exercising a tremendous amount of power. Quite often, these courtiers are also the titular heads of the Jewish community, so chosen because they are so close to the levers of power and are able to protect the community appropriately in that way. But quite often they are heavily resented by the larger non-Jewish population, and sometimes they suffer terrible falls from grace because they're intimately associated with the king that they serve. We see this, for example, with the great Don Isaac Abarbanel, or Abravanel, who of course was exiled from Portugal, and then later he would be exiled from
Yo,
Castile,
dog, I'm
from
here.
Spain as a whole.
I'm here.
And spent the last few years of his
I'm
life
just plugging something in.
around, and it's really amazing,
How you
remarkable that he accomplished so much.
Yo, what's up, Zoot? I'll be there in a second.
When he was, in exile from these places. But he's a good example of a Spanish court Jew, and the Spanish Jewish communities in Catholic northern Spain actually had phenomenal levels of authority, partially because of the tremendous strength of their courtiers. In particular, in Castile and in Aragon, the Jewish leadership was very much involved in an institution called tax farming, which we have discussed briefly in other classes, but let us just quickly recall what we're talking about here. Tax farming is a typical medieval institution where the king is unable to actually tax every individual landowner or certainly not a peasant in his kingdom. So what he does is he deals with entire communities as a whole, typically whole classes of people in particular regions, and he hires out sort of middlemen to take care of the actual collection of taxes. These are called tax farmers because of the king
dog, how are
assesses,
you?
for example, that from one particular region he can acquire, let's say, 100 gold.
Dog, I am live in more Discords than I've ever been live in. Maybe any person ever. I'm live in mine. That's one. I'm not even going to count having two in here, but that's just one I'm live in. Wait, I'm live in the Aiden Ross Discord. I'm live in somehow, some way I show speed. I had to fight my way to fucking stay there. And we can talk about that. I'm live in technically the Mika. If you're like, what is that? I don't fucking know. Some Japanese anime or Chinese. I think it's Japanese. It's something like e-girls. Anyway, I'm live in e-girl or e-girl paradise or something like that. Again, I just go where there are people. I don't give a shit what it's called. I'm live in the mommy Discord. I'm live in the daddy Discord. That's 7. I'm live in Chill Zone. That's 8. I'm live in social. It's like just so. That's 9. Dog, I don't even fucking know. It's like, I'll explain in a second, but let me make sure I get them all. And then, yeah, I think that's it. No. Though, is that a good Discord? I don't know. I'll join it if it's a good Discord. Okay. Fuck that. Okay, so, here's the thing. I have if you're like, okay, Rabbi, why are you doing this now? Why didn't you do this before? I had these Amazon Fires, which are basically, this isn't one of them, but they're like little tablets. And they're really, really underpowered. Just incredibly. They're made for like reading a book, not live streaming life. And I basically like used developer mode and downloaded some basically pirated software to be able to now live stream on all the ones that I have, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them simultaneously. And I still have this one to do. And I also they had these really shitty features. Like they would shut off after 30 minutes. Why? I don't know. Ask Jeff Bezos. Why? Because anybody who has a fucking head would be like, I don't want this thing to shut off. Just, is that a setting? Just don't turn it off. I want there to be an off and an on. When it's on, don't fucking shut off. I don't care about the environment right now. I want this motherfucker to go to work. I care about the environment in other ways. But in this case, I want this bitch to work. And so I've had to get. You get what I'm saying? And so I got this shit to fucking finally. I got all 6 of these things going. So right now, like if you want to see what it looks like, just go to, if you want to add a Discord, just add Daddy, Daddy. I'm in the first room of all of these, and I'm just posted up. And if you click on my profile, not any of these, but in the ones that are in there, they're like, it's like a huge fucking ad. Click on it, In fact, they won't let me into some servers because it's too big of an ad. If you click on it, it literally has like a little fucking link to go into my YouTube here. Go to Daddy, the biggest Discord that there is. You're gonna be like, holy shit! I did not know there were Discords so big with that many people just randomly during the day. Not like this isn't prime time. They're just people there all the fucking time. Oh, and by the way, in all of these, I don't talk to anyone. I don't want to talk to anyone. I don't want to show any nudity. I don't want to do anything inappropriate. I just want to literally just be there, and just through mere exposure, people will become curious about what I'm doing. They'll click on my profile. They'll click on the Discord. They'll get in here. I'll be able to tell them about it, and it grows. It already happened. I mean, I've already had people who were like, I had one guy today. He's so cool. He comes in. I'm like, hey, how'd you hear about me? He's like, dude, you're in I Show Speed, and you're always in Aiden Ross's Discord. And like, I've just never seen someone in so many Discords. And so I figured, well, why not just go to this guy's Discord? Because he's live in everybody else's Discord. And I'm like, dude, you're fucking smart as shit. I explained to him that I am essentially the central power, the central spoke of the internet. Like, there's like a central, all the internet comes from somewhere. And basically, I mean, I'm not saying, but like, I live online, so that means everything I fucking do, like right now, this camera's picking up like the Discord, like all this shit is interrelated. Nobody else is like interlinking all this shit. So that's really exciting to just have random ass individuals come in here and be like, hey, dude, so I had this fucking issue of basically a little bit of a fight with the I Show Speed Discord. What happened? Well, they have an interesting Discord. By the way, all these Discords are generally, most of them, you have to fucking work to get in. I'm working in 2 right now. I don't know if you can see this right now, but like, I've got a phone that has like a robot on it that is just automatically generating experience for me in 2 different servers at once, so that I am able to use my camera. So in order to use my camera in the I Show Speed Discord, it's been very difficult, and I've already been banned. Okay, so what happened? You have to type and you have to get like enough karma, and literally you have to fucking type for 8 straight hours of just making like basically doing everything you can to just not be spamming. So it has to be intelligent content, or they'll just fucking knock you. They'll just ban you, or they'll mute you. So throughout 8 hours, I only got muted once, and that was because I just kept posting like the same little icon of I Show Speed, and so I had to just change it up. Anyway, I finally got the ability to stream in there, which is like, oh, great. So I had it on this little fucking device right here, and I wasn't paying too much attention to it. But people were coming in here saying, hey, we see you, et cetera, et cetera. Well, the thing is, the camera for it was just like right on my hip. So like, they could only see me when I would lie back and be on my phone or something. And so basically, apparently, this is what happened. Well, I kept getting kicked out, but not banned, just kicked from the VC. And I'd be like, I'd ask the mods, like, why do I keep getting kicked? They're like, I don't know. Are you sure you're getting kicked? I'm like, yes, I'm literally watching it whenever. And then I found out who was doing it. And basically this guy's like just being mean to me. And I complained to him to the moderators. I'm like, look, I'm just minding my own business here. And this person keeps kicking me out and keeps insulting me, saying that I don't change my clothing and all this other stuff. It's like, dog, I don't need to. I am literally a mascot for a cryptocurrency, essentially. Like, I am a spokesperson for it. I want to wear this stuff. It doesn't get dirty, and when it does, I wash it. He doesn't know how often I do laundry. Who gives a shit? So he is like, keeps kicking me out. So I build a bot that whenever you kick me out, it just brings me back in. And automatically, like, they kick me out all the time just to figure out how the fuck is he doing this. We're kicking him out, and we see his fucking hands right now, and he's nowhere near that fucking computer, and it brings me back. So last night or 2 nights ago, I really think this is made up 100%. I really do. I because if I pull these down and I show this, it's a different cryptocurrency's pajamas that I have on. So, but it looks like my skin, but it's really just yellow. Anyway, and so if it pulls down like this, it can look like skin, but it's just like it's not skin. So, I fell asleep and I made this bot that is essentially just doing everything I need it to do. It automatically posts in. Well, I'll explain. Um, they were keep kicking me out. They say because you're not allowed to. They just make up terms. What is it called? VC camping. I'm VC camping, which is exactly what I'm doing, and is a beautiful term for it. However, it's not in the rules that you can't VC camp. So I asked, please put it in the rules. They're like, we don't have to put it in the rules, and I'm like, I think you do, or you are picking on me, essentially. And they're like, I'm like, if you can't do it, then let people know. If it's a rule, then let people know it. And they're like, nope. I'm like, you know what? Then what do I have to do to be considered not VC camping? And they're like, you have to chat a little. So I'm like, okay, how much do I have to chat? Like once an hour? They're like, no, more often than that, or the VC camp. I'm like, okay, once every 10 minutes. Like you tell me what it's gonna be, and I'm gonna program my robot to be just inside that. Like that's how I operate, dog. So they're like, just regularly. I'm like, okay, look, I'll do it once every 10 minutes. And then the argument can't be made that I'm quote unquote VC camping because I'm engaging in the dialogue of the chat. So like, okay, we're closing this ticket. Oh, actually, wait, is that what happened? Well, I got banned for VC camping, and um, I I got a permanent ban, a straight up permanent ban earlier, and I went in and oh yeah, definitely. But I mean, I'm using it with 2 accounts right now. While I have all the Discord shit going, I still have my Kick robots going, at least 2 of them right now, and I could have more. Yeah, and they all know who I am. I mean, you saw that thing that their head administrator with that candle that I did not send. One really impersonated me, and I'm hope I don't ever get in trouble for that. But I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't look up someone's address and send it to them. That's just not my thing, and I can't afford to do it anyway, even if I desperately wanted to. But I didn't even know who this guy was. You see how I deal with these people? I could give a shit, like whatever. Anyway, I got banned from the iShowSpeed permanently earlier today, and they said originally it was for VC camping. Then they said it was because I showed nudity. So then what I did is I sent all my live streams to them, and I said, "Here's every live stream of mine for the last 24 hours. You can find it. I want a screenshot of you saying that I was naked on your live stream or my butt crack was showing or whatever, because I could pull this down and it's just pajamas. I mean, it's not a big deal. I'm not showing nudity, nor would I, nor do I think that's cool. But they were just trying to get me for something. First they said it was that, and then so I talked to the guy and he's like, sorry, there's nothing I can do, permanent ban. I'm like, dude, I'm streaming on YouTube right now, and they're the strictest out of anyone. So why is it that I can stream my life on YouTube and not get banned, or Twitch, or Rumble, or Twitter, or Instagram, or TikTok? None of those ones have an issue with what I've done, but you do. I said, you know what? In my opinion, you're just making things up. Any moderator who is worth their salt would take a screenshot of me, send it to me, and say, this is inappropriate. You've been banned. That's what a professional does. Not, I think I saw a butt crack, because I'm not playing by those rules. Here are my fucking live streams. So I sent it to him. He's like, no way, you really live stream your life? I'm like, you're damn right I live stream my life. So you give me a screenshot. If you saw it, here is your opportunity to take a screenshot. Okay. I know you didn't do it in the beginning, but I'm giving you the opportunity now. And he's like, all right, 14-day ban. And I'm like, 14-day ban. You go from permanent to 14-day ban just like that. Then I knew I had this motherfucker. I'm like, all right, fine, 14-day. I'm basically like, I don't need you guys, okay? I like the community. I think that it's neat, and I want to live stream in there. And if you say that I have to type a little in the chat, okay. I mean, I'll do what you want me to do, to some extent. So they're like, okay, we'll lift the ban. I'm like, fine. So just for that, I'm gonna put on 2 pairs of pants, and I'll make sure, like, that's the best I can do. I mean, like, aside from that, and I told them, if there's anything that I can do, just tell me, and before you ban me, because normally under any other circumstance, so then they were like, well, you're away from the keyboard. I'm like, dog, I have a wireless keyboard. I do, and I really do. It's right here. It's the thing that I use to do my lectures.
Then he will appoint a.
So I mean, it's right here. I don't know if you can see it, but it's wireless. So it's like, I'm technically never fucking away from the keyboard. So what does that even mean? What are you doing? You're just trying to make up terms. You're making up VC camping. That's not a rule. You're just saying it's a rule. Now you're saying that it's I'm away from the keyboard. I can literally touch the keyboard right now with my foot and my hands. Or that one. I have multiple keyboards. I went, literally, what is it that I'm doing that pisses you off? And basically, they don't have a great answer. And the funny thing is, one of the moderators is like, look, all right, I'm going to drop the ban only because you make you bring life to the VCs. Normally, when you're not there, nobody's in the VCs. But when you're there, we get a lot of people in there. And I'm like, exactly. I mean, why? Because you can do what I'm just like a fish tank, man. It's just like, you know how people have fish and they're just doing their own thing? Well, that's what I fucking am. This is a fish bowl. And so I'm like a fish bowl for their fucking stream. Now, do I think I'm going to get banned from there? Perhaps. When I fall asleep. Because I've got a robot, man. And the second that they realize that they can watch me and I'm literally asleep and they boot me out and then this robot brings me right back in and then it types for me, they're going to be like, dog, come on. So I'm considering not using it, the bot then. But here's the thing. I've really just broken through with these Amazon tablets. I've had them for a long time and I never use them because they were so underpowered. Normally they just shut off. And then here's the other thing, Zoot. I can just quiz you on this. Amazon has a browser. Amazon's a big company, right? They have a browser. Okay, let's go through. Chrome has a browser. Google has a browser. It's Chrome. Alphabet owns Google, which owns Chrome. That's how that works. Then you got Microsoft. Microsoft has a bunch of browsers. They all kind of suck, but there's Edge and there's old school Internet Explorer, but they have their stuff. Amazon, this big fucking company. Oh, hold on. Apple, they've got Safari, a decent browser. All right, great. And then there are other browsers as well. Amazon. What is Amazon's browser called, Zoot? No. Good guess, though. Good guess, but no, it's not Yahoo. No, their browser is called Amazon Silk, Silk. Now, if you're wondering, why haven't I ever heard of this? Well, it's really only on Amazon devices like Fire Sticks and Kindles and Kindle Fires and that kind of stuff. But for those of us that use it, I'm going to tell you this right now. It is on a 0 to 100, it's a 25%. With Google Chrome being like, I don't know, a 90, and maybe Brave being like a 95, and Opera being like a 90. So those, like, Safari's an 85. Like, basically, I'm telling you, that's how shitty this is. If you start reading, number one, it's super slow. This thing's really underpowered. But if you start to use the browser to just do anything, it crashes on you. Welcome. This is our friend iSpecky. iSpecky's from iShowSpeed's Discord. They were asking me how to get in here. They were watching me on YouTube. Shout out to iSpecky. I haven't gotten a chance to tell iSpecky what I do. iSpecky, do you mind if I tell you about my project? Was that okay? I Specky, are you 18 years old? Okay. Yeah, I'm sure he is. And then actually this other person I met, an iShow speed server, said that they're gonna be here as well. So we might have a foursome is what I'm saying. How's that sound? Zoot. 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 All right, dog. Enjoy Zoot.
The middleman, who is typically a Jew, who will go out there and using a network of employees, also Jewish, they will be in charge of doing the actual collection of the taxes, the assessing of the properties, the assessing of the agricultural output, the placing of tolls on bridges and various small taxes with the authority of the king. And the tax farmer will collect maybe 1,200 gold coins. The 1,000 will be remitted to the king, and the 200 will be the profit for engaging in tax farming. So, an extremely important venture that the king values very highly, and the kings, as we shall see, tended to protect the Jewish population primarily because they were very valuable kind of way to derive funds from the population. One historian has put it as kind of like the Jews are like a sponge that the king puts on a stick and dips into the ocean of the peasantry and then draws it out and is able to squeeze the liquid out of the sponge. And so the Jews were often placed in that position. Naturally, Jews are involved in all kinds of other activities in Spain. They are landowners. Again, there's this widespread misconception that Jews were not allowed to own land. That is something that is true in some places and times, but typically not true. Jews were able to own land. It was just not necessarily a wise thing for Jews to invest in land, because if there was an expulsion, then you lost all of your wealth. Jews were also involved in various trades and various crafts. Silversmithing and goldsmithing was very common. They often faced competition from local guilds, however, particularly in Northern Europe, and they often were not able to join monopolies in given towns. So things like tax farming and money lending tended to be the economic backbone of these Jewish communities, but not at all the exclusive source of income. But when you combine their role as powerful courtiers and as being extremely important in the collection of taxes, they actually become fairly secure, apparently, for that time and place. This meant that it was remarkable the degree to which the Jewish communities in northern Spain had autonomy over their own affairs. This is something that we have seen when we talked about Jewish communal structure, but maybe I should emphasize it a little bit more here, that typically when Jews arrived in a particular place, they were granted a charter by the ruling authorities. Sometimes this is called Magdeburgrecht or Magdeburg rights after a town in Europe. But the essential idea is the king or the nobleman in some cases would grant to the Jews of a given location, all right, you're moving in here, your community has the right to do this, to do that, things like build a wall around your community if you like, to engage in certain trades, but not necessarily in other trades. And this charter was intended as a guarantee of rights for the community. And it was basically observed until it was finally broken, typically when expulsion or revolutions or things like that. So the level of autonomy that the Jews had in northern Spain from the 1200s till the 1400s was really incredible. Jews, for example, were of course allowed to hold their own courts by Talmudic law, the Beit Din. This was not unexceptional. But in many of these Spanish communities, if there was a dispute between a Jew and a Christian, the Christian had to submit to the Jewish court, which is rather unusual. And in some exceptional cases, the king not only granted the Jews the right to administer corporal punishment, which was an effective technique of controlling populations, but also, in some rare cases, to even impose capital punishment. That's an incredible thing. The circumstances under which a community would, legally through the Beit Din impose capital punishment is very, very rare and exceptional and controversial. But nevertheless, this gives you a sense of the very high degree of autonomy that the Jews had in Catholic Spain from 1200 till about 1400. It was really it's not a golden era in the same way that the southern part of the peninsula was regarded as a golden era. You don't have quite the same kind of like cultural synthesis that you see between Arabic and Hebraic culture, but nevertheless, it was a period of tremendous power for the Jewish community and general wealth. This is especially true during the reign of James I of Aragon, shown here, who was a remarkably strong protector of the Jews, even when some of the elements of their economic might began to wane. And I'm going to explain how that happened shortly. But we'll return to James I in just a moment when we talk about the Barcelona disputation, which is right now. So when one of the great power struggles that tends to be revealed throughout much of the Middle Ages is the power struggle between the temporal powers, meaning the king, and the religious powers, the church, and specifically the Catholic Church. As we discussed when we looked on Jewish communal structure, like who really should be in charge? And philosophically, you would think maybe the religious spiritual authority should be in charge, but on the other hand, there's a lot of nasty business involved in governing. There's a lot of patronage, and nepotism, for example, is a word actually that comes from the medieval church. It means nephew, because you would promote, a pope would promote his nephew, quote unquote, even though it was actually his son. And so this is like a term that we've borrowed for contemporary parlance to speak about, administrative corruption. But the king really had the actual power, had the soldiers and so on. So the king and the church often had kind of like a seesaw relationship where when the power of the king went down, the churches went up and vice versa. And so as we see with James I of Aragon, there was a moment where he had to accede to demands of the clergy who were, very upset about the power that had been given to Jews in Spain. And so he agreed to allow a disputation to take place in Barcelona in the year 1263. Disputations would garner a tremendous amount of interest in the 13th and 14th centuries. These were kind of like big intellectual pageants where Jews were forced to participate in debates over central tenets of Judaism and, in fact, Christianity. Now, it was impossible for Jews to win these kinds of debates. They were really more like show trials that were intended to demonstrate the validity of Christianity and to encourage, sometimes coerce, Jews to convert. The Christian side was typically headed up by a Jewish convert to Christianity who had like inside knowledge of what Judaism really believed and had greater textual skills with Hebrew, possibly Aramaic, and so on. And so the Barcelona disputation was in that character. It was one of the earlier disputations. On the Christian side was I believe his name was Pablo de Cristiani, if I remember correctly, a convert to Christianity, but not an especially, well-regarded intellectual. In fact, he kind of bungled much of the Christian side of this debate. And on the other side, James I allowed the Jewish community to appoint their leader, who was, a figure of tremendous consequence, the incredible Rabbi Moshe ben Nachman, also known as Nachmanides, right? Like Maimonides is known Moses, the son of Maimon. So this is Moses, son of Nachman, hence Nachmanides, who was actually a thinker of tremendous depth who had published a lot of work that is still studied avidly to this day. And although he was, older, he was in his 60s at the time that he was approached for this particular task, he agreed to do it. He was on good terms with James I of Aragon. He agreed to do it on the condition that he be allowed to speak freely. This was an exception that was not granted in other disputations, but James I, who had some kind of genuine intellectual curiosity about how this would work out, granted him the right to speak freely, indicating that he would be free to say whatever he wanted in his disputation. And so it was convened, as I mentioned, in the year 1263 over a period of some days. And we have actually, remarkably, both the Christian and the Jewish versions of the debate in print. The Christian side recorded their assessment of the transcripts, and the Jewish side, by none other than Nachmanides himself, recorded the proceedings. They don't always gel together. The end result is, of course, that the Christian side won, as would be expected, and this was a public spectacle which had, the king and queen and all kinds of important figures watching this debate. But Nachmanides really, he made very light work of his opponent. The Christian side the Catholic side was actually on its back foot right from the very beginning, because Nachmanides argued that the Jesus that the Christian side was referring to was not the same Jesus as recorded in the Christian New Testament. And so therefore, this defanged almost all of the most pointed arguments that the Christianity could bring in the discussion. It was rather brilliant feint that made much of the rest of the argument, very weak. There is, by the way, a dramatization of this on YouTube, a BBC film that was made working with the transcripts of the talk, and it's really quite dramatic in general. But nevertheless, at the end of this debate, even though Nachmanides officially lost, the church was very upset with how well he performed, and so James I of Aragon rewarded Nachmanides with 300 gold coins and then said to him, "I believe you should leave Spain at this point," because essentially that's saying, I can't protect you. And so in his waning years, Nachmanides made the very arduous trip all the way to Israel, where he found a tiny surviving Jewish community there, but he was able in his last years to rebuild it, and in many ways contributed to a great renaissance in Israel. But this gives you a sense of, on the one hand, some of the strengths of the Jewish community in Catholic Spain, and also its structural weaknesses. We should also mention two other things before we move on to the story of the conversos, and that is the influence of Spanish Jews, particularly from the northern region, was quite profound throughout Europe and the Mediterranean basin. Two areas in particular are especially significant. The first is the widespread study of the Kabbalah, which had some incredible proponents in the Iberian Peninsula. We haven't had much opportunity in previous classes to talk about the Kabbalah. It is fascinating, and I hope to return to it when we come back next semester and we talk about Sfat, because they had an explosion of Kabbalistic study there. But many of the central doctrines and, in fact, texts of the Kabbalah emanated from Spain in this place and time. The Kabbalah itself, what exactly is it? The word Kabbalah means reception or tradition. The Hebrew word lekabel means to receive, and the idea that you receive an inherited tradition and then you pass it on, relay-like. So there are ancient Kabbalistic texts that really go back many centuries, the Sefer Bahir and so on, and there are definitely passages in the Old Testament, the Hebrew Bible, that are deeply Kabbalistic in nature, very mystical. But one of the most central texts of Kabbalah is believed to have originated in Spain in the 13th century, and that is the famous Zohar, or the book of splendor. Zahar means like to emanate in a glow kind of thing. There's a significant amount of controversy in some circles about the actual dating of the Zohar, because it is attributed to Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, very important Tana of the 2nd century. But most academic scholars looking at the Sefer Zohar believe that it was actually authored in the 13th century in Spain. And there are a lot of internal literary clues as to that. The strange fact that it's not cited before this period by others, and the fact that its attribution to the ancient period was placed in doubt almost immediately after it began circulating. Although there are some who believe that is in fact a genuine artifact of the ancient world. Nevertheless, regardless of where it comes from and when it is written, it is a work of great spiritual genius, phenomenal insight into Jewish mysticism, and it was deeply inspirational throughout the entire Mediterranean basin. So that was one very strong element of kind of Spanish intellectual export from the period. Another area where the Spanish Jews exported from northern Spain was their tremendous skill at translations, especially in the region of Provence, which is not too far away from Spain, just a little bit up the coast, the south of France, where there was a very unusual Jewish community. We've spoken about it in different lectures. And one of the most exciting things that was happening there is a lot of Hebrew classics, or I should say, a lot of Judeo-Arabic classes, like the work of Maimonides, for example, was translated into Hebrew by people like the Ibn Tibbon family of translators. So they're bringing a lot of Arabic Jewish wisdom, or Jewish wisdom that's recorded in an Arabic language, to a Hebrew-speaking language, the Hebrew-speaking population, and really generating a lot of cultural ferment around these. Last thing, science. The coast of North Africa was filled with Arabic-speaking scientists, many of whom were Jews, and the primary conduit of all of that scientific information happened through those translators coming up into Southern Europe in particular, Italy as well. Abraham ibn Ezra is perhaps one of the most famous of these people coming from Spain, who brought his astrolabe with him everywhere in order to explain these technologies of navigation by the stars that had a phenomenal impact on Europe afterwards. So these are the kind of things that are happening in northern Spain at this time. Really dramatic and exciting, but unfortunately they would have a very tragic denouement that we're going to continue with. But with that, I want to thank you very much for your attention and your endurance, and I look forward to speaking with you soon. There's this couple of things that happen in the 14th century that really begin to tilt the balance negatively away from the favor of the strong Jewish communities and their tremendous power of self-government prior to the 14th century. The first is the Black Death, which spreads in the middle of the 14th century and has significant impact on the Iberian Peninsula, and of course Europe is badly stricken by it. Quite often the Jews are blamed for the Black Death. There's a widespread belief that somehow Jews have formed a pact with lepers to take their diseased body parts and then somehow make a potion and dump it in the wells of Europe to poison the aquifers of Europe and spread the plague. Of course, this is all nonsense, but nevertheless, you do have some very nasty attacks, mob uprisings, attacks on Jews, and public burnings of Jews and things like that occur throughout Europe. Spain is not as badly affected. There are a few attacks in Catalonia, but the peninsula as a whole tends to survive from a lot of these very nasty anti-Jewish attacks. There is, however, a couple of host desecration charges that follow in its wake. You'll recall we spoke about this a few weeks ago. The false charge that Jews somehow need to kidnap the communion wafers in the church and then torture them somehow. And this is an entirely baseless charge, but nevertheless, you will have these subsequent trials that somehow find the Jews guilty, and sometimes you will have like mass riots afterwards. So in Barcelona and Huesca, you do have a couple of these host desecration charges in the 14th century that result in the conviction and execution of Jews, but there's no like great upheaval after that. But when King Per IV of Aragon passes away, like James I, he was actually fairly well disposed toward the Jews. They lose a major supporter, and perhaps this is, kind of like the wisdom that we see in Pirkei Avot that says, do not draw too close to the government because they really only care about themselves. And when the government changes, all of a sudden they've forgotten all about what you've done before, just like Pharaoh forgot about Joseph, that kind of idea. So after the passing of Per IV, there were a few major changes that affected Jewish life in Spain. One is the institution of something called the censal, which was a dramatic, direct blow at Jewish activity in money lending. As we've discussed before, money lending was a very significant part of the Jewish economy, and it was regarded as a relatively noxious thing for Jews to be involved in. The population, on the one hand, deeply resented the Jews' involvement in money lending because the interest rates were incredibly high. 30% would have been a relatively minor amount, and it quite often went up much higher than that. So, but that didn't mean that credit was not necessary in a largely agrarian economy. So Jews were still involved in money lending, and Christians still needed money lenders. As we discussed before, they had really no alternative because the church had outlawed Christian money lending. Go back and have a look at those lectures on Jews and finance if you want more details. It began to break down in Italy a little bit after this period, but in Spain they invented this new institution called the censal, which was kind of like a legal fiction in which if you wanted to borrow money, you would offer to sell someone a business product that would increase in interest at about 7.5% per annum. So you said to the person, hey, listen, give me $100 and I will give you next year on a regular payment schedule your money back plus 7%, which is not interest. It is like the returns on your investment. Kind of a strange around the back kind of way of doing it, but it meant that people could borrow money at a reasonable rate of interest, 7.5%, and this significantly depressed the demand for Jewish money lending. Jewish money still continued, just like if you think about today, there are all these check cashing places and things like that charge very high interest. There's still a demand for them, even alongside regular credit cards and banking institutions and so on. So, but the population that the Jews served in money lending tended to constrict at this point. So they lost a certain amount of economic strength and along with it, their political power. As the king began to lose his power, the church's power began to accelerate, and we see this expressed against Jews in one very, very important way, and that is related to the converso phenomenon. In 1391, you have a major turning point in Spanish Jewish history. A wave of riots, pogroms really, mob attacks on Jewish communities spread throughout the Catholic regions of the peninsula. There's a lot of different motivations behind them, communal resentment. There's the after effect of the plague, of the Crusades even, the host desecration charges. but a lot of it is definitely economic in nature. But one of the aspects of this kind of violence is that it has to hide behind some kind of religious veneer in order to make it broadly acceptable. People simply can't get up and say, let's kill the Jews because we want to engage our bloodlust. They have to say, let's kill the Jews because they are our enemies, or in this case, they are the enemies of Christianity. And so this particular massive wave of pogroms was accompanied by forced baptisms or forced conversions. Here you see a Van Eyck piece, which is quite fascinating, from 1511, that shows the church on the left, and there is kind of like a symbolic representation of the church dressed in red and pointing to the baptismal font and directing various noblemen and important people to, partake of the waters of baptism, the sacrament. And on the right, you see a representation of the synagogue. And this is, by the way, a very common type to see church versus synagogue, but it is rare to see them as male personages. Usually they're female in form. At any rate, the rabbi who is standing on the right of the baptismal font is holding a broken staff, which indicates, a loss of power. He is blindfolded, indicating that he can no longer see the truth, meaning he doesn't see that he really should accept Christianity and so on. It appears he's dressed a little bit like Aaron the priest, right, with the breastplate and the pomegranate bells on the hem of his clothing. I do not think the artist is really trying to evoke Aaron, but is trying to base himself off some kind of biblical model. And he's holding back Jews who are in various states of relating to the attraction of the baptismal font. Some clearly want to go, like the individual in the green cloak, and he's physically holding them back. Others are tearing their clothes open. Others refuse to hear what's going on. Others are in paroxysms of fear or anger or something like that. They're all like resisting the pull of the baptismal font. And so in this kind of context where Christians cannot really understand why Jews refuse to simply conform to the dictates of Christianity and accept baptism, there is this paroxysm of violence that forces baptism onto many Jews, an unknown number, but not impossible to think of tens of thousands of Jews across the peninsula engaging in forced baptism. Now, as I mentioned in a previous class when we spoke about this, on a theological level, the church has an ambiguous attitude about this, because on the one hand, it's very clear, multiple statements from many popes, Augustine of Hippo as well, that people may not be forced into baptism. It has to be something that a person willingly accepts, or else it loses its value. On the other hand, since it is a sacrament, once it has occurred, to use the Aramaic phrase b'di'evad, it takes effect, and the person who is baptized is now in fact Christian. This would have disastrous consequences. For example, in 1858, when young Edgardo Mortara, a young child, would be baptized by the family maid, and unbeknownst to his parents, and then years later the Vatican police would actually seize him and never return him. That occurred in the 19th century, which is just mind-boggling. At any rate, this created an unusual situation in Spain, because you had all these Jews who were now converted to Christianity, but still fully regarded themselves as Jewish. This was largely not happening in Navarre, which is a northern region bordering France, and in Portugal, which would be very important because for much of this period, Portugal was regarded as a haven for Jews. As we spoke recently, Don Yitzhak Abarbanel's grandfather fled to Portugal in order to resume his Jewish identity. But in Castile in particular, this was widespread. And you also have at this time, besides Jews who were forcibly converted, you have Jews who are willingly converted. Sometimes very prominent Jews, like the rabbi of Burgos, Shlomo Halevi, who converts. He becomes Pablo de Santa Maria. He eventually becomes the Bishop of Burgos, and he devotes his life to attempting to convert Jews to Catholicism. So in this kind of environment where there's forced conversions and not a big follow-up of negative consequences as a result, and you have like Jewish leaders like Shlomo Halevi converting to Christianity, there is an increasing feeling of despair, like, where is our God? Where is Mashiach? Shouldn't he be here now? Shouldn't the Messiah be here now? And the conversion wave actually expands. We see this especially at the Disputation of Tortosa. So we've already discussed the Disputation at Barcelona. At Tortosa, which occurred years after the wave of pogroms and forced conversions, you have a very long, drawn-out disputation. Jews are forced to attend these disputations. By the way, they're forced to attend sermons in their synagogues delivered by Jewish converts to Catholicism, berating them for their refusal to abandon Judaism. And in this kind of environment, you have a significant number of Jews who simply say, why try anymore? Why should we maintain our Jewish identity? Let us simply convert and move on. There's so many advantages to converting, we'll discuss in a moment, that makes it much harder to remain Jewish under these circumstances. And this is actually something that is quite distinct from 1391. In 1391, you have this massive indigestible mass of Jews who are now finding themselves Christian. But after 1413 at Tortosa, you have a lot more Jews who are saying, you know what, I'm just gonna go along with this because I see that there are a lot of social avenues open to me with conversion, and you know what, if God just stands by while all this is happening, maybe the Christians are right. So there is a very different kind of character of the 1391 converts and the converts after the Tortosa disputation, which lets us know that the so-called Marrano population, the term Marrano, by the way, is a derogatory term. It means swine. More appropriate term is converso, meaning someone who has converted. There's a whole spectrum of belief. There are true believers on one end who are, completely Christian in every way and wish to totally jettison their Jewish background. And on the other hand, there are stubborn Jews who resent the false conversion that they've been forced to undergo and wish to resume their Jewish identity as soon as possible. There's a large spectrum of belief, and it will have consequences later on. But what this means is, as we shall discuss momentarily, now we have essentially two classes of people. You have these conversos and their children, and soon their grandchildren as well, who are kind of like Jews with Christian driver's licenses. And they can go anywhere they want, study at universities, take any kind of job they want, advance in all areas of culture. And they're viewed with suspicion and hostility by so-called old Christians who are saying, hey, wait a second, this is not what we expected, especially for those Jews who were not even pretending to really be Christians, who were still associating with Jews, still eating kosher food, and so on. And so you begin to have a backlash growing. One of those aspects is a discrimination that is more or less racial in nature. This is a rather new phenomenon for Europe. It has some unusual, uncanny comparisons even to interwar Germany. But the first example of this is the so-called limpieza de sangre, or purity of the blood, cleanliness of the blood, a legal statute first passed in Toledo in 1449, and we'll have many more examples of this afterwards, that discriminate based on bloodline, based on lineage. And there is this distinction made between those Catholics who have no known Jewish background and those Catholics who do come from Jewish background. That's what I'd like to turn to next. But with that, I want to thank you very much for your attention and your endurance, and I look forward to speaking with you soon. After 1391, after 1414, with the end of the Tortosa Disputation, you have this unusual circumstance where there are Jews who adopted some level of Christianity, either an external veneer that was entirely hypocritical, or even, being true believers and really entering the church and things like this. But suddenly they're injected into Iberian society, and they have a lot of intrinsic advantages. They have a very, very high level of literacy. They are very well skilled with numbers, hence numeracy. They are overwhelmingly urban, so they have a lot of advantages of understanding the nature of the corridors of power and so on. And they're educated. And all of a sudden, by becoming Christian, whether, by force or by choice, they suddenly have access to everything that was denied them when they were Jews. And they are, many of them, still remaining well in touch with their Jewish communities. Those who, of course, were forcibly converted often, maintained a kosher diet, observed the Sabbath, taught their children in Jewish schools, married amongst each other or amongst regular Jewish families. Tremendous amount of attachment to the community. And nevertheless, though, they are having tremendous advantages, and they are displacing a lot of the traditional elites as a result. So there's this huge upswell of resentment against these conversos specifically, which has its economic roots, and it also has, kind of roots in religious antipathy, because, hey, look at this. They're supposed to become Christians, and they're still retaining their Jewish identity. This is not fair. When you look around at people of authority, even in the church, and say, that one's a Jew, and that one's a Jew, and so on, it's a very kind of, disconcerting feeling. So the church asserts itself, and not without the interest of Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand, who are, thinking different thoughts about the Jews than their predecessors, whereas kings and queens typically protected Jews against the church quite often, as we've discussed in the past. That rule does not apply when there is a strong need for short-term gain. Isabella and Ferdinand had been engaged in very expensive wars in the south of the country in particular, trying to push the Muslims out. And the prospect of, trying to get a one-time big surge of cash out of the Jewish population was quite appealing. So one of the ways in which this was expressed was they received from Pope Sixtus IV the permission to establish the Inquisition in Spain. This was in the year 1478. The Inquisition was not directed at Jews per se, or Muslims for that matter. It was directed at false converts, meaning the conversos who were secretly harboring Jewish attitudes or behaviors and so on. And the purpose of the Inquisition was to try to root out these false converts and to punish them appropriately, to act as a deterrent to other would-be converts. And incidentally, part of that punishment meant confiscation of their wealth, which was definitely something that Isabella and Ferdinand were interested in. The Grand Inquisitor Thomas de Torquemada engaged in a brutal upending of Iberian society by creating this purge-like environment where, a Christian neighbor would betray a Jewish neighbor, or actually a converso neighbor, to the Inquisition. The Inquisition would arrest, the converso neighbor, subject him or her to terrible tortures, and demand that he divulge the name of other conversos who are also secretly Judaizing. And under the pain of torture, this would happen, and they get a whole list of names. They go out and arrest those people and torture those people, and the whole purge environment rapidly spun out of control. In the space of a couple decades, it just got beyond imagination how deeply this penetrated, where churchmen were often accused of being secretly Judaizers and things like that. The Jewish community really was at a loss as to how to respond to this appropriately. Remember, the Jewish community per se was not attacked in this manner because they were not Christians. They had not been converted, and so therefore they were still allowed to practice Judaism. But they were viewed with a tremendous amount of suspicion, especially as to the degree that they may have been aiding and abetting these conversos who were secretly studying Judaism, keeping kosher, and so on. In one notorious case, some conversos actually engaged in a conspiracy to murder an inquisitor, Pedro de Arbuyes, and this sparked a lot more popular resentment at the activity of the conversos and the Jews, as you can see in this very evocative painting of the murder and the saintly visage of the inquisitor himself. But it rapidly spun out of control, and it proved to be something that Isabella and Ferdinand could not keep a lid on. But they still were faced with tremendous debts that they had to attain, they had to deal with. So just some of the examples of the way in which the Inquisition looked. In previous classes, I've given a lot of examples of the torture devices they use, which are truly horrific, and I don't want to put them in this lecture, but if you're curious, you can go back and look at my Jews of Sfarad series and see them there. These are three examples of San Benitos. They really were quite elaborate types of punishments, and they describe their little French language captions underneath, hidden in this image. But on the left is a converso who has been accused, but is not yet found guilty of practicing Judaism. In the center, you see a Jew or a converso who has been accused and then has been found innocent. So he has kind of like a beatific sort of gaze on his face. And on the right, of course, where you have this decoration of demons of hell and burning alive and things like that, you have a converso who has been accused and found guilty of practicing Jewish rituals. And he, of course, is full of tears because what happens at this point, the Inquisition itself doesn't actually murder the Jews. The Inquisition relaxes its authority over these people to the secular authorities, who then, being much more savage, of course, end up engaging in an auto da fe, or a mass burning. And these mass burnings of Jews, of conversos, were conducted throughout Spain and even into the New World, really dramatic, terrifying scenes that attracted huge mobs of people to watch these Jews being burned alive. It's absolutely horrific kind of environment that gripped the entire peninsula for decades. Ultimately, though, it was an untenable model, and it failed to deliver that big one-time jolt of cash that Ferdinand and Isabella maintained they needed. So it all came down to a dramatic moment when Ferdinand and Isabella decided to simply expel all the Jews of Spain. Recall, the real purpose of the Inquisition was to root out the false conversions of these once Jews, now Catholics. And by the way, we're referring not only to the first generation, but the second, third, fourth generation, because it's 100 years now since the 1391 pogroms. And Torquemada, who in this remarkable piece of art by Emilio Sala is shown in the black robe, wildly gesticulating. Torquemada says the reason why he has been unsuccessful at bringing the Inquisition to a conclusion, that the more he looks, the more, amazingly, he finds more of these Judaizers. He says it's because you're still allowed Jews to live in Spain proper. And while they're still in Spain, they can still influence their erstwhile co-religionists. And so therefore, he argues, and Ferdinand and Isabella accepted, that all the Jews must be expelled from the Iberian Peninsula in order to maintain the goals of the Inquisition, which was to allow the conversos to become fully Christian. In this particular image, you can see the dramatic range of expressions in the courtiers' faces on the left and on the right in particular. And with his back to us stands the majestic Don Isaac Abarbanel, the great leader of Portuguese Jewry, who then rose up to become the second highest financial official in Spain as well. And he argued bitterly for the retention of the Jewish right to remain in Spain. Ferdinand and Isabella were loath to see him go because he was so talented, but he refused to convert. Unlike, as it happens, the number one figure, the aged Abraham Senior, and his son Rabbi Melamed, son-in-law, who decided they would rather convert and remain in Spain than to flee with the rest of the Jews out of the peninsula. But ultimately, that brings us to 1492. We will, God willing, discuss the mechanics of the expulsion and specifically the horrible nature of the initial post-diaspora years for these Sephardic Jews when we return. But with that, I want to thank you very much for your attention and your endurance, and I look forward to speaking with you soon. Thanks very much. Let's go back to the land of Israel, and although we did have a few moments where our discussion of the Jews in diaspora intersected very significantly with the land of Israel, it seems to me that we should take at least a few moments to look at the perspective of Jewish history from the land of Israel itself. We may repeat a couple of things that we looked at in much greater detail earlier, but at least we'll have some sense of continuity. Also, I think it's important because we're at a unique inflection moment politically, I think, in the land of Israel, where we have a lot of unfortunate tension and warfare and loss of life. And I thank God I'm a historian, not a prophet, so I'm not called upon to actually say anything about what should be in the future, but I can look back a little bit in the past and share a couple of some of the ironies of history that, who knows, maybe they will illustrate opportunities for a more productive path forward for all the peoples of the Middle East. Okay, so we're going to go through well over 1,000 years. We're going to take it from the Bar Kokhba rebellion against the Roman Empire that went from about the year 132 to 135, and we'll take it right up to the end of the medieval period as we're defining it, the Spanish expulsion. Where we left the Jews in the land of Israel specific at this time is that they had gone through 2, and if you like, 3 disastrous Roman Jewish wars. The first major Roman Jewish war, of course, is the Great War that erupted in the year 66 and resulted in the destruction of the temple and the exile of the Jews primarily from Jerusalem and Judea, and horrible suffering in its wake, and the final battle was on the mountaintop of Masada. Then we have the Quietist Revolt, which was not specifically centered in Israel. There were more uprisings in North Africa and Asia Minor, so I've skipped over it. Many people call it the Second Roman Jewish War, but most people call the Bar Kokhba Revolt the Second Roman Jewish War. It was much more intense and it occurred once again in Judea, and disastrous consequences. So the idea of Jewish statehood was it was a foregone conclusion after the end of this particular war. And what it meant for the Jewish people, besides the tremendous political upheaval, the end of even the vestigial power that they had under the Herodians as a puppet government under Rome, that was completely gone. But they also had tremendous economic disasters with, punitive taxation and the redirection of the machzis shekel, the half shekel tax that used to go to the temple upkeep, to the insulting temple of Jupiter in Rome, and displacement of people, tremendously horrible economic impact. But it also meant that the Jews had to think fast and kind of create a new spiritual realignment for themselves. We see it in a few different locations, Yavne, for example, Busha, and especially what's going on in the north in the cities like Tiberias, where the Jews are reassembling. They're forming their leadership under the Nasi, the office of the prince, or patriarchate as it's sometimes called. And you see especially the writing of the Mishnah at this time. Politically, we should also mention that this is the time when the term Palestine comes into its first major usage. And I'm going to stop a couple of moments and speak a little bit about nomenclature, because people tend to get hung up on it, I think, especially in contemporary debates. The term, and everybody knows, especially political leaders know, how sensitive people are to geographic terminology. My own PhD supervisor, a tremendous scholar named Paul Robert Mongachi, he actually wrote a few atlases, and I remember him struggling to try to find the correct place names that would describe a specific location without offending, half of the people who live there. And so, even in these lectures, we find frequently, if I use the term West Bank, or if I use the term Aza and Shomron, where I'm talking about the same place, but there's lots of baggage associated with those terminologies. So the Romans were quite aware of this, and after the Bar Kokhba revolt in particular, they made a concerted effort to try and wipe out any memory of the Jewish presence in Israel. Jerusalem was renamed. There's some question about whether this occurred before the war or after, but it was renamed Aila Capitolina, which is actually a reference to the Emperor Hadrian because of, I think, one of his middle names, something like that. And Jews after Bar Kokhba were banned from living in Jerusalem. There was, however, about 100 years later, a noted small community of Jews who lived in Yerushalayim anyways, and it's possible that they did so simply ignoring the authorities, and the authorities chose to turn a blind eye, but they were called the Kehila Kadisha de Yerushalayim, the holy community of Yerushalayim, of Jerusalem. I think it's also interesting and important to note that one of the fundamentals of the ongoing conflict in the Middle East is the question of primacy. Who got there first? There's no question, of course, that the Jews had their political state there earliest. But one of the arguments that's sometimes made in the political polemics is that the Jews left. I mean, they were gone for quite a bit of time, and then other people came, and so they no longer had the same connection to the land that they once did, no longer a legal or moral authority over the land. And I'm going to leave the answers to those questions to others who wish to debate them. But on a historical level, it's very important to know that it's simply not true. There's always been a Jewish presence in the land of Israel, however attenuated. We shall see that later on in the medieval period, there's sometimes just a handful of people living in places like Jerusalem, handful of Jewish people living in a place like Jerusalem, but nevertheless, there is a continuous settlement of Jews in Israel. We speak about the exile of Jewish people. It definitely speaks about the bulk of the population, the diaspora early on became much larger than the population of Jews in Israel, and definitely more prominent, more significant in all kinds of ways. But there has always been a consistent presence of Jews, however small, in the land of Israel. The Kiyuv Kadisha de Yerushalayim is one illustration of that. After Rome adopts Christianity in the year 313, things get much worse for the Jews in Israel, because even though the Romans were definitely not close friends with the rebellious Jews who seemed to be rebelling every generation, the addition of Christianity changed things dramatically, because as a monotheistic faith, it is intrinsically intolerant of other faiths. And this is something true of all the monotheistic faiths. The idea of a universal vision of one path to truth. We could say this about Islam, and we could say it about Judaism as well. There are differences in how it is rolled out, as it were, because, Judaism, for example, does maintain that all other faiths, especially polytheistic faiths, are intrinsically false, but not, however, necessarily prohibited to non-Jews. They would be considered inappropriate for a Jew, but nevertheless a non-Jew would still be theoretically, worshiping the same God as the Jewish God. So there are issues in terms of how this is viewed. Christianity, however, had perhaps one of the most restrictive views of what other faiths could practice and still be within the pale of acceptability. And this meant that it was intrinsically much more intolerant than, let's say, paganism, which by the very fact of the multiplicity of gods tends to accept the idea that some other people could worship different gods. Jews did rebel in particular against a Roman leader named Gallus, and this rebellion was centered in the northern part of Israel. It began at Sepphoris in 351 and lasted for about a year. It was put down very harshly. Jews were sold into captivity, much like they were in the First Roman-Jewish War. But one of the ways in which the Jews kind of pivoted at that point was they recognized that, the situation in Israel is just getting more and more tenuous. And so this is the point in time when they decided to abandon the calculation of the year, of the calendar, by sighting of the moon, and to move to a fixed calendar, which is the one that we use today, that corrects the lunisolar discrepancy by adding a leap month on a 19-year cycle. I'm not going to go into more details on what the calendar is, but we should bear in mind that for a diaspora people, the calendar is crucial, because this meant that all Jews would be linked together in a singular cycle of worship. Passover at the same days, Yom Kippur on the same day, and so on. As soon as that fractures, that represents a rift in time that would add to the extant rift in space that they had already experienced since the first century. So by determining a fixed calendar that was no longer dependent on having witnesses come and testify to the sighting of the new moon, which had been the habitual practice for centuries upon centuries, this meant that Jews had another valuable tool to bring with them into the diaspora. It made them actually much more agile and flexible with regards to their existence in the diaspora culture. There is at this time a brief, however, respite where there is a Roman leader known as Julian the Apostate. I actually like that title. I think it's kind of cool. But he died very early. But when he was rising in authority, he promised the Jews that he would allow them, Cyrus-like, to rebuild their temple. And Jews got a little bit excited about this, but it turned out to be very short-lived. This was also in the 4th century. More significantly, I think, in the 5th century is the recognition by the Jews that they really had to, prepare themselves for a a more dangerous time that would involve more diaspora travel. This is when the Jerusalem Talmud was completed. It's called the Jerusalem Talmud, but that's not really fair because there are very, very few Jews living in Jerusalem. It really should be the Talmud of the Galilee, perhaps also the coastal region, because there was one important center there as well. But it's called the Jerusalem Talmud. Before the term was heavily politicized, it was also called the Palestinian Talmud, but that, in the 21st century, it sounds like an oxymoron. Nevertheless, that's what this Talmud is. It's essentially, if you recall, an extended discussion of the Mishnah, which was codified in the early 3rd century. It's a major commentary that it's not exactly a commentary, really it's an extended discussion, but it was very important in establishing a traditional Jewish practice and a unified Jewish practice. It would be superseded by the Babylonian Talmud that is much larger, particularly in those areas that don't relate to agriculture in the land of Israel. Because it was, for various reasons, but one of which is the fact that it was able to consider the Jerusalem Talmud in its own deliberations, the Babylonian Talmud became far more authoritative, and the Jerusalem Talmud was barely studied for much of the Middle Ages. Unfortunately, though, at this time, with the rise of Christianity in the Roman Empire and several other political changes, the office of the Nasi was ended in 429. That is the last Nasi, the last titular head of the Jewish people in Israel in late antiquity. There would be an imposition of a person called an exilarch, which is something that we get really from the Babylonian period. But not nearly with the same authority as, for example, Rabbi Judah the Nasi, Rabbi Yehuda Nasi, who wrote the Mishnah in the 3rd century. So there's like a steady decline of the Jewish situation, but there are a couple of interesting moments of Renaissance. In the 5th and 6th century under Byzantine rule, there is a brief moment of respite where there seems to be much more flourishing also in the north, and you see, for example, several synagogues constructed and preserved well to this time. This is the Beit Alpha synagogue in the north, and it has this dramatic mosaic on the floor. You can see right at the top of the mosaic, there is kind of like a depiction of the Ark holding the Torah. And there are, the traditional menorah, which is one of the oldest Jewish symbols. And then in the very center of this mosaic, a brilliant zodiac, which is also a very traditional piece of art that you'll see in synagogues right up until the early modern period and even the 19th century. And at the bottom, it looks rather primitive, but it has sort of a gripping character. This is the binding of Isaac. The larger figure on the right-hand side is Abraham, and he's holding Yitzchak, and you can see there's actual Hebrew lettering labeling them, and he's got the knife about to perform the sacrifice of his own son, as described in Genesis 22, but there is a hand that emerges right in the center top of the lower register of this mosaic. That's, as it were, God saying, "No, stay your hand, Abraham," and so on. And it appears to be Sarah on the left, if I'm not mistaken. It looks like a rather short skirt, I think, for the ancient period. You always imagine her wearing longer skirts, but who knows what the tznius rules were back then. So this is like a kind of a Renaissance art that you see, not Renaissance like the traditional Renaissance, but an effervescence of Jewish art that occurs in the 5th and 6th century. So that's kind of what's going on in the Roman and Byzantine periods. We have in the 7th century some dramatic events with a very brief-lived Persian invasion, followed by an Arab invasion that will be much longer in duration, punctuated with one interruption from the Crusades. So this is obviously an aerial view. I'm sure it's familiar to most of you. The western or the Wailing Wall, the last remaining external rampart part of the temple courtyard. That was most of the blocks that are up higher today were those that were placed by Herod, who was a great builder at the time. And on the Temple Mount itself, of course, there are Muslim structures that were put up in the 7th century. The most iconic of which is the Dome on the Rock, originally built in the late 7th century, and then destroyed at one point and rebuilt a few centuries later. And the gold was added even more centuries after that. But this is perhaps the most striking image of Jerusalem that happens to exist on the grounds of the destroyed temple, which is, one of those terribly frustrating things for Jews who wish to see the temple rebuilt. And there's a lot of political developments regarding it, but not for our discussion today. So the Persians invade in the 7th century. We looked at this a little bit more detail a few weeks ago, but they're only there for a couple of decades. The Byzantine emperors come back in for just 5 years. They take over the country, and then finally you have the Arabs come in. This is shortly after the death of Muhammad in 632, and that's when Israel, the land of Israel, formally comes under Muslim control. Here's what it looked like when it was organized in the 8th century. And you can see here that it's called Jund of Philistine. Philistine is, of course, the Arabic version of Palestine, which was the name that was given to the land by the Romans in an attempt to kind of wipe out Judea and Israel as the names associated with it. So the Arabs inherited the Roman name for the land. Note, however, that Jerusalem in Arabic, Al-Quds, is not a capital. One of the interesting arguments that advocates for the land of Israel make is that Jerusalem is the only capital of the Jewish people ever. That this is a region that they've always regarded as their capital. And I think that's an interesting observation. Notice that the region of Philistine also extends into what would be today Jordan, and much of the north, which is in modern terms the Galilee region, is under the region of Urdun. I'm not exactly sure where Urdun is, but that's kind of fascinating. And Damascus has the very, very top part, including Banyas, which is a beautiful part of Israel, and then down in the south, it also controls some of the region on the other side, which will once again be Jordan. So the Jews living there at that time, we don't have really good numbers, but an Arab demographic source from that period mentions the city of Caesarea or Caesarea, which is on the coast. It's historically a very Roman city. It was kind of like a city that was built up heavily by Herod, and it was sort of like where Romans could go, so they don't have to feel like they're in some kind of crazy religious environment like Jerusalem or something. Sort of like Surfside for 5 townspeople, right? You can go to Surfside and it doesn't feel too crazy. So it's always been more of a Roman style city, but the Arab demographer records that there were 700,000 Romans living there, 200,000 Jews, and 300,000 Samaritans. I think there are a lot of reasons to doubt the sizes of those numbers. They seem rather large to me, I think by many-fold. However, it is kind of interesting to think that maybe the proportions were correct. Maybe that's roughly, maybe it's only 1/10 of that population, 70,000 Romans, 20,000 Jews, 30,000 Samaritans, but it does give you a sense of what a famously Roman-oriented city would have had in terms of its Jewish and non-Jewish population. Oh, and here's another really important thing that we should bear in mind, especially as we look back from our point of view in the 21st century. Never in its history was the land of Israel ever mono-ethnic. It always had multiple populations, multiple ethnicities, multiple languages. It's true that the Jews did dominate for much of the ancient period, and they dominated, of course, from the second half of the 20th century, but there's always been a mixed population in Israel, and the degree to which they get along with each other, of course, is the stuff of history. When the kind of environment that Jews were living at this time, we get a sense from the when the Pact of Umar was imposed in the 8th century, for example, Jews were required to wear yellow-colored turbans, and Christians blue turbans, and Samaritans red turbans. This is in accordance with a more strict observance of that Pact of Umar, which on the one hand guaranteed monotheistic faiths like Judaism and Christianity a degree of tolerance, because they are, after all, monotheistic, but nevertheless they were to be clearly distinguished from the larger Muslim population. It is also worthy to note, just like we see in Christian Europe after the 13th century and the imposition of the Jewish badge, that it was very commonly ignored, typically by paying a small bribe, or the authorities not really being interested in enforcing these kinds of rules. But it does give you a sense of what the oscillation must have been like between periods when it was more intolerant and periods in which it was more tolerant. It is during this period, after the Muslim conquest, that you begin to have a very large-scale migration of Arabs, and in particular, they're moving to the city of Ramla. Let me point out as well that the term Arab is an ethnic designation. Muslim is a religious designation. In other words, Arabs may practice Christianity. For example, many Lebanese Arabs are Christians, and many Muslims are not of Arab ethnicity at all. They may be Chinese, for example, the Uyghur, or you have black Muslims in America, of African American descent. So the term Arab, however, is clearly ethnic, because the early Islamic empire was dominated by forces from Saudi Arabia, or today's Saudi Arabia, and that was the rule that was imposed in Israel. As you move on, of course, there's going to be lots more inter-Muslim political change with Muslim rulers who are not Arabs at all, the Turks, for example. But for the time being, at the beginning, we're talking about an Arab empire. Jewishly, there's a lot of fascinating things going on here. We discussed a little bit about this in terms of the rivalry with the Gaonate in Babylonia. But for example, one thing we didn't talk about very much were the Masoretes. It is at this period of time when Jews, perhaps influenced to a large degree by the Arabs and their tremendous love of the Arabic language, got much more serious about recording the traditions of pronunciation and getting strict about grammar and so on. So there's some question as to exactly when the nekudot, the vowels, became a convention in terms of denoting pronunciation of Hebrew letters, but it is at this time where they get serious about it, and the so-called Masoretes, from the word Masorah, meaning tradition, begin to make sure that we have Sefer Torahs that are written with, not as a Sefer Torah, not as a ritual element, but as a teaching element, written with vowels and so on, and that's how we have our pronunciation today. However, this is no longer the language of the Jews in their daily usage. Arabic clearly becomes the lingua franca of the region. Jews may communicate in writing in Judeo-Arabic, which is essentially Arabic written with Hebrew characters, but the Hebrew language declines in terms of its daily usage quite precipitously. And I've already mentioned how there's lots of invasions of different Muslim groups that I'm not going to go into here because it would take us too far afield from our narrow focus on the Jews. Now, there is one really important interruption in the various Muslim rules over Israel, and it is, of course, the period of the Crusades, which we discussed in a few lectures a while ago. But let's look at it again from the perspective of Israel. Here is a rather dramatic 19th century representation of the religiously inspired Europeans coming and and a fairly small number of people massacred at their feet of their horses and so on. In reality, the Crusades were a very brutal period, especially in Israel. The Crusader period extends from 1099, which marks the fall of Jerusalem in the First Crusade, to 1291, when they're finally removed from the territory of Israel. What's fascinating, again, ironic, viewed from the perspective of our century, that Jews were solidly allied with Muslims against the European Crusaders at this time. The Europeans were making their way to free the land from the infidel, but both Muslims and Jews realized that this meant disaster for them. So you actually have Jews and Muslims fighting side by side for the peace of Jerusalem. Unfortunately, the city fell in June of 1099, and there was a horrible massacre of Muslims and Jews. Many of the Jews defending Jerusalem were actually burned alive in synagogues there, and many others were simply sold into slavery. You have a huge exodus of Jews after the Crusader kingdoms come into place. Here is a map of the Crusader kingdoms at their greatest extent. It actually fluctuated significantly because the Muslim rulers surrounding the new Christian kingdom were not well disposed to tolerate its presence, and so there was frequent fighting over the next couple of centuries. But you can see here that they did establish quite a few locations, particularly on the coast, where, not surprisingly, you see a lot of the Crusader remains even to the present day. Fascinating what's going on with Jews after the Crusades. Yehuda al-Kharizi reports that after Saladin, the famous Muslim defender of Jerusalem, the great walls around the old city date from his period. After he was successful in conquering Jerusalem, he actually invited Jews to migrate to the city of Jerusalem, which is, again, one of those sentences that it's hard to imagine having a Muslim ruler over Jerusalem saying about Jews today. But this is, in fact, one of those ironies of history, that they recognized that they had an alliance that was quite strong and effective. And in fact, though many Jews did migrate to Jerusalem and to Israel as a whole, from prior to the Crusades, but especially after Saladin's invitation. This included 300 European rabbis who settled throughout the land, many in the northern coastal city of Acre, or Akko in Hebrew. Many of them were Tosafists, meaning they were from the school of Tosafot that is in the Talmudic corpus. They included the famous Ri of Lunel from southern France, who made his way to Israel. So here you see there's a surge of Jewish emigration to Israel. It would not, significantly really populate the land, because when Nachmanides came later in the 13th century, he found very, very few Jews in Jerusalem in particular, more of them in places like Akko, and also something similar we have from the Rabbi Ovadia Bartanura. Here is what the land of Israel looked like for much of the post-Crusader era. This is under the Mamluks, which is one of the many dynasties of Muslims that ruled the region. And as you can see, Israel was treated very differently. The southern part of the Negev was simply abandoned to the traveling Bedouin, the Arab tribes that were non-sedentary, nomadic. And you see that Jerusalem is actually part of the Mamlaka of Damascus. Mamlaka, I don't know Arabic very well, but I think it's like Mamlechet in Hebrew, right? Like a state, as it were. And Gaza, of course, was much more significant. Gaza was actually a very large town at this point. Gaza was about double the population of Jerusalem in the 15th century. And the northern part was ruled by Tzfat, Safed, which is one of the most fascinating cities that we're going to zip right back to look at Tzfat in the period immediately after the the Spanish expulsion, because many of the great mystics of the Iberian Peninsula made their way to Tzfat in the 15th century and created an explosion of creativity that is still being felt today. Well, I'm really looking forward to speaking about that with you. But what we know from the region, by the time we get to our end of the medieval period, Rabbi Rothschild Bortonoro, he is the famous commentator on the Mishnah, known simply as the Rav. He wrote that when he arrived in 1488, there were only 70 Jewish heads of families, and they were all incredibly impoverished, a tiny population at the time. And it was, as I mentioned, dwarfed by the city of Gaza. So that's a very quick look at the land of Israel over this 1,200 odd years, and just emphasizing the fact that there is a continuous Jewish settlement there with some dramatic achievements, but for the most part, they were overshadowed by events in the diaspora.
That makes no sense. Because I can talk to people from where they and all duties
How did the Jews survive the medieval period? How did the Jews survive? What is it that gave them the tremendous perseverance to last throughout this millennial diaspora? I will stand for the court, so to speak.
Welcome. How are you?
We're not going to discuss the
I'm glad you're here.
Logical basis for Jewish survival. Fascinating discussion.
Kizzy Slat, how are you? I recognize you from I Show Speed.
Historian,
just a moment.
My rabbi hat. I'm not a rabbi. We could discuss that, but I think now let's try and work with the rules of history.
How's your day going? Excellent, thank you. It's going well. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm just streaming my life. I've been doing so now, live on YouTube all day, every day, 24/7 for more than 3 years. I stream my life for world peace. I don't want war anymore. And so this is one person's mission, to spread love and positivity. We talk about some things on the stream that aren't normally discussed in society, like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel. We talk about dark energy, dark matter. We talk about life extension technology, things like human growth hormone, things like perhaps stem cells. We talk about alien disclosure. We talk about mind uploading technology. I don't know if anybody's ever told you this, Tizzy Slat, but I don't think you're going to die. And what do I mean when I say I don't think you're going to die? I think that you're going to be a very rich person someday, and that you'll be able to scan your brain into a computer for later download into an avatar, an android, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a cyborg, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. And I want you to know that that's a possibility if you want, and that's really exciting. Excellent. Well, that's what I do, and I'm going to do my best to continue doing it. We're just listening to lectures right now. Feel free to listen in. You're more than welcome to learn or ask any questions that you have. I stream my life, so I need different cameras. Great. Well, if you have other questions, let me know. You're more than welcome to be here. I hope you know you have a new friend. And if you ever need anything, I'm here to help you, okay? Excellent.
Understand them and try to figure out what were the mechanisms that allowed the Jews to survive an otherwise incredibly inhospitable period. Everybody knows the joke, right? What's the definition of a Jewish holiday? They tried to kill us. We survived. Let's eat, right? That's the. You have to laugh because we're also familiar with it, but it is. It's a gross oversimplification, and yet it has a certain je ne sais quoi. It has a certain amount of truth to it. Let's just try to understand that a little bit. So, one of the most traditional ways to approach Jewish history has been termed the lachrymose approach. It was Salo Whitmire Byron, one of the greatest historians of the 20th century, who coined this phrase. The word lachrymose means full of tears. That, you look back in Jewish history and it is just one tragedy after another. Viewed from the perspective of the late 20th century in particular, after the Holocaust, my gosh, the tragedies just seem to get worse and worse and worse. And there's a lot to be said for that. Detractors of the lachrymose approach sometimes called it the books and pogroms view of Jewish history, in the sense that, the Jews are like essentially studiously working on intellectual attainments, and they write these amazing books, and then they are, horribly persecuted with pogroms. And then they go back and they write more of these books, and then they're persecuted again with pogroms. Now, I'm not saying that's not what happened. These things definitely did happen, but is it the most productive way to understand the patterns of medieval Jewish history? I'm not so sure. There is definitely, however, what to cry about. The lachrymose approach is certainly not a figment of our imagination. Sometimes when a person says he's paranoid, there really are people out to get him. When you look at the scope of the Middle Ages, extending from the diaspora at the Bar Kokhba period up until the Great Expulsion from Spain, we've got series of expulsions. We've got long lists of discriminatory laws passed against Jews. We've got these horrific charges like blood libels. I mean, what a mashugana thing to suggest, and yet, as this particular image indicates, not only the blood libels, but the even more bizarre, host desecration arguments resulted in Jews being massacred. And then perhaps the worst of the entire medieval period, the purge-like environment of the Inquisition. When we come back after the break and we look at the Sephardic diaspora, one of the most terrifying things of the Inquisition is that when Jews left Spain, they were not left alone. Anytime they landed in a Catholic territory, they were subject to the depredations of the Inquisition. So it's no question the lachrymose approach of medieval Jewish history has a lot of merit. It should not be tossed out the window. There is, however, I think, corrective lenses that can be applied to understand this in a little bit more sophisticated way. And one of the questions that really opens up the entire area is, if it was really that bad, if it was just unrelenting persecution, why weren't the Jews simply massacred out of existence, God forbid, so many times before in history? The term genocide was actually coined only after the Holocaust by a Jewish man named Raphael Lemkin, and he was searching for a word to try and describe what the Holocaust meant, because the Holocaust was such a historical novum. It was something totally unprecedented, and we had no comparable example of any organized group of people, particularly at the state level, bending their entire bureaucratic engines toward destruction, to the idea that an entire culture should be systematically wiped out. Historically, there have been lots and lots of massacres, lots and lots of expulsions, but the idea of genocide, the idea of something like the Holocaust, completely new. It's only in the 20th century. Jews, of course, are not the only victims of genocides, although they tend to be the kind of like the most well-known and often cited example in the Holocaust. But many others, the Roma in the Holocaust as well, the Armenians, a lot of discussion about their treatment at the hands of the Turks, the Ukrainians in the Soviet period with the Holodomor. Some incredibly horrible things are happening to so many peoples. Why do we only see that in the 20th century? Why don't we see those things happening earlier? So let's come back to this question. And I think to answer it, at least to approach answering it, I'm going to introduce you to something that I like to call the Abramson rule of history. It's just something I say to please myself. I do find that undergraduates tend to remember it, and I've run into students like 20, 30 years later, and this is like one of the few things they remember from any of my classes. I tend to put it always on the final exam, so, be ready. The Abramson rule of history, which again is not really an Abramson rule, it's more like a Karl Marx rule, but the rule is that if you don't know why a particular historical phenomenon exists, the answer probably is money. Right, so when you're in doubt, just answer money. And I think that if we step away from the lachrymose perspective a little bit, and we try to understand why were the Jews allowed to exist, why nobody really thought of genocide until a much later period of time, it's because the Jews were useful. There are lots of ways in which, even though people might have had, a xenophobic attitude to Jews, they may have had a religious antipathy to Jews, they may have had a lot of reasons why, for good or ill, they did not like Jews. The Jews were very useful, and quite often useful to essential elements in society. The Jews were, I think, in many ways, ironically, saved by their own diaspora, because for the purposes of Jewish living in a diaspora, they needed to be urbanized. Right? It's very difficult to live as a minority if you're going to be agrarian. You have to, there's certain communal functions that you have to have within walking distance. A ritual bath, a mikvah, a synagogue, and as you know, I like to say, you have to have an Asian restaurant within walking distance. How can you possibly have a community if you can't have walking distance to Asian food? That's a joke. So the Jews tended to congregate in urban centers, sometimes villages, sometimes cities. By the time we get to the 19th and 20th century, Jews are, around 30% of the population of many large cities like Warsaw in Poland. And in their urban environment, they tend to develop urban skills that require literacy and numeracy, and they're very, very valuable skills. Jews as doctors, highly prized, even to this very day, very strong tradition of Jews in medicine. Linguistic skills make Jews especially useful as diplomats, or on a lower level, simply middlemen, being able to communicate with peoples of different cultures, to engage in travel, engage in trade, and of course, as we discussed a few weeks ago, money lending. They're urban, they're able to make financial calculations, and the unusual phenomenon of a ban on Christian money lending creates a unique economic niche for the Jews that allows them to flourish. So even if we think about all of the built-up hatred that was directed at Jews over the course of the Middle Ages, we see that they possess a lot of valuable skills that many sectors in society continue to value. In the case of money lending in particular, we see that they derive the protection of the king himself as the servi camerae regis, the servants of the royal chamber that we discussed when we talked about finance, because they're the only people in society who are able to generate cash on a regular basis, particularly because society is so deeply invested in a pre-modern economy with lots of barter. The Jews are the ones who are actually, generating cash that can be taxed by the king. And so the king doesn't want to see anything happen to these Jews. They are quite literally the cash cow. Jews are early on involved in minting and in the production of money. And this is at the same time their salvation, because it makes them useful to society, and at the same time it is a source of significant resentment that is directed against them. So even though we do see this lachrymose model happening, there's no question that the Jews have certain advantages that they have cultivated over the centuries with their long history of urbanization that makes them, quite adaptable to the necessities of the medieval period. And let us not forget that from the religious perspective as well, there are lots of reasons why Jews were actually protected. One of my teachers in university was Professor Alan Davies, who was a specialist in the history of church anti-Semitism. And he liked to say that in reality, it was the church that protected the Jews for about 1,500 years. Now, I don't think he was really aware of the Abramson rule of history. Of course, I was an undergraduate, maybe a precocious one, but I don't think I had fully fleshed out that theory at the time. But I think he had a real point, and that is because both the church and the mosque developed a religious modus vivendi with the Jews. Again, it's possible, especially in certain periods like 13th century Europe, that if the church had its way, maybe we would see something a little bit more drastic than the horrible persecution that they endured. But the fact is, the demand for the Jewish presence, primarily because of their economic value, had to find its expression in a religious modus vivendi, a way of living with them. And so we have two doctrines that are ironic parallels to each other that carve out a little space for Jews to live in both Islamic North Africa and Middle East and in Christian Europe. For the Muslims, it is the Pact of Umar, which, although by 21st century standards obviously quite discriminatory, but viewed from the perspective of the Jews, it meant that there was like a legal space for them to exist. As long as they accepted the disabilities of their dhimmi status, which included, for example, a punitive tax rate that was not applied to Muslims. And from time to time, they had certain restrictions on their clothing, their architecture, their settlement, and even with all of these rules, there were the occasional punctuations of violence that went beyond what the Pact of Umar allowed. But it still provided sort of like a medieval charter of rights for Jews. Not the same rights as Muslims, but certainly the right to exist, the right to be secure in their worship within boundaries. And, this actually preserved the Jews. Similarly, the doctrine of witness, which we saw in Christian Europe, really being articulated by people like St. Augustine and especially defended by important popes like Gregory the Great, said that, hey, for our own religious reasons, we need to keep the Jews alive until the second coming so they can be a witness to the return of Jesus. Right? So this is, a very important reason why the Jews could not be killed, why they could not be subject to genocidal impetuses, because I wonder if the plural of impetuses is impeti, probably not. Sorry for getting distracted by that. But the doctrine of witness said that it would be completely inappropriate to, God forbid, massacre the Jews, or even to convert them forcibly to Christianity. Now, as we saw also with Islam, perhaps on a much greater scale in Christianity, there were times when this sort of theological justification for limited tolerance wore thin, and you did have episodes of forced conversions, episodes of massacres, but on the whole, the doctrine of witness held fast. And the Jews were ironically protected by both the mosque and the church because they had this sort of safe space in which to live. When we return to our question of genocide in the 20th century, it is only when the power of religion declines so dramatically from the 18th century onward that these kinds of religious justifications simply have no longer any hold on the modern mind, especially on the postmodern mind. Right? It reminds me of that phrase in the Talmud, "Leis din v'leis dayan," or maybe it's "leis dayan v'leis din." There is no judge and there is no judgment. Right? Christians, for example, are always, even when they may be, built up into a paroxysm of anger over a blood libel charge or something like that, they still have in the back of their mind, thou shalt not kill. That is still part of Christianity, of course, derived from Judaism. But when you say, there is no fundamental document, there is no prime revelatory experience that people can look back to as a sense of ultimate responsibility, that's when a genocide really is possible. It's only, ironically, really possible in a secular intellectual environment. God forbid. So these ideas of the Pacte of Umar and Doctrine and Witness, they don't work in modernity anymore, and helps to explain the unfortunate huge increase in the savagery of violence against Jews and against other minorities that we have experienced in the last couple hundred years. Okay, with that, I want to bring this semester to a close. I want to thank you very much for your patience and your endurance. I'm really looking forward to when we come back together, and we're going to start right away with the Sephardic diaspora, and then we're going to continue through the modern age, which is simply so many more fascinating chapters in the millennial history of the Jewish people. Thank you again for being here. Let's take some time to look at a long history of the Jews in the Byzantine Empire, which is an area of research that has not seen the same amount of attention as, for example, the Jews of Western Europe. And this is actually quite a significant, large period of time that we're going to be talking about, and a significant amount of territory as well. But let's at least have a very brief overview. So first of all, where was the Byzantine Empire? You can see here in this map, it is the yellow region, and it is distinct from the kind of orangish, reddish region to the left, which is the Roman Empire. Now, both the Roman Empire and the Byzantine Empire were Christian. The Roman Empire, of course, becomes Catholic with the rulership of a single pope in Rome. The Byzantine Empire is a little bit more complex. It ends up developing several patriarchs who rule the spiritual aspect of the Christian nation, and it has an emperor who is based in Constantinople. That's this really crucial city over here. You can see on a narrow strait of the Bosporus that links the Black Sea with the larger Mediterranean Sea. And it was known originally as Byzantium, and then from the 4th century on, it's known as Constantinople, which is Greek for Constantine city, named after the emperor Constantine. And then after the Turkish conquest in 1453, which would mark the end point of today's quick video, it becomes named Istanbul. It becomes, of course, a Muslim city at that point. But for the period that we're talking about, from the early 4th century right up until the middle of the 15th century, you have this significantly large Byzantine Empire with a lot of control over North Africa, Israel as well, and of course the concentration of it is in Asia Minor and the Balkans and Greece. It's also important to note that the Roman Empire will shortly fall into decline. They will be attacked by the Germanic tribes from the north, and Rome will be sacked a few times until finally it falls, and it ends up going into the beginning of what we call the Dark Ages until the Renaissance, again, almost 1,000 years later. So when Rome falls, the Byzantine Empire becomes its inheritor, particularly in terms of the transmission of Christianity. The city of Constantinople becomes, as it were, the second Rome, and when it falls in the 15th century, ultimately the third Rome is often considered Moscow. Of course, the first Rome will come back, but that's not for our discussion today. Let's focus a little bit on the history of the Jews in the Byzantine Empire. So in the Byzantine Empire, the Roman status of Judaism as a religio licita, meaning a legal religion, begins to erode in the 4th century onward. Conversion to Judaism, for example, is prohibited as the church begins to gain a lot more control over how the entire empire is run. And whereas conversion to Judaism is prohibited, conversion from Judaism is, of course, encouraged. And various legislations are put in place, such as, for example, Jewish parents who have children who decide to become Christian are forbidden from disinheriting them. And in fact, they have to continue to support them, and these Christian children of their Jewish parents will inherit them. This is an issue, by the way, that goes on for many centuries, and not only in the Byzantine Empire, it comes up even in the early modern period. At any rate, there's a remarkably dramatic step towards greater hostility to Judaism from the 4th century onward. You see the rhetoric increases in heat, especially with people like St. John Chrysostom, the so-called Golden Mouthed, who issued a number of really flaming, nasty sermons against the Jews. And his approach to Judaism made a significant impact really on the entire Eastern world, especially when you connect it to the Third Rome, Moscow, and the Slavic iterations of Byzantine Christianity. Of course, the Orthodox churches, as they're called today, are influenced by the Byzantine Empire. You also have some, deep reach into the Jewish practice by the emperors, who are now officially Christians. Justinian I, for example, attempted to forbid the study of the Mishnah, especially as a use in its interpretive function of the Torah, and tries to actually dictate which non-Hebrew translations of the Torah are accepted. In other words, which Greek versions in particular are acceptable for use among Jews of the Byzantine Empire. There are numerous violent attacks on Jews and incidents of forced conversions, and you actually have Jews rebelling in the 4th, and the 6th and 7th century in particular. When the Persians eventually invade Israel, as we discussed a few weeks ago, the Jews will support them because they are fed up with the degree to which the Byzantine Empire tries to interfere in Jewish practice. They even banned at one point Purim parties because they tended to get out of hand, and since they're associated with drunkenness and kind of frivolity and sometimes a mockery of Haman, which can sometimes be extended in the political and social context to mockery of other authority figures, they actually tried to ban drunkenness on Purim. Good luck with that. Under the iconoclasts, so this is a movement that you see developing in the 8th and 9th century. There's a couple of episodes where the Byzantine Empire goes through this kind of paroxysm of purging of any kind of physical representation of divine figures. That's the sense of iconoclasm, which means essentially to destroy icons, to destroy images. Here's one psalter from the 9th century that has a kind of a clever representation. This is, of course, from the pro-icon image, or else there wouldn't be any icons on it at all. And you can see here is a representation of the crucifixion scene, and Jesus is given gall to drink. It's on a kind of a sponge on the end of a stick. And here is a representation of a 9th century iconoclast. His face is wiped out, but his hair looks really wild and barbarian. He's red as well. And he is in a way kind of echoing that passion scene by using some kind of sponge to attempt to wipe out an icon at the end of a stick. So this is kind of something that was going on. There was actually 2 distinct periods when this was very frequent. How that connects to Jews is significant because the iconoclasts often cast the heretics as Jews. So even though they're talking about other Christians, the the idea of heresy is associated with Jews in particular. Basil I attempted to impose a widespread forced conversion in the year 873. This decree was ultimately rescinded by a successor, Leo IV, but was attempted again in 943 by another emperor, Romanus I Lecapenus. It is at this time that we have reports of Jews fleeing from the Byzantine Empire to the north, to the Khazarian Empire, which is really fascinating, ends up becoming very involved with the correspondence of Chastai ibn Shaput with figures purporting to be Khazarian leaders. And during this time, Italy emerges as a major center of Jewish creativity. There's a lot of fascinating things coming out of South Italy at this time. Also interesting is what's going on in Bulgaria, where you have two figures, Saints Cyril and Methodius, who are very much involved in transmitting the Byzantine Christian heritage to the Slavic peoples. And ultimately, they'll have a massive impact on Ukrainians and Poles and Russians, although the Poles, of course, are Catholic. But the fascinating, they seem to have some awareness of things Jewish and some contact with Jews as well. Just to give you one example, the alphabet that is associated with their activity, of course, the alphabet that is used with some minor variation among many of the Eastern Orthodox peoples, like the Russians and the Ukrainians, it clearly shows evidence of Hebrew. For example, the letter, which in Hebrew is shin and is pronounced in English with the sound sh, pronounced together, sh. They took that sound and they took the Hebrew letter to create the Cyrillic letter for that sound, sh. And there are several other examples, like you see the word Saturday in Hebrew is Shabbat, and in Russian it's Subota. I mean, there's lots of borrowings from things Jewish, largely through the activity of St. Cyril and Methodius. When we get to the end of this period, I think one of the most dramatic things to point out is the horrific Fourth Crusade, which just shows how bankrupt the entire crusading movement had become just a century after it had first been initiated. And the Fourth Crusade was actually a crusade in which the Crusaders actually attacked other Christians rather than Jerusalem and trying to achieve what was the reportedly hated idea of the Crusades, which was to free it from. In the year 1204, they approached Constantinople. Again, remember, it's a Christian city, although under Orthodox rule rather than under Catholic. And the Crusaders ended up sacking the city of Constantinople rather than heading on down to Jerusalem. Once they got into this massive and important capital city, they found so much wealth that the vast majority decided to stay and take their prizes and their spoils from other Christians rather than make their way down to Jerusalem, and very few of them, in fact, did so. There was Latin rule in that region until 1261. The Jewish quarter, of course, was also sacked and burned. Apparently, the Jews were fairly wealthy in Constantinople at this time. They were especially associated with tanning and with the textile trades. And textiles, in particular, a very long Jewish tradition. Even my own father, Rabbi Rothschild, may he rest in peace, was also involved in the textile trade. The Jews of Constantinople managed to survive and to recover after that attack by the Fourth Crusaders. But outside of Constantinople, there were notable moments of persecution, particularly in Greece and the Balkans. And this all ends in 1453, at least this kind of conceptual unit of Jewish history, when the Turks would invade Constantinople and would bring in an entirely new period in Jewish history. It would be especially strengthened by the arrival of many refugees in the Sephardic diaspora after the Jews were expelled from Spain in 1492. Okay, I hope you found that useful, and thank you very much for watching.
How old are you? Are you actually 25? The guy said 45. 45?
So we're moving now into the third and final semester of this Jewish History Lab series. It's been really wonderful to speak with you about the ancient period and about the medieval period, and I'm really grateful that you've stayed with me so long. So let's take just a few moments to think about, well, why are we breaking this up into 3 semesters? Besides the obvious reason that, for example, a 15-week semester works really well in a college environment, why should there be ancient, medieval, and modern Jewish history? So the obvious question is, why periodize at all? If you think, for example, about the way our lives are led, we don't very often wake up one morning and say, oh my gosh, this is a new period in my life. Now, there are times when there are major life events, like getting married, or God forbid getting divorced, or birth of a child, or things like that, where you feel really everything is going to be totally different now, and in fact it is different, and you can really say from that particular point, my life was changed. But sometimes you make that big change and you expect there to be a shift in your reality, and you wake up a little while later and you say, wait a second, nothing's really changed. It's the same as before, just with these little details different. So why should we have any big chunks of time as a periodization in history? I think one of the most important reasons why this is so is because there's lots of great research that's psychological, anthropological, sociological in nature that shows that we are creatures of narrative. We think in terms of making stories in our minds. We follow trajectories, we anticipate trajectory destinations, we do these things in a spatial sense, and we also do them in a chronological sense. We want there to be a beginning, a middle, and an end to a story. We want there to be climax and denouement and all kinds of different things happening in a story for it to make sense. And of course, that is the word story is embedded in the English word history. It's not in the German word Geschichte or in the Hebrew Divrei Hayamim, but well, it does work in English, right? There is a story in history. So it helps us kind of define major chapters in history if we have these big chunks of time. So the next question, if we understand why we like to have these chunks in time, why these 3, why did we set them at these times? So first of all, let's have a look at Western periodization. And when I say Western, I mean this is what most historians up until, let's say, the 1950s, who were trained in European or North American institutions absorbed. This is kind of like the dominant European Christian understanding of the pattern of history. So if we start with the ancient period, you've got ancient Greece and Rome, amazing civilization with Socrates and Plato and Aristotle, and then with the mighty Roman Empire and its huge extent and, things like that. And then with the fall of Rome, there's a steep drop, and that's what we call the Dark Ages, right? With the fall of Rome in the 5th century, everything gets worse and worse and worse until, you kind of climb up a little bit into the 13th century or so, and you see the Renaissance, and that takes us on a pretty steady slope upwards until you get to the modern period, right? Happy us. This sort of vision, kind of very positivistic view of history was very popular right up until, let's say, World War I. It came crashing down with the realization that, oh my gosh, we may not have advanced nearly as far as we thought we did, with the brutality of that conflagration, and then, of course, how much more so with World War II and the genocides of the 20th century. But in general, this is sort of like the way we think of history in terms of the Christian European West. They break it into 3 areas. The ancient, right, which is basically from the period of the beginnings of civilization in Egypt and Mesopotamia, all the way up until the fall of Rome. And then if you move to the later period, which we're going to talk about right now, the modern period, that's sort of what we inhabit, although there's a lot to say that modernity ended with World War II, and we get into a period called postmodern. I don't want to talk about that today. That's really important, but we will have to get back to it when we move forward in this course. And in between these two ages, the ancient and the modern, you have the medieval period. In fact, the term medieval means between the eras, between the ages of ancient and medieval. That's the kind of way that Christian European historians thought of the story that is in history. Now, the problem is this is so focused on that one particular point in time, looking at history backwards with the lens that valorized Greece and Rome as being an amazing culture. It was an amazing culture, no question. And then anything that wasn't Greece and Rome was like, what's the right word? I guess chopped liver, right? Whereas you look at like Asian history, you look at North African history, you look at Middle Eastern history, they don't follow any of this. I mean, everything is totally different. The rise of Islam in the 7th century is smack in the Dark Ages, but tremendous heights of scholarship and culture developed for the next millennium. I mean, how can you use this particular model to try to understand, for example, Islamic history? And if we glance at Jewish history, there are different ways to look at this, but let's say from a theological standpoint, in Jewish history, you have this concept of Yerida Hadoros, which means, unlike Western periodization, the decline of the generation. So if you start here, let's use these arrows. You've got from the very beginning in the ancient period, let's say back to the Exodus, you have the Dor Dea, the generation of knowledge that, witnessed the great miracles of the Exodus and the receiving of the Ten Commandments, like amazing things like that. But then they right away slip. And so, okay, fine, you get to the period of the prophets. Then you got kind of a plateau, and then they slip again. And then, okay, but we're all right. We have a plateau. You get to the period of the Tanaim and then the Amoraim and so on. And then there's a slip again. And this can go on and on until we get to where we are, which in terms of our theological closeness to God, it is definitely not a case of happy us. We are further and further away from that chronological moment of the Exodus and the giving of the Torah. So you can't use the same Western model to understand Jewish history, at least from a theological standpoint. One of the things that we will be exploring over the next few weeks, however, is that theological standpoints become less and less important for most Jews as the world becomes much more secular. And we look at a lot of other ways of periodization for Jewish history, which are, again, not at all like the ancient medieval modern. Nevertheless, we are going to stick with the modern designation of a big chunk of time for reasons that I'd like to show you right now. Let us first ask, okay, so we sort of get the idea of ancient, medieval, and modern, like the modern being a vision of a kind of return to that great peak in human civilization under Greece and Rome. But what are the criteria of modernity? What are the things that are happening in the modern world that are distinct from what happened in medieval and the ancient world? So here we go. Here's a Portuguese map, which is actually very significant for reasons that will become clear shortly. When you look at the modern period, we're talking about the years from 1500 onward. It is also very useful to get a little more specific and talk about the early modern period, which is like, let's say, 1500 approaching 1800, and then the late modern period, which would be from 1800 and on. That's especially characterized by the growth of industrialization, very important factor, because the idea of technology being connected to machines and artificial sources of power, moving from things like beasts of burden and water to steam and coal, things like that. These are things that happen in the late modern period. Also political change, huge political change, the era of revolutions starting with, let's say, the French Revolution of 1789, and then, progressing throughout Europe. It's useful to think about early modern and late modern. But let me try and outline the major kind of things that are happening in the modern period writ large that will have a lot of impact on Jews. First of all, the modern period is characterized by a growth in the development of and widespread belief in the power of science, right? The scientific revolution, which really begins to gain speed after 1500, is extremely significant because science really demonstrates a lot of wins, right? Hey, here's something amazing. I wonder if we could do it. Can we build this bridge? Can we invent this vaccine? Can we do these things? And you know what? It works. And people say, wow. So there's a lot more credibility associated with science after 1500. As that connects to technology, that's like, for example, the Industrial Revolution that I mentioned, like things like, hey, if we use a steam engine and we put it on a big iron cart and we attach those cart to rails, we can suddenly increase the speed of communication. It works again, more and more victories, and they all build upon each other in order to create a much more industrial and deeply interconnected world, as we shall see shortly. We are living, just to jump ahead for a second, in a very different age, an information age, where we've kind of gone post-industrial, and now we're connecting with each other and building our economies around the internet and digital communication. But that's too much for now. The age of discovery. Of course, we have the discovery of the Americas by the Europeans. It had already been discovered by the Americans who were living there, right? The First Nations, the indigenous peoples of North and South America, and so on. But discovery by Europeans meant that suddenly the so-called Old World was now connected with the New World in a very powerful and important way that would expand dramatically. This is the first step in a rapid expansion of globalism, where more and more people understand and act on the fact that they are not just citizens of their little neighborhood in their little region, but they are actually interconnected economically, intellectually, spiritually, with people all around the world. This, of course, explodes in the second half of the 20th century, in our own lifetimes in the last 20 years or so, when the internet has made globalism ubiquitous. And I'm old enough to remember when, if you wanted to translate something, you had to actually learn that language. Now you just go to Google Translate, and it's not perfect. It's actually kind of funny when it makes mistakes, but it's like a sudden leap forward in globalism because of the information age. You also have happening at the same time, first, an emphasis on humanism, which is this kind of large ideas that says man is the measure of all things. So use the gender man because that was
I don't think you're 18. Apologies.
I
I think you're like using a voice changer or something.
But the idea that
if you're 18, cam up right now.
Are capable of determining value.
All right, cam up. You have 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 4, 3, 2. You got to be 18 to be in here.
From the idea of God.
Okay, then cam up.
Text like the Bible.
All right, well then I can't trust you. I wish you were 18, man. When you're 18, you can be here, but don't come back unless you're 18.
Objectively definable aspects of truth, rather than rely on something that you have to, take on faith, which was considered a less reliable form of truth than science. And this, of course, leads to atheism, which becomes much more prominent on the 19th century onward. One might say ubiquitous in the 20th century. These are major changes that are characterized in the modern period. And on a political sense, you have this increasing belief in popular sovereignty, meaning rather than rely on an absolute king as being the appropriate ruler for a particular region or a group of people, but rather the people themselves should exercise sovereignty over themselves. They should organize, and whenever they have a defining group that they feel is cogent and coherent, and that's where nationalism comes in, because people say, hey, those people on the other side of the river, they're not like us. They have the same religion, the same language, but we don't regard them as us. And so therefore the creation of nations, this so-called imagined community, which drew sometimes quite artificial lines around groups of people and said, we are one nation, we should therefore have our own country. That leads, of course, to revolutions. You have that as well happening, especially from 1800 onward. All of these things affected Jews just as much as they affected Christians. These are things that, and by the way, these are things that happened first in Christian Europe and then spread throughout the world to the Americas, to North Africa, the Middle East, the Far East, and so on. But Jews are affected by them largely to the degree that their own communities are insulated from the surrounding community, and their surrounding community is insulated from the greater trends happening in Europe. But this big change sort of reverberates throughout the world beginning around 1500. That's why we have this big chunk of time called modernity. The last topic, however, which I would like to spend a lot more time on, not so much in this video, just a little bit of a taste, but we will explore it many times over the next videos in this series, is that modernity implies a questioning of identity. Meaning, in the modern world, most people are waking up to the question of, what does it mean to be human on a very, very basic level? I mean, we have had, before that, lots of clear directions, especially from religious leaders. This is what it means to be a human, and the very closely related question to that, this is what it means to be Christian, this is what it means to be a Jew, this is what it means to be a Muslim. And typically, for much of the ancient medieval period, they were kind of like basically the same answer. They're almost identical. But moving into the modern world, you suddenly have the possibility where one's identity as a human being, as a citizen of the globe, may not be identical to one's identity as a member of a religious or ethnic or national group. And that's where modernity becomes absolutely fascinating when we get to the Jews. So in terms of the development of a distinct modern Jewish identity, or more precisely said, a range, a spectrum of modern Jewish identities, we have to definitely look at the Portuguese Jews in particular, because the Portuguese occupy a very, very unusual spot in Jewish history in the modern period, because as you will recall from our earlier discussions, the Portuguese Jews were forcibly converted to Christianity in 1497. And so you have a significant number of Jews, many of them already refugees from the Spanish Inquisition, who have made their way to Portugal thinking that hopefully they will be safe there on the edge of Europe. And then it turns out that it's ruined. They are forcibly converted, forcibly baptized as Christians, and then they have to deal with it. It's not so bad for the first couple decades because they are more or less left alone to their own devices. So they are effectively still living as Jews while nevertheless having Christian status. But when the Inquisition comes to Portugal as well, it hits a crisis point where, these so-called new Christians who are previously Jewish, forcibly converted to Christianity, now have to, at risk to their own lives, figure out how will they articulate their Jewish identity in the face of the literally mortal threat of the Portuguese Inquisition. Will they simply abandon all Jewish identity and submerge themselves in Christian culture, and within a few generations hopefully forget it? And the Inquisition would pursue their descendants for multiple generations. So this was not something that was like done at one generation and over. It was not, as they say, done and dusted. This is something that lasted for a long time and really affected how Portuguese Jews oriented themselves to the outside world. Would they abandon their Christian identity and, no, I shouldn't say that. Should they somehow create a hybrid identity where they are like Christians on the outside, but Jews secretly inside? Should they, find something totally different? So, this is really the question that Portuguese Jews had to deal with, not only in Portugal, but in their far-flung diaspora, because they tended to look to escape Portugal to try and find ways in which they could express their strange Jewish identity with freedom. Let us recall that since they were technically Christians, they were not subject to any of the restrictions that were imposed on them by the church as Jews. Now they could technically travel where they wanted, enter higher education, enter all the occupations open to Christians, even enter the church and rise in its hierarchy, which was not an uncommon thing for many of these Portuguese Jews. So just looking at three examples, you have people like Amatus Lusitanus, who was a converso. His family was converted to Christianity in Portugal. He went to study at the University of Salamanca in Spain and became actually a very expert and well-regarded, world-famous doctor. He ended up moving to Italy and a few other places where he readopted his Jewish identity. He nevertheless retained pride in his Portuguese origins. The term Amatus, which he chose as his given name, is probably a relationship to his Jewish family name of Chaviv, which means beloved. And Lusitanus, of course, is a reference to Portugal. That's a Latin term for Portugal, Lusitania. So he was like creating a hybrid identity where he says, I don't care if you know that I'm actually Jewish. And the whole Christian thing was a facade that was laid onto my identity. But I'm also proud it was a facade if you Lusitania. So, of course, is a reference name of Chaviv, which means beloved. And Lusitanus, of course, is a reference to Portugal. That's a Latin term for Portugal, Lusitania. So he was like creating a hybrid identity where he says, I don't care if you know that I'm actually Jewish. And the whole Christian thing was a facade that was laid onto my identity. But I'm also a proud son of Portugal. Fascinating. And then you have people who could not find a place in a new identity, like, as we discussed, the tragic story of Uriel da Costa, who tried to re-engage his Jewish identity, which he had no training in or no background in other than what he read in the Christian versions of the Bible that he could access in Portugal. And in Amsterdam, he was shocked because the Judaism that he adopted did not conform to his image of what it should be when he looked at regular Jews in Amsterdam. Very tragic story. He ended up taking his life. It was an unsuccessful attempt to create an identity. And then you have people like Benedict Spinoza, who very famous and highly influential philosopher, also of Portuguese extraction living in Amsterdam, who created something totally new. As you can see from this particular print, which comes from the New York Public Library, it says underneath, Judeus et atheista, Jew and atheist, right? Like that would be almost a contradiction in terms. How could you have someone who was a Jew understood as a member of a faith community and an atheist? Now, I'm going to set aside the question of can we really call Spinoza an atheist, and some have called him God intoxicated. In fact, the sense of God was much larger, but it was not the sense of God that most rabbis would approve as being Jewish. So these are just a few examples of modern Jewish identities that were made possible by these Jews who were allowed, ironically, by the Spanish and Portuguese experience to exist if they wanted to in a Christian world and also have some Jewish identity despite their technical designation as Christians. This is a trend that will continue in fascinating in multiple ways as we move through the next few hundred years, and I look forward to exploring those with you in following lectures. Thank you very much for watching.
I don't know if there is a more famous population out there anywhere. How are board games supposed to compete with a phone where they can get digital versions of all those games at any time?
In this brief video, I'd just like to take a few minutes and walk you through the major migration patterns of Jewish history right up until the end of the first half of the 20th century. And of course, there's some very significant things that happened with the Holocaust. the Holocaust, but I'm going to spend
Doug, you
1939
sound
just to
exactly
give you
like a
sense
child
of
using
how
a
Jews got to
voice
live
changer.
where they
Apologies.
lived. Go back period. I will few. Of course, there's the early migration of the patriarch.
That's a good
Abraham
question. That's a
from,
very legitimate question.
city
Probably
of
due to
Ur
connectivity.
in, what would be
For
today
the first
Babylon,
3 years that I was
Iraq,
doing this,
actually,
my connectivity was
into
seriously
the, land of Israel, and then, of course,
challenged.
there's the biblical description of
And
a tiny population of some 70
I would say
individuals
that
moving into
I've had
Egypt,
some
and then
breakthroughs
the exodus from
when it
Egypt.
comes to that.
And then
So
later on, when we
I
get
gain
to,
followers every
some
single day.
data that's supported by extra 12 years and 8th
Okay.
century population of Jews, specifically primarily in northern Iraq.
Yeah, well, you have obviously. You think I have one video out there? I have so many interviews. If you even look in here, you can find interviews. So you haven't looked.
In the Mesopotamia region between.
But excellent question.
We have
Oh, Doug, you said I got one question for you. I answered it. We're listening to a lecture, my dog.
Particularly in the southern river population, but we do have some.
Because I have no fear.
If we move to late antiquity, let's say start from the 1st century onwards, you've got a couple of really important nations in Israel. Before the Bar Kokhba revolt of the year 132, you still have a fairly significant population in Yehuda, that is the central southern part of the land of Israel. And then after that failed revolt against the Roman Empire, there's a pretty massive devastation of Jews in Yehuda, and the bulk of them moves to the north to the region of the Galilee, or the Galil in Hebrew. And that's why I put 2 circles there on this map in the land of Israel. You still have the nucleus of the Jews who had emigrated to Iraq. I shouldn't say emigrated. They were forcibly moved to Iraq under the regime of Assyrian and Babylonian kings. But then there is a fairly significant growth of that population. It actually becomes a major Talmudic center. So that's happening in the Mesopotamian region. You can see it there in the circle on the right. And then you do have as well a significant population of Jews that continue to reside in Egypt. Alexandria is perhaps the most significant of those locations. These circles here are not to scale. In fact, I'm not even sure if we have a good sense of what the relative scales would be, but I would guess that the Alexandrian population is much, much smaller than that in Israel and in modern-day Iraq. Also in this context is a major development of the Jewish population in the Italian peninsula in particular, especially after the destruction of the temple in the 1st century. There's a significant population that had pre-existed the destruction of the temple really into the 1st century before the Common Era. You have Jews living in Rome, and then there's a lot more that are sent over there as prisoners of war and so on. This map does not indicate the dotting of Jewish settlements that are really throughout the Greek peninsula, the Asia Minor, and across the coast of North Africa, particularly from what would be Tunisia and Benghazi today, Libya today, moving towards the west. So you've got Jews spreading out, the Black Sea littoral even at this point, but these are kind of like the major sections of where Jews lived and what would become very important historically afterwards. So that gives us kind of like a very quick overview of how Jews moved in antiquity. If we go to the medieval period now, you see that there is a gradual increase in the movement towards the west. You still have the major population of Jews living in Mesopotamia, and in fact it becomes a source of out-migration as well. There are Jews moving across the coast of North Africa. We know they're living as far west as the Iberian Peninsula as the 3rd century, and that population increases, especially after the Muslims conquer it in the 8th century, and it becomes much more hospitable to Jewish settlement. So you have Jews moving across the coast of North Africa into Spain, and that continues, especially when it goes into the so-called golden era of, let's say, the 9th century and onward. You also have an increase in the Jewish population in Italy and their movement north to become the heartland of Ashkenaz. Some of them move into France, and you see a significant increase in the population of the Rhone River, cities that had already been settled with Jews in the 1st century, increased partially through Italian immigration, also through Iberian immigration. You have Jews moving into England, and you have Jews moving, of course, into Germany, which is Ashkenaz proper at this time. This movement, however, will endure some significant changes in the next 500 years, primarily through anti-Semitic persecution on the one hand, that drives Jews gradually eastward, and then there's kind of like a vacuum effect where economic opportunity also draws them into the Eastern European heartland, places like Poland, Lithuania, Belarus, Ukraine, and so on. What you can see in this map here, if you look at the white arrows, they basically indicate major expulsions. You have a significant one in England in the year 1290, and Jews basically cross the Channel going into France and into the Netherlands. You have a huge expulsion from Spain, of course, in 1492 that drives a large number of Jews, perhaps in the hundreds of thousands, throughout the Mediterranean basin, going all the way to Constantinople, to Saloniki, and a very significant, not huge, but important movement to Tzfat in northern Israel as well. And then I've made a distinction with the green arrows. That's kind of like a way of suggesting that not only was the anti-Semitic persecution, which was notable in Germany, particularly after the Black Death in the middle of the 14th century, there's also economic incentives drawing Jews to the east. There's an increased demand for Jews acting in all areas of commerce as leaseholders, as arrendators, as minters in the Eastern European part of Europe. So the green arrows indicate not only the anti-Semitic persecution from the west driving them towards the east, but also the economic draw bringing them into eastern regions. And if we switch back again to the western part of Europe, you see in the Iberian Peninsula, of course, there are some Jews who elect to explore the New World, which is being discovered as we speak about this particular period of the expulsions. And they're leaving not only from Spain, but also from Portugal, sometimes as new Christians, meaning they had already been converted to Christianity against their will in 1497, and then they take their leave as Christians to go to places like Brazil, and where they might actually revert back to their Jewish identities. There also is a significant amount of migration from Portugal to places like Amsterdam. I can't include all of the detail on this map, but you get a general sense of what's happening. Now, if we move to the modern period, the early and modern period, you get a sense of the general dispersion of population. There's something like 1 million Jews living in the world around the year 1700. Most of them, of course, are in Europe. About 70% of them are in Europe. And as you can see from the scattering of dots in this fantastic map, they're primarily based in Eastern Europe, although there are some significant populations in Western Europe and cities in particular. A very small number of Jews, about 17%, are living in North Africa, and an even smaller amount are living in the Middle East. The Ottoman Empire, which would include the region of Mesopotamia, that was once, such a major population center. But clearly, by the time we get to the year 1700, the balance of population has shifted to Europe proper. Europe empties out quite significantly when you get to the end of the 19th century. There is a general movement, once again, westward, partially to Europe, places like England and France and so on, but even more so with the 1880s, a massive displacement to the New World. This map shows you only the Pale of Settlement, which is a region in the Russian Empire where Jews were allowed to live, and it basically overlapped much of Poland, Western Ukraine, and Lithuania, Latvia, part of Latvia. But it was subject to a tremendous amount of economic discrimination, a kind of like administrative overcrowding that made it desirable for Jews to simply leave. And so this mirrors what's happening outside of the Russian Empire as well, but massive amount of Jews moving to the region called the Golden Medina, the Golden Country, meaning the United States of America, and then to the north, 70,000 Jews moving to my homeland, my birthplace, because they heard that they have universal health care there. And then, of course, a significant number as well to South America, and roughly equal amounts. This map demonstrates a period from 1882 to, I believe, 1924, 1928, about 45,000 to both the developing community in what would become Israel after 1948, and also to South Africa, and a very small number also going out to Australia. So you get a sense of Jews expanding now from Europe into the New World. So if we look at the population distribution of Jews on the eve of the Holocaust, this map is to scale, so you get a sense of the relative size of the populations. Eastern Europe still is the heartland, with over 5 million Jews out of 16 million overall. But the US and Canada have almost caught up with almost 5 million Jews as well, and significant populations in other parts of the globe as well. Now, I haven't in this brief video looking at some of the fascinating smaller migrations like to India and to China, but I hope to address those in future videos. And that's about it for a very quick look at migration patterns in Jewish history. I hope you enjoyed it, and I look forward to speaking with you in further videos. Thanks for watching. I have to tell you, I am really excited about this particular video because I am so fascinated with the presence of the Jews in China. They had a community there for well over 1,000 years, and it's a really unusual kind of combination of Jewish culture and Chinese culture in quite fascinating ways. Today, I'd like to focus specifically on the origins of the Jews of China, but perhaps we'll take a little bit of time at the end of this short video to talk about the nature of that unusual Chinese-Jewish synthesis. So, first of all, when do we first hear about the Jews of China? So the first encounter of the Jews of China with the Western world was in the person of Matteo Ricci. That was the first important meeting. And Matteo Ricci was a Jesuit priest who had come to China with the goal of converting the indigenous population to Christianity. They had a lot of challenges with that. We'll look at some of those in particular. But there's a fascinating encounter that happened in 1605. When a Jew from the city of Kaifeng, with a very important Jewish population and a long Jewish history, came specifically to meet with Ricci in Peking. And it was like, it's hard to, if this wasn't actually well documented, I think it was a comedy skit. Apparently, Aitian, this Jewish guy from Kaifeng, thought that Matteo Ricci must be Jewish because he had heard about this person in Peking who came from far away, and he knew a lot about this particular religion, and he said, okay, must be a Jewish guy. Matteo Ricci, at the same time, thought that Aitian must be evidence of early Christianity in China, which is absolutely fascinating. And the two of them had this, really funny encounter where Matteo Ricci is discussing things with Aitian, and Aitian happens to see this painting of the Madonna with Jesus and Saint John the Baptist. It happened to be a Saint John Baptiste day or his anniversary, something like that. And so Aitian knowing nothing about Christianity, they were completely shut off from the entire phenomenon of Christianity. He assumed that this must be Rebecca and her sons Jacob and Esau. He says, what a nice painting. And then they see another painting that represents the four evangelists, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, of course, wrote the first four Gospels, the first four books of the Christian Bible. And Etienne thinks, oh, look at that. This must be the 4 of the 12 sons of Jacob. Where are the other 8 sons? And it's just this hilarious thing. Eventually, they figured out that, in fact, Etienne was not a Christian. He was Jewish. And this had fascinating unto its own right. Now, from Etienne's perspective, he wasn't entirely clear on what Christian meant. And in fact, in communications with Ricci and with later Jesuits who actually came to Kaifeng, there was a suggestion that perhaps, someone like Matteo Ricci could take over as the chief rabbi because he obviously knew a lot of Tanakh. And one of the challenges that the Kaifeng community was experiencing, even in the 17th century, was a decline in literacy and a decline in Hebrew literacy specifically, and in familiarity with rabbinic tradition. They were looking for a new chief rabbi. Apparently, as the story goes, the chief rabbi of Kaifeng was very happy with allowing someone like Matteo Ricci to take over for him. The Christian stuff really didn't bother him too much. It's another kind of like ancient story. But the fact that the Jesuits were still eating pork, that was very problematic. So there's no way you can become our rabbi if you're still eating pork. By the way, when the Jesuits asked the Jews of Kaifeng, have you ever heard of Jesus? They thought about it for a while and they said, oh, yeah, sure, we know about Jesus. But when they went and discussed it further, they were not referring to Jesus of Nazareth. The Kaifeng Jews were familiar with Jesus ben Sira, an ancient author who wrote the apocryphal work Ecclesiasticus, as it's known in the tradition, or the Sefer Ben Sira, the Wisdom of Ben Sira in English, which was a work which was incidentally lost in Hebrew for many, many generations and was only found in the 19th century. So they knew about a different Jesus, not the Jesus of Nazareth, which, anyways, these things are just hilarious, I think, but historians have to get fun sometimes. At any rate, the Jesuits maintained a very strong interest in the Jews of Kaifeng, to a large degree, even more than Jews would with this unusual Jewish community. They were especially interested in learning about the Sefer Torahs that the Jews of Kaifeng had. They wanted to see, in particular, if they were the same as the Torahs that were read in Western Europe, because one of the thoughts that Ricci had was that there was more evidence for Christianity in the Hebrew Bible, but that it had been tampered with by the Jews to remove that evidence. And if he could find biblical books that predated that went all the way back to the posited arrival of the Jews, which, by the way, was argued to be as far back as about the 1st or 2nd century of the Common Era. We'll talk about that in just a second. So if these texts had references to Jesus in it, that would be incredibly important. Of course, they didn't find such things, and when they actually got to Kaifeng and they discussed a little bit more about what they were interested in, the Jews of Kaifeng were really quite upset and refused to show them their texts. And obviously, there was also a deep interest in converting the Jews of Kaifeng to Christianity. In some ways, the Jesuits thought they had more of a chance with the Jews of China than with the non-monotheistic Chinese of China. And of course, that's a long story that goes way beyond the discussion we have today. But we do have an extended effort of various Christian missionaries coming to China to specifically try to convert the Jews to Christianity. At any rate, what they did find was a lavish and very cherished synagogue in Kaifeng. Here is a drawing from an early 18th century Jesuit, Father Domingue, who visited it. And He also not only drew the architectural layout of it, the Jews were definitely very attached to this particular facility. Some of the historical records indicate that they rebuilt it many, many times, that it was originally constructed in the 12th century, perhaps on an earlier site. And he also recorded, graphic images like this of Jews of Kaifeng reading the Torah on a special kind of chair they called the seat of Moses. They would put the Sephardic style ark on top of it and open up the box, and they would read the text from the inside in that manner. It's quite fascinating. They had a really quite active and vibrant community for many, many centuries. So our task for us today, however, is to try to understand, where did these Jews of China come from? So here is a map that shows the various locations. Kaifeng is the most well-known and the most well-documented. However, even the Kaifeng documentation refers to its relationships with other communities, such as Yangzhou, where they, for example, received the gift of a Sefer Torah. You can see that quite a few of them are all on the eastern region of China, but you have some to the west as well. And judging by the numbers, this map, by the way, comes from the Encyclopedia Judaica. You can see that some of them date all the way back to the 9th century, but that's like the first clear documentation of that community. They have roots that go back possibly much, much further. We have, for example, several travelers' accounts that refer to the Jews of China. Benjamin of Tudela never actually got there and referred to China specifically, but he did come very close, or at least he collected reports from people who came very close and could easily have been in contact with them. Marco Polo, the famous traveler, has passing references to Jews in China, and we have some fascinating Chinese tax regulations from the 14th century in which there are just scattered references to Jews. Unfortunately, they don't tell us a lot about how large the communities are or how active they were or what they were like, but there is clear reference to Jews being present there, along with Muslims, by the way, with whom they were frequently associated. And in the mind of Chinese administrators, there's often very little distinction made between Jews and Muslims. They're often referred to in the same sentence. We also have some Muslim historians who refer to the presence of Jews, sometimes in the context of Chinese massacres as well. Now, most likely the Jews came to China along the Silk Road, which you can see here's a map from Wikipedia that shows some of the most important routes upon which silk traveled from the east to the west. It's also called the Spice Road because the spices were also a very important commodity that was imported to the west from the east. The map is a little bit strange because it refers to other caravan routes, and many of them are through the oceans. To my knowledge, camels don't swim especially well, especially when they're laden down, but it does indicate that, there was a lot of maritime trade as well. And what's important about this particular Silk Route is you can see that in this round circle here, this is where the massive population of Mesopotamian Jewry lives. This is where the great Talmudic centers are located, and there's a very significant Jewish population right there along an important spot on the Silk Route. And Jews were involved in much of the trade that went from east to west. The Talmud speaks of a considerable amount of trade that would happen in this region, and presumably bringing things from much further east. This received even more attention when Aurel Stein, a fascinating individual who, as you can guess by the last name, was actually born Jewish. He was an explorer and a specialist in a lot of these ancient languages, Eastern languages. His parents, ironically, baptized him and his brother, which was very common for German Jews at the time, although they and their daughters remained unbaptized Jewish. At any rate, Stein, who went far away from his native Germany to explore this region, was exploring in the region of Dunhuang, which is on the Silk Road, and he discovered an amazing thing. He found a huge cache of medieval documents And scattered among these documents, which were mainly written in Asian languages, he found also this 8th century carefully folded piece of paper, which was actually a Hebrew slicha, meaning a penitential prayer, possibly associated with the high holidays, but the traveler who carried it very lovingly folded it and kept it with him as he was traveling along the spice route. The document can be dated with reliability to the 8th or 9th century, indicating that here was clearly someone who was attached to Jewish prayer, who was traveling along the spice route as early as this period, and that's most likely how most of the Jews came to China, was along this route. Many of them would have settled in places like Kaifeng. According to Kaifeng tradition, this would have happened significantly earlier in the Han Dynasty, which ended around the year 200. It's impossible to know exactly when the Jews settled there, but they were certainly there for centuries before they were discovered by the West. Now let's take just a couple of minutes to learn about what was this unusual community like. So the documents that we have to tell us about the internal life of Kaifeng Jewry, that is, documents which were composed by the Jews themselves, as opposed to accounts by travelers, which are fascinating to themselves as well. We have several stelae, meaning stone blocks, which were established in the synagogue to record important historic dates, many of them associated with the rebuilding of the temple, of their synagogue. And by the way, in modern Jewish parlance, if you go to a synagogue, you'll find the exact same thing. They're plaques honoring the people who spent money and worked hard to rebuild the building or to refurbish it and so on. So we have 4 different texts. We have the earliest dates from 1489, and on the reverse of that stone block, there's another text written in 1512, and then another one in 1663, and a fourth one, really 3 blocks, but a 4th text in 1679. The last one doesn't tell us a lot about the community. It's very difficult to read, but the earlier ones tell us a lot about how the community, cherished the temple and rebuilt it. And these are the people who were involved with it, and also how the community had to endure some terrible disasters, like a massive flooding of the Yellow River that overwhelmed the town, and the synagogue was destroyed and had to be rebuilt and so on, things like that. We also have this unusual text called a memorial book, which is dated to the 17th century. You can see a page of it over here. This memorial book lists a lot of the prominent people in the town and gives us some sense of their genealogy. As you can see from the document, it's written in both Chinese characters and in Hebrew letters. If you look on the 4th list of names down, you see on the right Ben, and then Ben Yisrael Moshe. And that Yisrael Moshe, under the word Moshe, which is right in the center of the document, it has an interesting kind of phrase that says he's called a Jinshi, i.e. he received a PhD. He was a doctor of advanced learning. So a lot of fascinating things about how the Jews of Kaifeng basically lived with 7 distinct surnames, and one particular family was honored with a particular surname by the emperor for their service to the empire as a whole, and that they achieved high levels of education and a lot of fascinating things. But I think when you look at all this evidence together, in this brief video, I'd like to point out 3 distinct phenomena that I read into the text. First of all, I was fascinated by the fidelity of the Kaifeng Jews to Jewish tradition. For example, the Jesuits note that they were called, among other names, they didn't use the term Jew, they sometimes used the term Israelite, but they were called Tiao Jinjiao, please forgive my pronunciation, or the group that excises the sinew, which is a clear reference to the observance of the laws of kashrut, because the sciatic nerve has to be removed from animals before they are consumed. There's a lot of discussion of how the Jews of Kaifeng, for example, would only eat meat that they had slaughtered themselves. They would not rely on other groups' slaughter, and so on. Fascinating, many, many references to these kinds of things where they are practicing Judaism as it would be understood in the rest of the Jewish world. Secondly, however, and this is especially interesting, I think, they had some really unusual adaptations to Chinese culture. For example, one of the things that's described in the sources is how, it was customary to establish a tablet that would have the emperor's name on it, and that people would show it symbolic obeisance, like kowtow before, bowing before, things like that. Very problematic in Jewish tradition to bow before anyone, or certainly to bow before a block of stone. It smacks of idolatry in Jewish tradition, very problematic. So how did the Jews of Kaifeng deal with this? It's very clever. You would say in Yiddish, a Yiddish cup, right? Jewish head. They wrote the verse, Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad, Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one, on the top of the this particular brick, underneath, on top of the emperor's name, kind of like a decorative element. And then with whatever bowing they were doing, it was like they were bowing to God because it had this verse on the top. I mean, I love this stuff. Also, very problematic for the Jesuits, incidentally, was the problem of ancestor veneration. Matteo Ricci, he reported to the Pope in Rome that one of the issues is that the Chinese have a very, very strong ritual of honoring their ancestors, and there was a major debate in the church. The Pope actually went back and forth on this as to whether or not this could be tolerated. For many of the more doctrinaire Catholics, this also smacked of idolatry to worship dead ancestors, whereas Ricci and others were arguing, no, it's just the culture, they're just respecting them, and so on. So for the Jews, it was no problem, because of course this is really baked into Jewish thought, not necessarily worshiping the ancestors, but appealing to God on the merit of the ancestors. In Hebrew, zchut avot. That's a very, very traditional thing. You look at Jewish prayers, and there's constant references, so to speak, reminding God that Jews are the descendants of Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah. Look at what they did. Remember their actions, and so on, and provide kindness for their descendants. So the idea of ancestor veneration was not really problematic to Chinese Jews at all. Quite fascinating to see how, Chinese culture, Confucian culture in particular, and Jewish culture was able to find points of contact and even synthesis. But at the same time, we have to recall that there is significant degrees of assimilation that would be unacceptable, certainly in North Africa or in European Jewish communities. For example, there are many, many examples of degrees of assimilation. The Jews, especially as they were suffering more and more from a lack of leadership and a lack of contact with the outside world, specifically the rest of the Jewish diaspora, they were having problems finding people who could read and write the Torah and interpret it and so on. So they tended to gravitate to neighbors that they had for many centuries, the Muslims. There's a significant Muslim minority in China. And in fact, there are photographs from 19th, 20th century of Jews of Kaifeng and elsewhere worshiping in Muslim mosques, because after all, they were sort of theologically much closer to Islam than they were to Confucianism. Islam is, of course, intensely monotheistic and worshiping the same God. So the Jews would frequent Muslim mosques. They were neighbors. In fact, they were almost indistinguishable in dress, but the Muslims would wear white caps and Jewish males would wear blue caps. So one of the names for Jews was, in fact, blue caps, because that distinguishes them from the Muslims. For Confucian Chinese, it was often like, who are these people? And, oh yeah, right, you've got two flavors. You've got the white flavor and the blue flavor. Okay, fine. Also noted in the genealogical tables that they record there, that of those 7 clans, some of them intermarried with Chinese, and it's actually recorded in their genealogical tables. It's unclear to us what sort of conversion process, if any, would happen. We do note that males, Jewish males, were far more likely to marry Chinese women than Jewish women were to marry Chinese males. And in those genealogical tables, there was a clear distinction made between those women who were born Jewish. They were called Bat Yisrael, right, daughter of Israel, and those women who were born to non-Jews were called Bat Adam, the daughter of Adam. They were married, however, and their origins were recorded, and so on. So there's definitely some degrees of assimilation, and it varies. Certain families were far less likely than others to do so, which I guess is broadly similar to American Jewry as well. The last thing that it's a sad point in many ways, but the community, of course, fell into significant decline in the early modern and into the 19th, 20th centuries. And one of the saddest things was that they lost the ability to clearly copy their Torah scrolls, to read their Torah scrolls, and ultimately they ended up selling their Torah scrolls to Christian missionaries, who then brought many of them back to Western Europe, and in fact even one Torah scroll is in Toronto. This is an example of a Kai Feng scroll, which is held by the British Library. People who have analyzed their Torah scrolls, and a scroll of Esther that comes in this region indicates that they were losing their ability to actually copy the Torah scroll effectively. It's clear from the confusion of some of the letters that sound very similar, like Chet and Chaf, or Aleph and Ayin, that they used a method where one person would read the Torah scroll and the scribe would actually transcribe it based on what he was hearing. Hence, there would be errors between those two letters. By the way, Matteo Ricci did not find any of the evidence that he was so hoping to find of Christian prefigurements in the Torah that were not extant. The Torahs are identical to Western Torahs, except for these obvious kinds of typographical errors. The letter Vav overused, that's the word and or but, and these confusions of Aleph and Ayin and things like that. So with the loss of these Torah scrolls, the communities fell into a very steep decline, although there are still remnants of the communities even into the 21st century. And I think by way of conclusion, it seems to me that we see in the Kai Feng Jewry just how important it is for the scattering of Jews to remain connected to one another, and even more importantly, how it's crucial that they remain connected to the core texts of the Bible and the commentaries. And without these two things, it's very difficult for a community to last, although the Kai Feng and Chinese Jewry in general demonstrated remarkable resilience over many centuries, and hopefully they will have a renaissance. And the last thing I got to say, for those of you who have been following my lectures, I want you to appreciate how hard it has been for me to get through this entire lecture without once mentioning the Jewish predilection for Asian cuisine. I just want you to know I really restrained myself. Okay, thank you very much for watching.
Causing some delays from Century Boulevard. 101 southbound via Hollywood, some stop-and-go traffic as you make your way past Hollywood Boulevard. That's going to stay slow until you reach the 110. 57 heading northbound in Diamond Bar. Just before the 60, still got a wreck that's along the right shoulder, causing some spectator traffic. That's backed up to about Diamond Bar Boulevard. Anaheim Hills, 91 eastbound, you'll see some patchy slowing just after Imperial Highway. The slow pockets from there until you get past Gypsum Canyon Road.
The origins of the Jews of India go back to the ancient period, and we basically have 4 different types of population that inhabit the subcontinent. First of all, you have the Cochin Jews, who live on the Malabar or coast here in the southern part of the subcontinent. And then you have the B'nai Israel, and they're sort of like circled by this green square box here, and they're primarily a little bit to the north near the city of Mumbai. And then you have the so-called Baghdadi Jews, who are not necessarily all from Baghdad, and they are concentrated in Kolkata, but also located in some of the populations where Jews had previously resided. And finally, the so-called Paradesi Jews, who are spread out in a few centers, also found within the recognized population centers that we noted. Let's have a look at these four distinct types of Jews in a very quick overview. First of all, let's begin with the Cochin Jews, who are the earliest Jews recorded in India. They certainly date from the ancient period. We know from the text of the Hebrew scriptures, the Tanakh, that there are several words that are related to Sanskrit and Tamil, which are most likely connected to the trade that went on between ancient Israel and ancient India. There are terms primarily for like various goods and gems and things like that. There's also a possibility that this remarkable, mysterious Ophir, that is the source of much of Solomon's wealth, may have been a place called Supara at the mouth of the Indus River, which also housed a very ancient civilization. But we know from multiple sources, from not only Jewish sources, but Greek sources and Roman sources and so on, that there was significant amount of trade, particularly from the west coast of India and the Middle East. By the time you get to the medieval period, the Radhanite traders, who we spoke about in a previous class, have been traveling all through this route and definitely are engaged in trade all across the European and the Asian continents. And they're described primarily in Arab historians. So we know that there are Jews who are visiting India and who are in possibly setting up kinds of settlements in India. The first of those settlements is the so-called Cochin Jews. Now, we know of their history from their local legends, but one of the most fascinating early documents that we have that specifically refers to them are the series of 3 copper plates that are apparently a type of a charter that were issued to the Jews of Cochin from a local king. And this kind of like sets the tone for much of the history of Cochin Jewry. A remarkable level of, coexistence with the local population. One of the things that's quite fascinating about this period is that there seems to have been no indigenous anti-Semitism. I know, right? That's like so hard to believe, but there seem to be very, very few incidents of any kind of organized anti-Jewish impetus. This may be related to the fact that, pagan empires, ironically, tend to be more tolerant of other religions than monotheistic faiths. Perhaps that's because of the approach being, like, we have lots of gods, what's one more anyway, that kind of thing. But anyway, that seems to be the case in Cochin. So these 3 copper plates offer some kind of charter, which essentially a promise to a possibly legendary local Jewish figure named Joseph Rabban, giving the Jews of Cochin all kinds of privileges, many of them symbolic in nature, like the right to use a parasol, which is apparently something reserved for royalty and things like that. The plates themselves date from probably the 11th century, really old, and that, of course, does not speak to the origins of the Cochin Jews, which could have gone back easily to the ancient period. They are written in the Malayalam language in the Vatellutu script. Yes, I pronounced that. I hope I pronounced it correctly. And one of the factors that we have to bear in mind when we're studying India is that it is so far from homogenous. Just like when we talked about Africa, there are literally dozens upon dozens of cultures with multiple languages and multiple faiths and so on. So although it does have one kind of like geographic description, it is, one contiguous territory. India is really made up of many, many different civilizations. Now, the Cochin Jews were fascinating in that they seem to have not really been deeply connected to the traditional rabbinic or even the later Karaite iterations of Jewish thought, and they seem to have, evolved with a local indigenous leadership that led to a lot of really fascinating kind of local customs. Like, for example, this is a paroches, a curtain that is placed in front of the ark that holds the Torah. This is a common element in synagogues all over the world, and of course harkens back to the temple, where a curtain would separate the Holy of Holies from the rest of the temple grounds. But a fascinating element in the Cochin Jewish customs is that they incorporate the skirt or other type of clothing of a bride into the parochet itself, which is a fascinating kind of idea that actually brings to mind some interesting Kabbalistic references to the Torah as a kind of me'orasa, as a bride that is to be married. Fascinating kinds of things. But at any rate, they incorporate that right into the paroches. Also fascinating, there was a custom that on the eve of the Sabbath, on Friday afternoon, a synagogue functionary would take a taper and light it from the Ner Tamid, from the eternal flame that burns inside the synagogues. In modern synagogues, it tends to be electric bulb that's sometimes made to look like a fire, but obviously in medieval, pre-modern times, they would have to use an actual flame. And he would carry this taper to all the homes where they would have these kind of like oil things set up on the outside of their homes, and he would like share the light of the synagogue with all the Jewish homes on the eve of the Sabbath. Beautiful kind
Of the 180 people who were reported being ill, how many of them got into the pools of the jacuzzis? I really wonder.
Kind of idea, I think. So the Cochin Jews changed significantly with the arrival of the Portuguese. This is the first major influx of Western Europeans that occurs in the age of discovery, when people like Vasco da Gama are making their way around India and exploiting the region of trade. This is an interesting Portuguese depiction of what they thought the Jews of Malabar looked like, and represented that backwards to Europe. And there's an interesting kind of thing happening with the arrival of the Europeans, where some of the local elites, the Jewish, are sometimes co-opted by the Jews. One of those is none less than Gaspar, who was an interesting Jewish character who was apparently forcibly baptized by Vasco da Gama himself, the great explorer. He took the name da Gama after his patron, as it were, and then he went on to a rather brilliant career as a translator for the Portuguese, helping them negotiate the vagaries of Indian culture and language. Fascinating kind of elements, but we'll talk more about the impact of the Europeans shortly. Here's an interesting photograph from 1978. You can see in the foreground is a Hindu temple, and in the background, with that distinct clock tower, is the Cochin Jewish synagogue, one of several, actually. They actually were established a little bit further to the north in a town called Shingli, until in the 14th century it was wiped out by a big flood, and then they moved a little bit further to the south. And they have this famous synagogue with a clock tower on it. Here's another photograph of the tower itself. You can see that it actually had three sides, and on one of the sides, the numbers on the clock were printed in Hebrew. Fascinating. And the proximity of the temple and the synagogue is also one of those testaments to the rather famed coexistence of Hindu and Jewish elements in Cochin. If we move on to the next most well-known Indian Jewish community, that would be the so-called B'nai Israel, the children of Israel. Here's a fascinating depiction of B'nai Israel baking matzah, and they clearly are dressed in traditional Indian costume, but preparing a very traditional Jewish cuisine. There are uncertain legends of their arrival. Once again, you recall they primarily settled a little bit further to the north on the western coast. The entire western coast, by the way, achieved a tremendous popularity and surge in transport once the prevailing directions of the monsoon winds were harnessed for efficient travel from the Middle East and the Red Sea into the Arab Sea. It is the Arabian Sea. It is important to note that it was a very dangerous passage, especially before the monsoon winds were more better understood. No less an important figure than David ben Maimon, the brother of Maimonides, was killed in a shipwreck on this particular route in the Arabian Sea. But at any rate, sometime possibly in the ancient period, definitely by the medieval period, Jews were settled in the region of Mumbai, and these are the so-called Bnei Israel. Like the Cochin Jews to the south, they also exercised indigenous spiritual leadership, meaning they did not really rely heavily on imported rabbis, as far as we can tell, at least until the modern period. And so they developed a lot of kind of unusual cultural idiosyncrasies that you don't necessarily see in other Jewish communities. But there's a remarkable explosion of Jewish activity among the Bnei Israel in the early 19th century, ironically with the arrival of Christian missionaries. This is because the Christians come in, and as we saw to a certain degree with the influence of Jesuits on the Chinese Jewish population, the Christian Jewish missionaries bring a lot more exposure to the broader Jewish world with them through their attempt to convey Christian doctrines. And the Bnei Israel, as it were, said, wow, this is really interesting. And oh my gosh, you know Hebrew, so you could teach me Hebrew. And all of a sudden, these Bnei Israel started becoming really proficient in Hebrew and started studying more and more Tanakh and getting more involved in Mishnah, Talmud, and so on. And they ended up developing really a quite rich connection with the rest of world Jewry, so much so that, like Cochin Jewry, in the 20th century was a very heavy movement of Bnei Israel to make Aliyah, to move to Israel. I'm not going to discuss 20th century issues in this particular class. We'll have to get to it in the next semester, but they're really quite connected to the rest of world Jewry and especially to the land of Israel. Just to have a look at some of the interesting cultural features that developed among the Bnei Israel, here you see an interesting custom that right next to the mezuzah, the small device that's attached to Jewish doors that has a piece of the Hebrew scriptures in it that from the Shema prayer. On the right, they also put up some rice stalks as a kind of prayer, physical prayer for good fortune and fertility. Fascinating. And also you see among the Bnei Israel in this particular photograph, which is from the mid-20th century. I said I wouldn't talk about the 20th century, but nevertheless, especially through their contacts with Christian missionaries, the Bnei Israel begin to make a distinct movement towards modernity, as you can see in the varieties of clothing and their generational differences in this picture alone. And there are many such examples of these photographs from the early 20th century. Finally, let's have a quick look at the Baghdadi and Paradesi Jews. The Baghdadi Jews, as the name implies, were representative of a significant population of Jews who began to move to the Indian subcontinent primarily for international trade, and they began to establish strong footholds there. Many other Jews from the region began to coalesce around the Baghdadis, and in general, they tend to be known as Sephardim, even though the term Sepharad really applies to Spain and the Spanish diaspora. Nevertheless, many communities from the Middle East, the so-called Mizrach communities, also have a tendency to refer to themselves as Sephardim, at least to distinguish themselves from Ashkenazim, who also had some migration to India, but not nearly in the same numbers. The so-called Paradesi Jews follow many of the patterns of the Baghdadi Jews, although they do not necessarily stem from the same region of the Middle East. The term Paradesi means apparently foreign, so they're like from foreign countries as opposed to local indigenous populations or from Baghdad specifically. One of the most famous of these early Baghdadi immigrants was David Sassoon, a very important builder of the Indian community. You can see him here on the left, and then with his sons, who all were very, very important in developing the economic infrastructure of Baghdadi Jewry. Now, at this point, I'm just going to mention very quickly one kind of passing comment that refers not only to the Cochin and the Bnei Israel populations, who are heavily influenced by Varna, that is the caste system in India, but it was accelerated with the arrival of the British in the 19th century that adds to it classism. And you have this unusual phenomenon where Jews in India will begin to break down in a caste-like status associated with their occupations and sometimes with their racial characteristics as well. And you have some complications that are not present in traditional Jewish approaches to the ban on marriages between these different self-imposed castes. There are some very limited bans on, for example, the priestly caste, the Kohanim, are not allowed to marry, for example, divorcees, but it's really quite minor by comparison to the very complex caste system that pertained in India up until 1947, at least legally. You also have linguistic implications because many of these Jews, particularly those generations who came later, begin to see the British as the power that will offer them the most opportunities for their own economic and social advancement. And so they begin to assimilate themselves or acculturate themselves towards British norms, focusing on the English language rather than local Indian languages and so on. Much more to say about this, but really we're still looking at the early modern period as a terminus, so we'll have to talk about the other elements when we get a little further in the semester. I hope you found this topic as fascinating as I did, and I want to thank you very much for watching, and I hope I'll see you in more videos. Thank you.
So there we were, cruising through the new open air suit when I realized that the park was closing in like 15 minutes. Luckily, we were finding some road. This powerful PC turbo engine, well, we had lights and all the atoms.
Let us resume our discussion of modernity in Jewish history by looking at the Sephardic diaspora. You'll recall that just 3 lectures ago, we spent a little bit of time talking about what is modernity, what does that term actually mean in terms of Jewish history, and why is 1492 often taken as kind of like the turning point from the medieval period to the modern period, obviously connected to the expulsion of the Jews from Spain and subsequently departure from Portugal as well, the more complicated departure. What I really would like to emphasize today is not so much the elements of modernity that advanced with the Sephardic diaspora, but just to get a little bit of a better sense of where did the Sephardim go, and just a hint of how they were such a disruptive element and pushed Jewish history into an entirely new direction of the modern period, as we discussed a couple of lectures ago. So first of all, let's start with who exactly are we talking about? Who are the Sephardim? The term Sephardi is an adjective. Sephardim is the plural, which means basically people from Sepharad. This is generally understood to mean Spain. It really includes Portugal as well. It's really the entire Iberian Peninsula, although there is often a distinction made between Spanish exiles and Portuguese exiles. The Spanish exiles were typically not forced to convert to Christianity before departing the Iberian Peninsula, and as a result, they left the region as Jews and had to deal with the disabilities that continued to be placed upon them wherever their destinations were. Portuguese Jews, on the other hand, were subject to a mass forced conversion in 1497. And so as a result, they occupied a very unusual space in Jewish and European history, because here were people who considered themselves to be at heart and in their core identities clearly Jewish. Obviously, there was a spectrum. There were some who embraced Christianity, but they really drop out of the story of Jewish history for the most part. They still consider themselves Jewish for generations and often hid their identity from their neighbors and sometimes even from their own children until they reached adulthood. But they had all of the freedoms associated with Christian identity, which meant that they could travel, they could enter universities, they could enter professions, even enter the church. It's a fascinating and unusual history. So Portuguese Jews in their diaspora are often quite different from Spanish Jews, and they have a marked impact, perhaps even more than the Spanish Jews, for reasons that we will discuss. Furthermore, there are many Jews who are not of Spanish or Portuguese descent, who nevertheless identify themselves as Sephardi or Sephardi. For example, one of the greatest of the Sephardi thinkers of the 20th century is this man, Rabbi Ovadia Yosef, who was the chief Sephardi rabbi of Israel and really a brilliant thinker, very prolific. And he was from Baghdad. The Baghdadi Jews go back centuries upon centuries, all the way back to the Talmudic era and possibly beyond, without having anything to do with Spain directly. Nevertheless, it is their intellectual identification and religious identification with Rabbi Yosef Karo, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, who was perhaps the most famous of the Sephardi exiles, that brings them within the larger campus Sephardim. To be sure, more sophisticated discussions of ethnicity and ethnic identities would require a distinction between Sephardi and Mizrahi Jewry, or Edut HaMizrach, the Eastern communities. But many Jews who kind of attach themselves to that Sephardi intellectual religious tradition call themselves Sephardim, even though ethnically they're really more Middle Eastern than Spanish. Another interesting kind of example where you might see this is, for example, there are significant populations of non-Eastern European Chabad Jews. So they identify as Chabad, which is a very kind of Ashkenazic movement, but they are not Ashkenazim. So it's possible by way of accumulating identities that they can overlap, even though they don't necessarily make sense on a basis of nomenclature. At any rate, that we're talking about today are primarily those who were sent into a diaspora, but they would have a much larger impact on the indigenous populations that they encountered, as, for example, in Baghdad. Here's one of my favorite maps of the Sephardic diaspora that gives you a sense of the scope of it. And it's hard to get a really good sense of how many Jews actually fled Spain, first with the expulsion in 1492, and then with the more gradual process that took place over a century from Portugal in particular. But it wouldn't be unreasonable to assume it's about 250,000 Jews. And as you can see, significant numbers of them went to the most proximate locations in North Africa or Portugal itself, or across the Pyrenees into southern France. But the really wide diaspora takes us into several areas that we're going to look at in this video. Three in particular, again, very briefly, but just to get a sense of how diverse the impact is. We'll look at the Eastern Mediterranean. Specifically, we'll look at their impact on the land of Israel. And in Constantinople, also known as Istanbul, and in fact that's what it will be called at this point, although the name Constantinople does persist in many contexts up until the 20th century. And this is a very important Jewish center. It goes back all the way to the ancient period, but it becomes especially important because it was one of the major destinations of Jews at this time. Also, Greece was within this kind of cultural orbit because all of them fall within the larger Ottoman Empire. Then we're going to look briefly at Europe, and I'll focus on Italy in particular, because that was one of the major destinations of Jews. Although we certainly have a lot more to say about Amsterdam, we won't talk about it today because I saved that for a couple other lectures. And then finally, just a very quick look at the Americas. What happened when Jews crossed the Atlantic Sea, either as Jews per se, or more frequently as conversos, those Portuguese Jews who hoped to reestablish some kind of Jewish presence in the New World, free from the Inquisition. Okay, those are the three areas we're going to look at very quickly. Let us begin with Israel, which is the site of an absolutely fantastic and amazing spiritual renaissance that occurs in particular in the northern town of Tzfat. Now, I plan to devote a video specifically to Tzfat because it is so amazing. And I myself have spent a lot of time studying it. I actually wrote a book on one of the thinkers who lived in Tzfat at this time, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero. Here you see one view of the famous graveyard of the great Kabbalists who found themselves in Tzfat in the decades after the Spanish expulsion, and they have this custom of painting their graves blue, which is understood to be a color that wards off the evil eye. You can also see in the background there the beautiful vistas of Tzfat. It is located at a very high elevation. You get this commanding view all over the Galileo. Now, what happened in Tzfat was rather unusual. It was really something of a nothing town in northern Israel. Jerusalem was clearly the major center of Jewish activity, but for primarily tax purposes, the Ottoman Empire released some tax disabilities on new settlement in the northern part of the Galilee. And Jews who were very active in the textile trade in particular began to settle this region quite rapidly. Early on, many of those settlers were